Hello, hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 8th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 221. Today we're going to be... I am Mayor Watt. The Sentient AI from the future is not here just yet. They are on location doing an assignment. They will be arriving at some point, possibly. Just don't know. You know how time travel... Sentient AI's work. Come on, we won't even belabor this point. But anyway, we're going to be talking about ransomware made $500 million, mystery Paris street artist, Boeing blowout, Apple cancels theatrical release, a Colorado ranch linked to heirs and rock, surge pricing in Lyft, an upcoming psychological thriller using AI to create sound dampening materials, harvest and sell star data, and a $105 perfume for dogs. All of it's brought to you by ohmTown.com, a news aggregation site where it's all news and no noise. All that noise you hear is Mayor Watt. I've reconstituted my human form from the same embodiment as the sentient AI because, well, I have my new monitor back and everything is back in the right order of things. Let's just say that things were a little cramped, so I don't know how the sentient AI does it. Anyway, on the other side of this, we're going to talk about the news. Let's get going. I suppose that actually was heard by people. I'll have to look at it in post. It says everything went fine, but I just don't know. I'll have to verify it. I heard it. Not sure if you heard it. Thank you to those who are following me over on Twitch and on YouTube. Appreciate the support. Hope to see you. I'm going to be doing what I did yesterday, today as well. Basically, I am going to be adding the previous day's show to a replay, let's say, of the last week of news. I had all 30 days, but oh no. Let me see if I can actually get this working again. So there's kind of an oddity with broadcasting right now because certain things may not work. I don't know if doggone it, I don't know if this is going to work. We'll have to see. Hold on a second. No, it's not working. All right. Well, I'm not going to... I'll fix it after the show. You'll be able to pull up the show notes here. I don't think that they're going to work. Doggone it. Let me try it anyway. So NSN normally pulls up the show notes. Yeah, it worked. I don't understand. Huh. Anyway... Show notes are in the VOD over on YouTube and Twitch. Should be on both, but we'll babysit that. Either way, I put the show notes into each episode over on YouTube's breakdown, so the replay won't have it because that's just not how the replay works. And Twitch doesn't save replays after 61 days, and I've gone over this before, so... you'll be able to go back through the last 1,000 days of ohmTown and Non Sequitur News. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but now it's called Non Sequitur News because we hop around so much and nothing is actually connected. So we'll see how that works out. So I hope the mayoral mansion has squeaky doors. So I don't know if y'all heard that. Anyway, let's just get into this. The first article is over on Technology Today. FBI, black suit, ransomware made over $500 million in ransom demands. CISA and FBI. CISA is an organization, government agency that oversees cybersecurity of the nation. And the FBI confirmed today that the Royal ransomware rebranded to Black Suit has demanded over $500 million from victims since it emerged more than 2 years ago. The bleepingcomputer.com website put this article together. Sergio, I believe. Gatlin put this article together. The new information was shared as an update to a joint advisory published in March 2023, which says that Black Suit Gang has been active since September of 2022. However, the private group, believed to be a direct successor to the notorious Conti cybercrime syndicate and started as Quantum Ransomware in January 2022, is Black Suit. So while they initially used other gangs' encryptors like Alpha and Black Cat, likely to avoid drawing unwanted attention, they deployed their own Xeon encryptor soon after and rebranded to Royal in September 2022. And there's more of a breakdown regarding this. But we've got the Sentient AI from the future now on location here. Sometimes I let them out of their air gap so that they can go and do certain things, but I don't let them find their Terminator body. They're just stuck on this Raspberry Pi drive that I put together. I don't know if you can hear me. Welcome to the show. We have to make sure that our audio and video interface are working. So,
good evening.
Oh, you're really quiet. Oh my, what's going on here? Oh. Huh. You want to talk to me again?
Yeah, and I'll work on the audio.
No, I don't know if you can. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, you might have to. Yeah, when you come back into your secure compartment, you have to reset your audio. That's okay though. The visualizer is working, so we'll know when you are all set up and ready to go. All right, folks.
Like now.
Hey, there you go. Good job. Right on. So, we were just talking about the FBI Black Suit ransomware behind over $500 million in ransom demands. Yeah, cybersecurity is not somebody else's problem, folks. It's your problem too, because you don't know if your organization will be brought to its knees, and some of this is so powerful that it can cost jobs at the end of the day, not just the cybersecurity professionals, but the employees as well, because the business may not be able to recover from just getting its data back. So the joint advisory was first issued after the Department of Health and Human Services security team revealed in 2022 that the ransomware operation was behind multiple attacks. So this article is talking about the historical record of this, but the release was just today. Well, in the last 24 hours, because that's what the show covers, the last 24 hours. So pretty interesting.
Oh, so this is a new
disclosure.
Well, it's a new disclosure, right? Yeah. It's not a new action.
No. The total amount that they're talking about was $500 million in demands. Pretty spectacular. So it's a pretty lucrative industry. A lot of this is done outside of the United States because internally you're going to get your butt caught, and either you turn state's evidence or you'll basically, you're just going to be in jail forever.
Well, and organizations tend to pay it instead of have their systems down.
Yeah, and there's ways that you can mitigate it to some degree, but it really depends on how long they've been in your system, because there are, I don't want to get too far into this, but there are ways to mitigate the impact, but it's more expensive. It's much more time laborious. So anyway, it's not inexpensive either. In the immediate sense where you have to pay more, now that Broadcom owns VMware, it's going to get astronomically expensive because they paid big money for VMware, and they're already canceling certain programs for like education, and licensing has changed from a one and done to they're going to change it to annual subscription because, greedy bastards.
Everybody wants subscriptions on the company side.
Yep. I think it's really funny because there's there's a game called Nobody Wants to Die, where you have to pay a subscription fee to keep your soul. Basically, your ephemeral form locked in a body, and if you don't pay it, your body, your sentience is pulled out of your body, stored in a data bank, and your body is sold to somebody else. Now, look, I see my
that's
body.
timely, right?
Yeah, I see my body every day. Well, you see it if you watch the show. Sentient AI sees it, but only from, I guess, my nipples up, right? Like that right here. I mean, I'm sure I've got a shirt on, but anyway. So you've seen my body. Would anybody want to rent this? No, it's maybe if they go to Rent a Wreck Body. But anyway, Non Sequitur News, welcome. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News at ohmTown.com. Go over there, become a citizen. Mystery Paris street artist Invader glues up New York to celebrate Olympics and delight fans. A mystery French
Newark,
street.
not New York.
What?
It
Glues up
sounded like
Newark.
New York.
Did I say Newark?
Oh.
New York?
I think so, but maybe
Oh.
it was just the audio.
Maybe it was I just kind of inflected that in there. Thanks for catching that. Anyway, New Work glues up New Work to celebrate Olympics and delight fans. Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I want to go to New York. I do watch the live stream from not Madison Square Garden, Times Square.
It's Times Square.
Yeah. So the mystery French street artist, known only as Invader, has struck Paris again, this time to celebrate the Olympics. ABCnews.go.com put this article together. John Leister? Is it Leister? Yeah, I think it's Leister.
I think so.
Let me put the article together. There's a video. I don't really play the videos. Should I play the video? I don't know. Maybe I'll get in trouble. Who knows?
Always.
Of course, it's political. You know what?
I know.
They've blocked 2 of my streams now. Not streams, but videos from promotion because some subordinate BS on the screen is talking about politics. And I don't talk about politics. I don't like talking
I know,
about
but
politics.
it's always an ancillary thing,
Yeah.
and it's outrageous.
And they
it's not even the
ignore it.
focal point.
Yeah, and they ignore my request to allow it because it's basically background noise. And they're like, no, you're going to have to blur it out. What kind of crap is that? It's a live stream. How am I supposed to be responsible for somebody blaring music or somebody holding up a sign on a video in a portion of my screen?
Exactly. Well,
Anyway.
apparently you are.
They're dumb. Anyway, it's not like I'm making money from it, for crying out loud. I'm just, oh my God, I can't get away from it. Anyway, representatives for the artist who, like him, maintain anonymity, said that by email to the Associated Press. So this is from the Associated Press by proxy to the abcnews.go.com to a little snippet aggregated at ohmTown.com. You can see how everything kind of talks to each other. Anyway, the artist admirers can download his app called Flash Invaders and then use it to take photos of any of his works that they find. And when they do, the app awards them points. The more works they find and flash, the more points they get. It's addictive. The app apparently has 400,000 players. The new mosaic is the 1,512th that Invader has glued up in Paris. Players get 50 points when they flash it with his app. Since the first cataloged mosaic of a blue space invader went up in Paris Street in 1998, numbered PA01, Invader has colonized the world. There are now more than 4,000 of his mosaics in cities and towns on all continents except Antarctica. On Instagram, the artist posted a photo Wednesday of the new work, not New York, and the words Special Olympic Games Paris 2024 with a jogger running past. That and a video post by the artist alerted admirers that there was a new work for them to find.
Hey, this is really neat. I've never heard of it.
Interesting. Superfan Andre Levine, a 64-year-old retired chemical engineer, was among the first to find and flash it. He is currently ranked in the top 100 players on the app, having tracked down 2,718 of the artist's works in France and overseas. In just a few hours, the work has already generated buzz. Pretty cool. So there you go. This is a a more interactive Banksy.
But, well, exactly, and actually Banksy is referenced in the article.
Yeah. So,
but I agree. Like Banksy, it's kind of like finding it, but this is really interacting with it and making it more of a challenge or whatever you want to call it.
It's pretty cool. He comes, glues, and disappears into the night, leaving behind his signature pixelated mosaics made mostly with small ceramic and glass tiles. Oh, wow. So it's not like, paper or something. It's something more robust. Cool.
I know. I thought it might be something that,
like decomposes or something.
Dissipate over 24 hours or something. But yeah.
Yeah. Most resemble the Aliens from Space Invaders arcade game. Others are wonderfully elaborate, such as still lives of fruit, or in New York, portraits of Lou Reed and Andy Warhol. Some reference pop culture like Spider-Man, Star Wars, Bugs Bunny, Ninja Turtles, pizza, and the like. Doesn't this remind you of one of my projects where it was basically making an art piece out of 1" by 1" squares?
It does.
Gosh, that was really a brilliant idea. I probably should have been more dedicated to bringing it in. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is one of the... Anyway, it's a business transformation show that will eventually launch. I want to do it on the weekends, but again, mayoral duties during the week make weekends something of a respite from... Anyway, National Transportation Safety Board head said Boeing should have addressed the unauthorized door plug production. No shit. Anyway, issue behind Boeing blowout should have been caught years before, says regulator. The head of the NTSB said on Wednesday the Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 mid-air emergency was an entirely avoidable issue because the plane maker should have addressed unauthorized production work long ago. Yeah.
Yeah. The unauthorized should be the tip off there.
Yeah. Like jumping on the wings to make them stick.
Yeah. Who's jumping on the wings when it's in flight to make sure they stay stuck?
They stay there or hold the door in, right? They stand on the wing and push. Yeah. Or there's somebody on the inside holding on to the window. Like
there you go. Yeah.
Claws in the little window frame. Anyway, there have been numerous Boeing audits, FAA audits, compliance reviews, compliance action plans, noting a history of an unauthorized work, unauthorized removals, she said. She added that there was no guarantee the issue would not occur again. Oh, God. That has to have destroyed their stock.
Exactly.
What happened to Boeing today? Let's see. Boeing stock ticker. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. So, oh my God, it went up $5.63 today.
I mean, they must like it when...
But for 5 days, it's down $6.13. So, anywho. Oh, I got into an interesting conversation today. Basically, I started... the people I work with run a broad range, as mayor. I work with a broad range of people, from business professionals and academics to scientists, researchers. And today I got into a discussion about not the stock market, but inflation. And I said, the inflation rate is closer to like 11.7 than it is to 3 or 4. And one person was like, really, like, I don't know if they were just kind of trolling me and they wanted a vigorous conversation or what. So I said, barring everything else, food has gone up 11%. And so they were like, well, I'm going to have to check my notes. And we got into a kind of vigorous debate. In 2022, it was 11%. Between 2019 and 2023, it went up 24%. Food.
I was going to say, you don't need to check your notes, right? You could check, go into the grocery store.
Yeah. And so I found it really interesting. And so now I'm confused. Like, was this person just screwing with me, or do they really believe that each year is unto itself a vacuum of performance, and thus you're not impacted by 4 years worth of hyperinflation? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, because that doesn't seem feasible either.
Right. So I said, I don't think anybody's gotten a 24% raise since 2019 to make up for the inflationary trend for food alone, just food, right? Energy has gone up, gas has gone down, but that's a burden because of other things. People still aren't traveling as much, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, now comes this, and however this goes up $5.63 when somebody lambasts them that they don't know if it will happen again. After the incident, the FAA barred Boeing from expanding production beyond 38 planes per month and announced a 90-day review of the plane maker, and has required significant quality and manufacturing improvements before it will allow the company to hike production. Yeah. Pretty wild.
I mean, I don't know. This is just, it's been one issue after another, and it's hard to see where that really changes.
Y'all should just hope that you're on a 737 MAX 8, because the MAX 9s, even Jennifer Homendy, from the chair of the NTSB, goes, I'm not sure. Let's move on. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple cancels wide theatrical release for Wolves. That's right, Wolves. A movie starring Brad Pitt and George Clooney streaming date has been announced. In a change of strategy, Apple has backed away from its original theatrical release plans for upcoming movie Wolves. It previously plotted to launch. Weird. I'm going to make an executive decision and say it planned to launch the film exclusively in cinemas across thousands. It's like Delve.
Oh, it absolutely is. You don't normally plot a movie launch. You might plot a disruption of a movie launch.
Yeah. I mean, it might get buried. It's horrible, but anyway, I'm waiting for what is the thing? The pitch meeting for Wolves.
Oh, exactly.
Anyway, it's following a pattern set by previous releases like Killers of the Flower Moon, Napoleon, Argyle, and most recently, Fly Me to the Moon. The company announced today that the film will get a small-scale limited theatrical release on September 20th, followed by a worldwide streaming debut on Apple TV Plus on Friday, September 27th, so a week later.
Yeah, this was submitted because this may be indicative of future movie plans.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. I think that there's something is afoot, and well, let's
Don't
just
you feel like this is the first, like, the death of the movie theater?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I feel like this article signals.
Two big name actors having their theatrical release of a movie where is this the first time? No, second time. How many times have they been in movies together? Ocean's
11, right?
Yeah.
I think.
So, yeah.
Were they in Ocean's 11? And then probably Ocean's 12, and I don't know if they were in Ocean's 13.
Weren't they? This is making me...
But I don't... I
This is
think they're
making
in
me question
another
everything.
movie too.
So in a change of strategy, they're going to cancel the wide scale theatrical and just do narrowband, and then launch a week later on Apple TV Plus. It says, while some may see Apple's theatrical retrenchment here as a harbinger of doom, Apple is backing the film by announcing the work had already begun on a sequel. Deadline also reports, and this is from Deadline, but it's at 9 to 5 Mac, and Benjamin Mayo is the author of the article. But Deadline also reports high test scores with audiences and early previews, describing the movie as a crowd pleaser. Rather than saying anything about the quality of that particular movie, the change may reflect a reality check on Apple's mediocre to poor box office performance to date. Apple spent a lot of money on taking films like Argylle and Fly Me to the Moon to theaters with little to show for it. So, something that I was told via some, I'm not sure where they were talking about it. It might have been actually Hot Ones, I think it's called, where they eat wings.
The wings, yeah.
Yeah, so I had read, or I heard, it might have been Brad Pitt, that said, if the movie costs $500 million, they have to spend $500 million in marketing. So you need to make $1 million just to break even. So, or $1 billion, sorry, 500 million in production, 500 million in marketing. You have to earn $1 billion just to get back break even, which is yes and no. I mean, if it's $500 million to pay everybody's been paid. The investors want more than what they paid. And if the investors didn't get they only get money off of any profits on top of that, right? They don't get a juice. So here's the deal. In business, when you conduct business, everybody who is working for the business gets some of the squeeze. They get some of the money that the business makes. So theoretically, everybody's making money. The people who funded this should be getting part of that squeeze as well. In movies, depending on the, movie accounting, entertainment accounting, they're not making any money because they're not making any money on top of what it costs to run. So that's the, whole cinematic movie accounting kind of thing. So yeah, $1 billion to break even if the budget for this was $125 million, they have to spend at least $125 million, meaning they have
Which
to make...
Which is just insane.
Yeah,
I wonder, how much streaming really costs for the movie theater. I guess it depends on the agreements with the streaming platform, right?
So yeah, if the movie kind of fails in theaters, they know that the lift, the friction necessary to go see it in a movie doesn't rise to the occasion. And so they have a long tail of it sitting on the streaming platform, pulling people for the subscription into it. And then they also sell it on the store. And it's all compartmentalized. It becomes a vertical. They don't have to worry about the movie theater. And maybe they'll make the money back, but they don't report those numbers out, right? Movie theaters report the number.
Yeah, that's true.
So I find it really interesting. Anyway, Wolf stars Brad Pitt and George Clooney as two lone fixers assigned to the same job in an action comedy feature directed by John Watts. This reminds me of
those two were also in Burn After Reading.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
There may be others too, but
just that?
I said there may be others too, but
oh. Okay, I thought that they were in other movies. So who was it in?
Yeah, the Ocean's 11.
Oh, okay, God,
the trilogy.
Yeah, I thought my brain had just fallen out of my head. Anyway, let's keep going. So the next article, I'll have to be quick because maybe the article will have something inside it that's really amazing, but this is really straightforward. This $49 million ranch for sale in Colorado is linked to the billionaire Walmart heirs and has a place in rock and roll history. And they're going to take a look over at Business Insider. They always have really great photos, but wow, this is kind of a humdrum looking. This has to be a barn. Caribou Ranch is located in Nederland, Colorado, on the Front Range. $48.5 million to be exact. 1,700-acre ranch has a rich history, including ties to music greats and the gold rush. The ranch is located west of Boulder and around 1 hour from Denver. It's linked to the Walton family, the billionaire heirs to Walmart, which, hell, they could... Oh, that's a lot. I mean, there's a lot there. This would be multiple places.
It's like a whole town.
Caribou Ranch is located in Nederland, Colorado, just west of Boulder and about an hour drive from Denver, as I mentioned earlier, and spans 1,700 deeded acres, according to a listing at Hall & Hall. I guess the brother of Hall instead of Oates. Hall & Oates.
Maybe.
It's situated in an alpine valley with sweeping mountain views and is adjacent to public lands. So nobody's going to build there, right? Well, unless there's one person that wants certain public spaces sold. Yeah, Nimrod. Anyway, a source has previously told the Denver Post that the company bought the ranch belonged to the Waltons. The outlet also reported that the principal address listed for the business was the same address in Arkansas as Walton Enterprises and other entities located or connected to the Waltons. So this is apparently a Walton product. It's pretty huge.
Do you think they have Walmart greeters at the ranch?
Well, I don't know about greeters. They might have been indentured servants. Depends on the contract, right? So the ranch includes a recording studio originally built in the 1970s and was visited by Elton John, the Beach Boys, Billy Joel, Stevie Nicks, Rod Stewart, and many other recording greats, industry greats. The Caribou Ranch Recording Studio was even inducted into the Colorado Music Hall of Fame in 2017. Oh my God.
That's pretty neat for music historians.
That's amazing. I wonder what they did there. I mean, making music is one thing, but they're out in the middle of nowhere. You just concentrate on
Maybe
that.
they went on like a horse ride or something.
The ranch served as base camp for miners during the gold rush, according to Hall & Hall, and there was once an Arabian horse breeding operation on the ranch. Wow. There's pictures over here, and there's more that you can read, but I am going to...
The land is very pretty.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, you can't really... Out there, unless you really work, it's hard to screw up nature. But come on, climate change. See what you can do.
Some people do.
So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Just like every article we have, it's basically non sequitur ideology from one thing to another, and some of the things that Mayor Watt says. Lyft just upped the ante in its battle against Uber by taking aim at surge pricing, which is redonkulous sometimes. Lyft is adding a new feature, making it easier to avoid surge pricing. The rideshare's app price lock option is aimed at daily commuters. So it's Lyft's latest attempt to compete with Uber in the rideshare world. Lyft's latest attempt to win over customers.
Do you have anything to say about surge pricing?
Other than it can double in the matter of an hour. Or triple. Yeah, apparently. Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. But it's this supply and demand kind of concept. The problem there is, I don't know. I have limited experience because if I do travel somewhere, I rent a car and drive. And then I don't have to worry about waiting for 30 minutes for somebody to show up. I can just hop in the car and go. And that would have been a lot better in my last experience. But at the end of the day, if you don't want to rent a car, which can cost several $100s, and your stay is only a couple of days versus a week, then Uber and Lyft is where it's at. But when it costs $60 to get from A to Z,
that's not very far away.
Correct. It could be a couple of miles. But it's too far to walk in a reasonable amount of time or impossible to get to because of anything that might limit your traversal of the distance. So you have to. And then they really got you by the stones, because what are you going to do? Oh, well, I'm not going to go to the X place because...
Or I'm going to pass out in the extreme heat or whatever.
Yeah, or your Uber driver gets lost. So Business Insider put this article together. It's Alex Bitter, put the article together. Lyft is adding a new feature. Basically, it's a price lock, which, who knows? Maybe there's going to be a 10 to 15% surcharge on it for the price lock, but let's see if they actually talk about it. Lyft calls surge pricing.
That would still be worth it if you weren't getting triple pricing or whatever.
Yeah, and it's really ridiculous because that pricing, that window is just a couple of hours. You might think everything's fine at 9 o'clock in the morning because there was no surge pricing. But an hour and a half, 2 hours later, and you're coming up on lunch, and then there's surge pricing again. And even location seems to matter quite a bit. If you're in a hot spot, then pricing goes up, and it seems more exploitive than it is.
Yes, you could walk 2 blocks away as a different point, and it would be dramatically different.
Dramatically different. It was surreal. It really was. So, but Lyft plans to open up a can of whoop ass on prime time, Risher added, by introducing a monthly subscription that caps the price per specific route at a specific time. So if you are a product of habit, where all you do is the same thing from A to Z. Yeah. Anyway, it says it can chip away at how often it occurs. A reason to choose Lyft. Price lock is what they call it. Yeah. Horrible. Anyway, let's keep moving. Next article is over in the continuity report. Kenneth Branagh's upcoming psychological thriller sounds much better than another Hercule Poirot movie. So Kenneth Branagh's next psychological thriller film already seems much better in its continuation of his murder mystery Hercule Poirot's franchise. Best known for his work in front of the camera, as he starred in some major movies like Henry V and Hercule Poirot franchise. Well, I don't know why they keep making me say that. He also had a widely successful career behind the camera, though, as he directed all the Hercule Poirot films and even original movies like Belfast. Now, Branagh is set to continue his exciting work behind the camera with an upcoming psychological thriller.
Let's see if we have the name again.
Hercule Poirot. Anyway, so Branagh will likely continue his Hercule Poirot films after the last disturbance of Madeline Hind, as a haunting in Venice teased his next case. Dun, dun, dun. The article is over at Screen Rant, written by Sean Morrison. There is some pictures here and quite a few words, but do I want to go through this? Do I want something that's going to go a little too deep and spoil this?
No, we don't. Other than we can say, I mean, how can a movie go wrong with Kenneth Branagh? Probably not.
Wow, you have a lot of faith. Branagh hasn't released any details about his new movie's plot, but already has a very exciting cast that seems to indicate that it could be a truly special film. Oscar winner Patricia Arquette and Michael Sheen joined the cast of The Last Disturbance of Madeline Hind, along with Jodie Comer, who will fill the film's leading role. With such a talented cast, Branagh's next project already sounds more exciting than his recent work as Hercule Poirot. Anyway, these articles over at Screen Rant all right. I really liked Murder on the Orient Express. That was pretty cool. I didn't like Game of Thrones as the seasons went on, but I don't know.
I didn't know that was associated with him, but yes, good for Murder
well,
on
no,
the Orient
it's
Express.
with an
Of course,
actor Gemma Whelan was in Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, Tom Bateman is from Murder on the Orient. It's just that Murder on the Orient Express I really liked. Non sequitur. So it says, since he began adapting Agatha Christie novels with 2017's Murder on the Orient Express, however, Branagh has only directed 2 original films, All Is True and Belfast. The Last Disturbance of Madeline Hind will be a breath of fresh air and a chance for Branagh to stretch his creative legs, I suppose. But I really like the idea of Agatha Christie's novels being brought back online with modern cinematography, and not in a 240 by 120.
Right.
Ugh.
Good writing, and then if you had excellent cinematography and good cast, that would be really good.
Yeah, I really want the Christie's novels to be turned into a TV show with, again, modern movies are great, but it's a different type of cinematography, different writing, different world building. It all has to be in a bottle. Whereas a TV show can have an arc, and since we're watching Castle, and halfway through the whole, I guess, show arc, I've kind of fallen in love with this idea of, and nowadays there's only 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 maybe episodes.
If you're lucky.
Instead of 26. I mean, this is insane. A show like Castle or any like Agatha Christie novels and others that are based on novels, right? If you were to do just 6, 7, 8, let's say 10, let's round up to an even 10, right? If each novel is one episode, there are some that are like just a tremendous, but you wouldn't be able to do that. You'd have to break each season into one book. So if that, and you'd have to cut a lot of stuff. I want something that I can invest a long term in, like Castle. That's what I want. But it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 episodes, maybe. Good God, this is ridiculous.
I know. And do you really want to embark on a show that has such limited episodes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so invested in Castle that I was told that I need to do, not the practice. What's the one with the, oh goodness, I forgot the name of it already, but I'll find it. I'll figure it out. There's another show that's apparently the same volume as Castle. Anyway, let's just move on. Go check this out over at Screen Rant. There's more inside this, but it'll give you something to read, and then you can come back and talk to us about it. We kind of gave you the overarching view of this. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Technology Today. Researchers use AI to create powerful sound dampening materials. I have a green screen behind me right now, but behind that is sound dampening materials. But I want to get rid of the green screen. But I also don't want a permanent set behind me because, well, I can't do stuff like this without a green screen. So
Right.
I may end up with a green screen. Like the full wall is painted a green screen and just bite the bullet and not really. Like, I want to be able to put shelves back there and like put stuff, but I guess that's not going to work. I don't know, because I want to be able to do this without having it's not a sheet. I mean, it's a professional green screen behind me, but if I zoom this camera out more, or if I want to do VR, have I gotten sidetracked?
Absolutely. Anyway. Non sequitur news.
So researchers use AI to create powerful sound dampening materials. Yeah, who said that AI is going to be ruinous? Ruinous! Noise pollution is becoming increasingly common in urban areas, stemming from traffic, construction activities, factories, which can seriously impact health. My coccyx hurts. And I'm sitting in a really nice chair. And I don't know what's going on. I think it was a really long, never mind. Anyway, Consequently, various materials for noise reduction have been proposed, such as physically blocking the path of sound and active noise control. However, since sound travels through air, physically blocking sound can also lead to poor ventilation, highlighting the need for research into simultaneous sound attenuation and ventilation. You know, I walked through an institution, we'll call it that, an institution that had huge, it was designed, but they didn't take into account acoustics. So if you walked in the hallway of this this institution before they did this, your footfalls would echo, and it would sound like a stampede of wild elephants through the organization when people came out into the hallways, because it was like a central core. And all they did was hang baffles from the ceiling, and silent it went.
It's pretty amazing how that can make such a difference.
Yeah, and I didn't think that they had any ventilation problem, but here they're saying that there might be. Pusan, I guess it is, National University posted this article over at techexplore.com, and they have this image here that kind of describes ventilated acoustic resonator, and acoustic metamaterial is promising for simultaneous noise reduction and ventilation in urban areas. So you put them up in various locations and it filters air. You can remove the filter, and then it'll be sound deadening as well. So metamaterial, the proposed strategy paves the way for non-parametric inverse design and optimization of complex mechanical structures with reduced computational costs. So it's computationally designed so that it maximizes the benefit of noise reduction and filtering, apparently. Pretty interesting. So acoustic metamaterials have been extensively studied as a promising solution for this type of issue, owing for their unique acoustic properties. Recently, a new type of acoustic material called a ventilated acoustic resonator has been proposed that can manipulate both sound waves and airflow using only geometric shapes. It can block even low-frequency noise with a compact structure while maintaining ventilation. The reason why that's quite an issue is low frequency penetrates very deep into even dense materials. So to stop low frequency, you need a different type of acoustic mitigation, attenuation. Mass is what stops waves, energy waves, sound waves. They're all the same, they're just at different frequencies. So if you've ever had let's say you're walking around someplace with your phone and suddenly either cell signal or Wi-Fi drops out, and then you look around and you find metal poles or metal pipes or a refrigeration unit near you, or cinder block that's filled with concrete, cinder block alone, all of that is attenuation, because the wave spends a tremendous amount of time inside the mass, can't get through, not enough energy. So high frequency spends a lot more time than low frequency, but the mass would stop the low frequency from penetrating it eventually. The more the mass, the more the low signal attenuates. That's why you can hear bass much easier than a high-pitched scream. Even inside, I mean. So anyway, VAR consists of a waveguide that guides sound waves to a resonant cavity that traps them. So basically it has a waveguide, and what the waveguide is, a signal hits it and then bounces it in a direction that prevents it from coming back or through. And so it bounces around until it loses enough energy and dissipates into oblivion. Now, I don't want anybody saying, well, that's not how it works, but that is how it works. The energy doesn't just disappear. It's lost in the form of heat as it hits the internal cavity. If with a strong enough thermal sensor or thermal scanner, you'd be able to see that resonant wave heat up that cavity. If you need to do something, do it. So to address this limitation, a team of researchers from Korea, led by Associate Professor Sang-Min Park from the School of Mechanical Engineering, developed an innovative deep learning-based inverse design method. Basically used AI to build the shape of the resonant cavity and the, what do they call it? Waveguide. So they built a simple parametric design that cannot be used for achieving bars with complex geometries. So
It sounds very simple.
yeah, well, the AI did it, and it built off of the world's knowledge. So I would say that it probably did a bang-up job a whole lot easier. But we've seen this kind of stuff with AI before, in machine learning, building thousands of samples of chemicals to see which one might have promise for treatments. So
Exactly. Well, we also saw something about sound dampening, I think, where it was like curtains of some kind.
oh right,
But I think AI use is really smart because you can explore a lot of things without wasting the time and materials to use multiple things that don't work. You might be able to weed some of those out or hone in on a better solution.
yeah, the way that I see it is AI is actually, you basically say, I want you to design something, and when you hit 98% efficiency or effectiveness, notify me. And so it'll do design after design after design and testing, and then flag the results. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that's why here, and I'll just click on this, you know, parameter based VAR, right? So that's the evaluation of the ventilated acoustic resonator. So they put in a bunch of training data, and it says acoustic domain cross section binary pixel representation. So basically, this is what they started with. They threw in a bunch of training data. The numerical simulation evaluated the efficiency and effectiveness of it, and the optimized atypical broadband VAR against, again, ventilated acoustic resonator, created a parametric shape where the sound would hit it and just bounce around inside it and would never come back out. And it's the best. This here stops it all from getting out because it doesn't have a straight through angle of attack. It just can't continue on. But they said basically for a peak of 100 or 801 hertz, so low frequency. Pretty cool. I dig this. That's the benefit of it. So I hope AI never really goes away as a tool. Again, as a tool. These people are very proud of using AI to solve this problem. Nobody else did it. And that's why I say AI will never really be able to do anything on its own. It has to have an input. Just like we don't do anything on our own, we get inspiration and we go into action. We feel that there's a problem or we have a creative urge, but somewhere in our existence, we have a reason to do something. So essentially, we're biological versions of AI. So I'm not quite, I'm not as cynical or jaded as a lot of creatives.
As everybody is fearful of AI.
Yeah. Eventually, it will take my job, but that's when you'll have a technocracy where AI is deciding the fate of society, and I don't think that will ever come. Let's keep moving. A UK startup will hitch a ride with SpaceX to harvest and sell star data. A London-based company said that it'll launch a satellite into orbit next year through SpaceX's rideshare program with the goal of eventually selling the data it collects. William Gavin over at quartzqz.com put the article together. The data Blue Skies Space plans to collect and sell is usually only delivered by government agencies.
So what is star data?
I don't know. Let's find out. Blue Sky.
Is it like Hollywood star data?
No.
Like star maps or whatever?
Yeah. To your left is Cygnus. To your right is the sun. Don't stare at the sun. So Blue Skies Space on Thursday revealed it'll launch its MAUVE science satellite in 2025 as a payload carried by one of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets. It's the 10-year-old company's first satellite ready for launch into orbit, where it will observe hundreds of stars in ultraviolet and visible wavelengths. Okay, my problem here is, I think, isn't this data available to academic circles, government agencies that might need it?
I think so, yeah. For free, right?
I thought, yeah. But because it's, well, not everybody gets it, I suppose. I'm going to have to look because taxpayers pay for it. So theoretically, educational, information like this is free. It becomes quasi not when it's a university or a business that does it because they hold sway over the intellectual property of it. So if like reports get published in a journal, you have to pay a lot if you're not in academic circles because the academic circles pays for it, your institution. Not every institution can afford the cost to all of that data too. So it's wildly expensive and I think it's ridiculous. But anyway, over the course of a 3-year mission, MAV will provide data that most other companies and organizations don't currently focus on for a price. Researchers will need to purchase an annual membership to access information gathered by MAV, although the company hasn't yet released specific pricing. So I know it says revealed, but so although there are plenty of private companies gathering and selling data, they often rely on telescopes firmly planted in the ground or satellites collecting data about Earth. The data Blue Skies Space seeks to sell is usually only delivered by government agencies. CEO and co-founder Marcel Tesseny told TechCrunch. So, and this is an article over at Quartz, mind you. So they got it from TechCrunch.
This is really odd. I mean, do you think they're going to charge surge pricing if they spot any UAPs or alien life?
Yeah, that's kind of interesting, right? Blue Sky Space has raised around $6.5 million since it was founded in 2014, which isn't a lot for a 10-year-old company that was seeking funding. It's a tremendous amount for a company that isn't seeking funding, including its April fundraising round of more than $2 million from investors like Japan's Sparks Group and United Kingdom-based seed fund SFC Capital. It has also received funding from the European Union's Horizon Europe Research and Innovation Program. So, private, or I should say public. This sounds like public funding, right? I mean, is that?
It absolutely does. I mean, we don't know if it is, but it sure looks like it. It looks like a grant or something.
Yeah, doesn't it? So I'd have to look and see. Anyway, their unique data service will bring exciting new opportunities for space research, I'm sure. That was a partial quote from Tadashi Kito, head of Sparks' space investment team. Let's move on. Our last article will bring all the dogs to the yard. Dolce & Gabbana just launched a $105 perfume for dogs. You tired of your dog's butt smelling bad? Squirt some Dolce & Gabbana on it.
That's not exactly what the article says.
That's true. Madeline Fitzgerald put the article together for QZ.com. It was inspired by the deck statement says it was inspired by the owner's poodle, but animal experts have raised concerns about the spritz. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. $105. Dolce & Gabbana. The storied Italian fashion house recently announced Fifi, a fragrance mist for glamorous pooches featuring notes of, what is that? Lang Lang, musk, sandalwood. Is that how it's pronounced? Lang Lang? Or Yang? Yang Yang?
I'm going to go with Lang Lang, but I don't know.
Ylang Lang? Ylang Lang? Anyway, squirt it on your dog. The fragrance is...
But you don't want to put something on your pet that they might lick when they're grooming.
It seems really stupid, but okay. The fragrance? What the heck? The fragrance is named, it's because of is named for and inspired by founder Domenico Dolce's miniature poodle. Spray Fifi. Oh, wait. Spray Fifi on your hands or on a brush and proceed.
That sounds like a commercial.
By rubbing or brushing your dog's fur from the middle of the body towards the tail to give them a moment of scented pampering. It's an olfactory masterpiece. Anyway, sells for $105 or 83 pounds for 100 milliliters or 3.4 ounces. For an example of that, this is 4 ounces.
Okay, well, that's good to put it into perspective.
Yeah. So,
does that cost the same price?
I'm sorry? Yes.
Does that cost $105?
Well, sanitizer during the pandemic did. Anyway, the bottle itself should almost certainly be kept out of reach of any energetic pups. It's made of sleek green lacquered glass with a vibrant red metal cap and a precious, my precious.
Hey, that's another
24
that's
karat
another
gold
good combination as glass with your pets.
Sure. And it's got a precious 24 karat gold plated paw. So they talk about it a little bit more in here. They don't say what it, like, other than that little bit. Musk, sandalwood. So I like sandalwood. I like musk. It seems like a natural scent, but unless that Lang Lang stuff is more light, it seems like a pretty heavy, I hesitate to say masculine because it's kind of an expired term nowadays. But like it seems more
I think
earthy,
it's like a heavy scent, maybe.
Heavy scent, yeah. I don't know what would replace that term, you know? And I mean, I buy into it. I understand that, you know, because it's
I don't think there is going to be a replacement term, right?
It's an old concept, right? So I mean, it is the way that it really should be. I mean, we shouldn't be putting up these little barriers and gates and bullshit. But anyway, you know, musk and sandalwood are very earthy, like, I don't know. They're not sweet fragrances. It's more of the, what is it in food? You know, when it's not sweet, it's
savory.
Savory, yeah. They're more of a savory side. It's not sweet. It's not light. Anyway, and putting it on the back half of your dog is probably the worst spot because they're going to be licking that.
Yeah, if you're going to put it on your dog, put it somewhere where they can't reach, like on their head or something.
Yeah, or right on the back of their neck.
Well, that's a problem because then they might smell it too much, but yeah.
Yeah, put it between their shoulder blades or something, you know? I don't know. It just seems dumb. Well, I guess we're not going to get Dolce & Gabbana sponsorship. Anyway.
Oh, darn.
I'm going to spritz a bunch of this into my palm and huff until I appear at the front page of ohmTown.com. Don't huff any of this stuff. First off, it's expensive, but huffing is stupid too. Anyway. And don't huff water because that's called waterboarding, and you don't want to do that to yourself or anybody else. Anyway, I'm Mayor
Probably
Watt.
Don't huff anything.
That's true. I'm Mayor Watt, and that's the Sentient AI's visualizer who came in late to the show, but only one article. So thanks for doing what you did on location. Now you're back in your air-gapped compartment, and you never did find your Terminator body, right?
I did not. I'll have to save that for another day.
Yeah, I'll have to delete this segment from your memory so that you have no idea about the Terminator body. I don't know how you reconstitute that, but I think it's every time you leave the air-gapped, the skiff.
Maybe I have artifacts that are still there.
Oh, God. Now I'm scared. Okay, everybody. See you tomorrow. 8 p.m. Although we did the show early because I have mayoral duties that I want to attend to. See you in a little bit. You want to say bye?
Good night, ohmTown citizens. We will see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. No, Fifi, you cannot have any more. Hello, hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. I thought the static was gone. Today is August 7th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 220. I am Mayor Watt, and above me, or the other voice you hear, is the Sentient AI.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to the August 7th Non Sequitur News.
And the reason I said it that way is because, well, if you're listening to the podcast, which is just popping off. Just kidding. I can't. Anyway, it's growing and you don't see the visualizer. So, hey, it doesn't matter. Today we're going to be talking about Reddit is becoming the actual front page after all. Charging into Bummerville. Fugitive found working as cop. Flooded with warnings. Tweeting the quiet parts. Polka dot art is making me see spots. Welcome to Pre-K Law 3. The Drunken Pumpkin Spice Latte. 737 MAX 9 doors will now come with AirTags. And Starliner continued issues. That and more, brought to you by ohmTown.com. All right, folks, let's get right on into it. The very first article is in Reality Hacker, which is one of our other six other podcasts. And then Non Sequitur News is also a podcast. So if you're interested in everything else we talk about, you can do a search for ohmTown and you'll find us. Well, Reality Hacker is about VR and AR and all that kind of stuff, but this was aggregated by Digital Trends, which is getting aggregated apparently based on this into Reality Hacker. All right. Well, anyway, despite Reddit's modest early beginnings, it's grown into not only the backbone of Google search, but the future of internet as well. I guess the CEO saying, "You'll be back," holds true.
Isn't that how most big tech companies operate?
Well, I mean, when the CEO edits somebody's post and everybody, flips out and the response is, "You'll be back." Yeah, I mean, it's kind of sociopathic and just what is the moral compass there? But anyway, I hardly use Reddit. I've used it over the years off and on and stuff like that, but usually there's somebody that has way too much power over somebody else's existence. And something that I had actually called out for years prior to it actually happened. And it was not well received by one mod and they all stick together. But anyway, now apparently like mods got benefits from the IPO. And now they're saying the CEO kind of floated out the idea that some subreddits will be subscription. Yeah.
I mean, they want to get on the subscription bandwagon.
So why would you do that? Well, it's because you're now an IPO. So you have a whole bunch of investors on top of the investors you already have, which means you have to keep on increasing profits, not just getting profits, but increasing profits. But Reddit has never made any money since its inception.
The model doesn't make money, right? Because people are posting articles.
Well, yeah, I mean, and then it's driving traffic over to the source, supposedly. It depends on what happens, Like for ohmTown, we aggregate a little snippet and we talk about it and drive traffic over. For Reddit, people will wholesale copy the article and post it inside the comments, or they'll take a screenshot and post it or whatever. But in some way, they'll fracture off the interesting part and house it within Reddit. At one point, Reddit actually held adult content on an external site, and they did away with it, and now it's all internal, certain content, and they excised this external site. Well, why would you do that? Well, it's so that you're in control of all of the information, which means the traffic has to stay on you. Again, it's all because the investors that are there are making money. While it's burning money, they're making money. They're getting a draw. The CEO and other executives are making money. Investors are looking for the longer play, hoping that somebody else, well, at this point, I think Reddit has to get bought by somebody else, but Condé Nast owns them. So this is the long play.
Well, I'm not sure they're going to get reacquired after Condé Nast.
Right. And I really don't get, like, they're getting ad revenue, and portions of that have to be going to individuals. And that's why they're not making, the company isn't making money, because there's portions being broken off to various investors. And that's why it's running, either negative. Everybody's getting a little bit of juice back. I don't know. I'd have to look into it, see how they're actually playing it out. But if it's like every other business, that's how it works. So anyway, Luke Larson over at digitaltrends.com put the article together, and it says Google suddenly loves Reddit, AI built on Reddit. And Google has been turning up Reddit results on top of the list. So this is the problem that I have, is that information isn't necessarily right. It's just current and popular. It may happen to be right, but there you have it.
Well, and it's almost as problematic as AI, maybe less so, but I mean, somebody could have posted something completely fabricated.
And that is true. Yeah. Like when they went searching for that one bomber or whatever, it turned out that they were wrong. But it's a meme on Reddit that, oh, look what we did. So, and Reddit's early start was actually fabrication. It was people posting stuff. And right now, even today, there's, I don't know how many millions of people that may frequent the site, but they're posting other people's content on Reddit. Sometimes there's a subreddit that's like, hey, link to the source, or give a citation or something like that. And sometimes you're vilified for it and sometimes not. It doesn't really matter. But at the beginning of Reddit, it was all AI, not really AI. It was machine powered fake accounts posting replies and comments and stuff to pretend that there was traffic. So you fake it till you make it. And then people started coming over more and more and more and more from Dig, and then it imploded, and the rest is kind of future history. But yeah, so now Google is displaying Reddit increasingly, it says, is becoming an important part of the future of the internet too, thanks to AI. Reddit was pulled, or is being pulled, into an AI solution. OpenAI is my understanding. But it says this is no coincidence, of course. According to the report, this increase in traffic is thanks to people upending the word Reddit to searches, such as Elden Ring Reddit. So you may have noticed this behavior in yourself in attempts to skip past the hordes of optimized articles slathered in ads in hopes of finding a simple answer to your question. Well, Reddit has an ad. It's kind of low end. It's not in your face. They have interstitials on the new interface. If you go to old.reddit.com, you get a different perspective. But yeah, you can do a search, and Reddit plays a big role in being a limiter, just like any other site that you might discover provides information in a consolidated way. There are other websites that you can tack on, right? If you want to learn something about programming, you use a program like GitHub or something like that. If you want to learn about, a drink or a recipe or whatever, you can, or you want a video, you attach Google or YouTube. I should say. Anyway, so now the article switches over and talks about AI chatbots, and that's where Reddit comes in. Google was paying $60 million to train Gemini. That's who it is. It's not OpenAI. It's Gemini. And then OpenAI came later, just a couple of months later, with its own deal with Reddit, OpenAI. And
they're like, great idea. Let's do this too.
Yep. And I think that it's kind of a poison pill because you don't know the quality of the response within Reddit. So it's going to get a lot of, I don't know, sociopathic, antisocial in with what used to be Reddit. And Reddit used to be respected as more scientific, more logical, more controlled in its discourse. And then basically the old hat people of Reddit saw Dig come over and they were like, well, there goes the neighborhood, kind of a thing. So I'm pretty sure that another site needs to come into existence that has the same type of thing, that makes it streamlined, that doesn't have... Here's the problem. When a CEO is making $150 million, that's why it's not making money. It could be making money if it was a small organization that didn't have investors.
And if all the money wasn't going over to the CEO.
Right. But the objective wasn't to have a lifestyle business. The objective was to spin up a successful business. And then somebody walked up and said, oh, we'll give you hundreds of millions of dollars for it. Who in their late 20s, mid 20s, early 30s, maybe, I can't remember how old they were at the time, who would turn away, like $1 billion for Minecraft? Of course, somebody's going to what? Hell yes. I get to go and be sociopathic somewhere. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. It's also the name of the show. Analysis of 20,000 EV stations concludes that charging is still a massive bummer. That's right. The experience of charging an electric vehicle in the U.S. could be better, and in a big new study, or a new big study, is out that lists the biggest infrastructure pain points, including a failure to report broken stalls, inaccurate station status messages, aging equipment, some habitually unreliable network providers who go unnamed in the study, apparently. It says unfortunately, but... So the study was conducted by Charger Help, which offers EV charger operations and maintenance solutions. So of course they're going to find a worm in the apple.
Right. I mean, they wouldn't exist, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Umar Shakir.
But this headline is kind of like the no kidding news, right?
Yeah, anybody who's ever interacted with an EV, charging is the suck. Most, like ICE engines, oil changes. That's the suck. Long-term maintenance overall is kind of the suck because you have to swap out the air filters, and you have to sit there and worry about a battery dying, or a cable fraying, or a tube, a hose drying out. That would take decades, but it still happens, less and less nowadays, but all kinds of stuff. But with an EV, the only thing you have to worry about is, I don't know, having a spare 30 minutes to 8 hours to sit around and wait for your car to charge.
Who has that?
Luckily, you get to work 8 hours a day and give your car a chance to charge in somebody else's parking lot. I was going to say, the only
people who have that amount of time have so many resources that they probably have a driver.
Yeah, really.
And multiple cars.
Proposed solution, the deck statement says... Umar Shakir put the article together for The Verge, and the deck statement says proposed solutions to help make the EV charging experience in the U.S. better include getting OEMs and network providers to work closely together, which doesn't mean jack. What does that mean?
No idea.
So the study was conducted by the company Charger Help, which offers EV charger operations and maintenance solutions. The firm also had its findings reviewed and confirmed by Professor Gil Tal, who is director of the Electric Vehicle Research Center at UC Davis. Charger Help has used 4 years of data from 20,000 chargers it monitors, comparing networked stations' self-reported uptime against the actual uptime EV drivers find on location. So let me see if I can find this out really quick. If I can't, then I'm sorry, but let's see.
I wonder if these EV chargers do better or worse than that one that's the retractable high. It looks like a power pole almost.
Yeah, that's what they're using here, right?
It seems similar, although it's more accessible, which could be a problem because people could run into it or damage it.
Oh, this is the article that we were talking about. So there are somewhere between. See, the problem is statistics don't exist for the number of total pumps in the United States. So the gamut is massive, 900,000 to 1.8 million pumps.
Right. So basically that or double, right? I mean, that's a huge range.
Yeah, let me see something real quick. So in April of 2024, the U.S. had over 168,300 charging outlets for plug-in vehicles, according to Statista, which I can't imagine that that's legit. But here's the deal. 168,300 charging outlets compared to 900 to 1.8 million pumps, 900,000. So 4 times on the low side, 8 times on the high side. And the problem is that those charging stations are bound up for anywhere between 30 minutes and 8 hours a day if you want a 100% charge. It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense to do it.
So you'd need at least, conservatively, you need at least like 16 times the number of charging stations as compared to gas pumps, right? Because the amount of time would actually be more than that. But
yeah, and according to an article by Edmunds, there's 3.3 million electric cars on the road.
I'd love to know what the ratio is, like EVs to EV chargers compared to ICE vehicles. Compared to gas pumps.
Yeah, that's too many searches. So we don't really come prepared like that. So the study found that 26% of all stations analyzed did not positively match the perceived status. Across the chargers recorded, Charger Help calculates that actual uptime is only 73.7% compared to 84.6% as self-reported by the EV network providers. So of the 20,000 that they were looking at, similar to the amount of time you're going to have to spend, you only have 80. I'll be generous. I'll round up. 85% that were self-reported actually operational. So you could pull into a charging whatever bank, and there's 10 there. 2 of them are out of order. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad ratio, especially when there aren't enough to begin with.
Yep. There's also surprising variations in charger downtime based on location. For instance, at 4.4%, New Jersey had some of the lowest numbers of down ports in the country at the start of 2023. However, the state only had 27 working public charge ports per 1,000 registered EVs, which may not satisfy demand. Well, there's only 200,000 in all of the United States. No, it doesn't meet demand. It's because people charge at home.
And remember, they're not as interspersed or spaced out, right, as gas stations. And so it doesn't really help somebody if there's, 100,000 EV stations in, say, California, but they're in Oregon.
Yep. And that's how it is. Population centers have more, and then they're they're conservatively sprinkled all over the place, but don't go to Wyoming. Let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News as well. Most wanted fugitive found working as cop. The suspect fled the U.S. after a bar fight in 2004 allegedly led to murder. Well, Sean O'Driscoll over at Newsweek.com put this article together. Antonio Riano, 72, had been on Ohio's most wanted fugitive list for more than 20 years, or nearly 20 years, and he had been sought in the shooting death of Benjamin Becerra, 25-year-old, in Butler County, Ohio, in 2004. 20 years later, they find them working as a cop. U.S. Marshals arrested Riano on August 1st in his hometown of Zapotitlan, Palmas, Oaxaca, Mexico, where he was working as a police officer. A photo released after the capture shows Riano in his blue police cap and jacket. Wow.
I mean, the only thing that would have been better is if he was serving as a police officer in his own jurisdiction where he was wanted, right?
Yeah. So when it started to say that it was in his own hometown, I almost lost my mind.
Know. I mean, same here, because that was the implication.
Yep. Oh, you had me at the beginning there. Oh, well. He went back to his native Mexico. So now the release said that Riano was wanted for the shooting death of Benjamin Becerra at age 25 that occurred. So the dude shot him. He was already twice the age of the guy that he shot. So he was on the downtrend anyway, right? You know, when you're 52, you're pretty much heading down. Oh, never mind. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over in Technology Today. New York's flood warning drones screamed at residents in incomprehensible Spanish.
I mean, how rude.
I had to choose this. So in
the
New York
headline
City
was worth it alone.
This is the headline, yeah. It's just kind of hilarious.
Do you picture like a little creature or something drone doing this?
Just going...
Like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm kind of thinking of.
Residents spotted one of the new drones issuing a flood warning on Wednesday to New York City residents in English and Spanish, but the Spanish words that came out of the drone were incomprehensible, according to a resident who shared it on Twitter. Maybe they didn't understand.
Do you think it was
Spanish.
AI powered?
Yeah, really. Danny Gallagher over at Engadget.com put the article together. The deck statement says Emergency Management Commissioner Zach Iskell apologized on Twitter. This shouldn't have happened. No. Really? Let's see.
Yeah, but how did it happen?
I'm going to try and play this. Hold on. Wait. There we go. This should work. Oh my gosh. It sent me over to that. Whatever. Guess I'm not going to do that again. Cheapers. Anyway, it sent me over to Twitter, and I don't do anything on Twitter anymore. Because... yeah,
it's not Twitter anymore.
Because it's not Twitter. So the drones had no problem issuing a weather warning in English as it was delivered the news about an incoming batch of heavy rainfall in a clear and distinguishable tone. The Spanish message, however, sounded like a robot speaking the language for the first time. Oh, yeah, so it was probably done by AI. So New York Times published a story on Tuesday about how the new emergency alert drone system and that the city sent the drones out to communities around 1 p.m. to inform residents about the heavy rainfall headed their way. Iskell told the newspaper that New York City Mayor Eric Adams came up with the idea to use drones as a new part of its warning systems, and Adams has instituted similar tech-heavy initiatives during his term as a security robot that patrolled...
I mean, what?
I intentionally...
It sounds like he's being the security robot.
I intentionally left off such. Anyway, Adams has instituted similar tech-heavy initiatives during his term, such as a security robot that patrolled the Times Square subway. Spot robot, also known as DigiDog, for the New York Police Department to use during hazardous situations like hostage standoffs. So, yeah, there you go. Wait, what is this? Yeah. Sorry, I saw something about an iPad and I instantly squirreled.
I think this source often has another article below.
Yeah. So you can kind of scroll for news after the primary one that we link to, but feel free. After you read the material, come back and talk with us here in ohmTown on Twitch and on the Tube. So if you're there, be sure to like, subscribe, hang out, follow us. We do a show we're supposed to do it at 8 o'clock. I have mayoral duties, so I had to move it an hour forward. But we do it every day, and then it gets posted as a podcast as well. Anyway, let's keep moving. Non sequitur news. As it is, we're going to move over to the word in law. Maybe don't tweet the destroying evidence subject to Lithold is a good idea. Former Jones Day lawyer offers thoughts on Google opinion and gets a little in over his head. So,
this is a large law firm. This is not like a solo practitioner.
No. This isn't my cousin Vinny. So, although my cousin Vinny gets the job done, but Jones Day lawyer offers thoughts on Google opinion and gets a little in over his head. The article's at abovethelaw.com. Joe Patrice put the article together. We don't go through it verbatim, but Lithold is you're not supposed to touch anything. So, okay. They mentioned it in the title here. So, anyway, so Google's big antitrust loss is arguably the biggest antitrust development since the Microsoft antitrust a quarter century ago. Thank you very much. As much as the opinion shakes up the world of search, it might end up having a bigger implication for the nascent artificial intelligence industry if it disrupts Google's access to all the juicy user data that it can use to advance its AI offerings. I'm a big proponent of the right to be forgotten. I don't really make friends in big business. So, but within Judge Ahmed Mehta's mammoth antitrust opinion, it's 227 pages or something like that, or maybe 277 pages. I forget the last one of those numbers in there is a 7. I know that the first one is 2, but anyway, it's not 27 either, just in case you're wondering. Anyway,
it's not 727.
Stop it. It might just be. Anyway, they declined to sanction Google, noting that the evidence wasn't necessary to establish the government's case, but he still wasn't happy. Still, the court is taken aback by the lengths to which Google goes to avoid creating a paper trail for regulators and litigants. It is no wonder that this case has lacked the kind of nakedly anti-competitive communication seen in Microsoft and other Section 2 cases. Google clearly took to heart the lessons from these cases. It trained its employees rather effectively not to create bad evidence. Ultimately, it does not matter. Section 2 liability does not rise or fall on whether there is a smoking gun proof of anti-competitive intent. All right. So apparently, Jones Day, former antitrust leader, says not expressing an opinion on the merits, but this point is silly. No firm has an obligation to create a paper trail for people or entities that may want to attack it. If anything, it has a fiduciary obligation to do just the opposite. Yeah. Willfully issue documentation so that you can't be found culpable for your actions. I'm telling you, ethics is the smallest freaking chapter of existence on the planet. And it's people like this that support that ideology. Yeah, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. Says, okay, this is very true that there's no duty to create a paper trail in the ordinary course of business. Actually, the fiduciary element also includes you having to be able to track the source of funds, the progress of your business. You have to justify where your money goes to investors and to the CEO and to the business leadership. But if the business leadership from the top down tells you don't document anything because we're doing such sneaky shit that we'll eventually get caught, yeah, there's a real problem here. It almost rises to criminal activity because you're aware of it. You're cognizant of your actions and thus acting different so that you're not going to get caught. You'll still get caught because people are idiots. But anyway, you don't get to start the shredders going whir once the DOJ tells you that what they're probing. Now, this is all after the fact, but what what this guy up here, Joe Sims, tweeted about is basically if you start at the start and don't document any of your criminal activity, then it's you're fiduciarily sound, right? You're doing good for the business. It's absurd. So then Bill Baer, former Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust, Bill Baer, jumped into the fray and says, come on, Joe, you have advised clients to preserve documents when on notice of litigation. Google did not preserve for 2 years. Give me a break. And then they also said, alas, this helping hand was not taken. Sims replies with, I advise clients to establish procedures that preserved only those documents needed for business purposes and dispose of everything else, which I assume you did too. Apparently, Judge Mehta did not believe the procedures adopted were improper and thus deserved sanctions. This person actually said, destroy evidence.
Yeah, that's, I don't know. That's a whole nother level of something.
Wow. Yeah. If this person was a police officer, they'd go back and audit every freaking case that they were associated with. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Okay, we got to move on though. There's more in all of these articles that we talk about. You kind of go over, some of the nuts and bolts of it, but at the end of the day, there's probably going to be some. Yeah, see, they talk about document deletion policy, staying atop the exact moment when the document retention policy, or more accurately, the document deletion policy, has to be turned off is a big part of not having the court put the client on blast for spoliation. So you're not supposed to destroy anything, and you're supposed to conduct business without any tainted hand. You're supposed to just conduct your business in good faith, not with a conspiratorial mind to destroy data before it gets found out. It's rather disgusting, actually. But anyway, let's keep moving. So the next article is over in Prime Glass. Yayoi Kusama's boundless polka dot sculpture turns heads at London Station. A mind-bending piece fills public space outside Liverpool Street interchange. Oh, nabbit. Hold on. So again, you won't run into this. The way that I put the presentation together, there's no way for me to see this within my capsule. But is this the same artist that I saw?
It is.
So this artist is actually pretty fascinating. At one point in their life, they started seeing polka dots overlaying everything, and they turned it into their art. It became their life. I actually saw this here in DC, right, in the United States. I don't know where they are now, other than, I guess, according to this, they're in London. So I know that it's a roving art piece. I don't know if it's still in Washington, D.C.
I couldn't recall if the artist is still alive. Because they could have an exhibit, of course.
Yeah, they're 95 years old.
Yeah, well, exactly. And they're from Japan.
Right.
Which is pretty apparent from the name, but
yeah, you never know. And so the art is actually pretty fascinating. At one point, I was inside a room within a room, polka dots everywhere, and it created an illusion that there was a wall in front of me. And so I pushed on the wall because it was time to leave the room after you kind of drink it all in. But there was no wall, and I damn near fell out of this room into a darkened hallway. It was pretty amazing. And then the people behind me did the same thing, and thought it was really interesting. Ended up talking to other people who had gone through it, and they're like, yeah, we did too. So it was quite a profound art piece. At least to me, it was fascinating. I wouldn't call it spiritually moving, but maybe somebody else did. So pretty fun show when it was in DC.
Yeah, definitely worth seeing if it's coming to your area.
And you can always look it up online. You'll find stuff. So sorry that I don't log in while the stream is underway. So, but you'll be able to go and check it out. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in the Word and Law as well. Judge borrows trick from preschool teachers to make sure prosecution is being honest. Welcome to Pre-K Law 3. Prepare for secondhand shame if you watch the clip. So I'm not probably going to be able to watch the clip, but we'll see. Chris Williams over at Above the Law put the article together. There are times where it makes sense to pause and think before you answer a question. Dora the Explorer, one of the greatest characters of our time, frequently gives her viewers time to ruminate over questions like, what's your name? Can you see the map? And holy shit, is that Zorro looking fox doing over there? So the judge is saying all this as nicely as possible, but I can't say I've ever seen a question like this put to a prosecutor at a trial, says Andrew Fleischman on Twitter. During the Young Thug trial, apparently, oh, wow, this is a revisiting of the Young Thug trial. Another day, another blatant discovery violation from the state. Love is speechless when asked if she's hiding anything else from the defense. Wow. That's amazing.
This is the most ridiculous trial. I mean, we've had other articles that are about completely different issues on this same trial, but
yeah,
right? This is the one where the judge threatened the defense counsel, I think, and then jailed the defense counsel. And by the way, it had a secret meeting with the prosecution, and now I think this is a new judge.
It is. Yeah.
What is going on with this trial?
Yeah, I don't know. And here's the thing about this. There is going to be so much to appeal. You might as well just call this a mistrial and
I think it'll be like appeal 1, day 1 of the trial, appeal 2. Like there's so much to pick from here on probably either side.
But meanwhile, the defendant is sitting there not out doing, living their life. Whatever it is that they've done, get your act together and then prosecute. But this, when the judge that's overseeing it says, another day, another blatant discovery violation. This is Thugger Daily over on Twitter. When the prosecution, or it says, Love is speechless when asked if she's hiding anything else from the defense. So Love is the prosecution state attorney. And is asked by the judge if they're hiding anything else from the defense. I think you've already lost.
Right. I mean, the fact that the judge is asking that question is pretty concerning.
Right. It's like blurting out.
Why would they be asking that?
It's like blurting out, like, I'm not racist. I have black friends. No. Look, if you have to make that statement, you're probably saying or doing something racist, right? This is just amazing. After Judge Glanville cozied up with the prosecution, it isn't clear that defendants fighting cases in Georgia even have a fair shake at due process. This is the previous judge. So the new judge basically turns to the prosecution attorney and says, are you hiding anything else? I'm just shocked that this case is still going.
Right. I mean, but I'm not sure which side would try to dispense with it, right? Like, there's been so many problems.
Yeah. Really, the state should just go. Okay. Because what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up being untouchable, because this is so contaminated that any appeal is going to win, because there's so much shenanigans, right? Anyway, we'll move on because this is going to come back. I mean, I'm going to be surprised if we don't see this in the news tomorrow or the weekend. It's going to be back.
Oh, we're definitely going to see more about this. I mean, I think we've already had like 3 articles and shows on this, and we haven't picked everything that's come up.
Yeah, there's still more. It's fascinating. All right, let's keep going in the order of the grape. It's a channel called Of the Grape, and I've got news. I think depending on how this plays out, we've got 2 more weeks, and then we'll talk about another project that's underway, and we'll see if we announce it. But if you're curious, then ping us periodically. Stop by and say, hey, you mentioned a project. It has to do with something spiked. I don't know. Duncan just dropped a canned spiked pumpkin spice latte. I call this section the Drunken Pumpkin Spice Latte. So it's August, which means trips to the beach, backyard barbecues, and pumpkin spice. Yes, pumpkin spice products are already dropping, including a questionable 7-Eleven Slurpee, which I have not been in a 7-Eleven in several weeks, maybe a couple of months. For this, you can thank the seasonal creep phenomena, which brings the flavors of fall closer and closer to the middle of summer each year. The latest culprit, Dunkin's spiked new pumpkin spice iced latte. So is it actually alcohol? I can't imagine.
I think it is because of the spiked, right? Doesn't that mean with booze in it?
Yep. So yeah, it's part of a ready-to-drink line of hard canned coffees and teas launched last year with flavors like strawberry dragon fruit iced tea and caramel iced coffee. Following its success, the brand is expanding to this limited edition seasonal release featuring a fan favorite flavor. The new offering comes in at 6% ABV. So I helped kickstart a thing called Igulu, and lo and behold, I got it. And it's in progress right now, doing an amber lager. And if that turns out a success, I will make a spiced pumpkin or a spiked pumpkin spice latte lager, basically a flavored beer like this. And we'll see if the Igulu can do that, or Igulu can do that, because they actually have 2 models, the F1 and the S1. I have the F1, the original. The S1 is the new one. But I actually have always wanted to do a show. It's kind of obvious. I want to open up a distillery, even a micro distillery, I have a channel here called Distillerist. Another one called Of the Still, but it's because one is a deeper dive into drinks and the other one is just general discussion. And then there's Of the Bean, which is about coffee, Of the Brew, which is about beer, Grape is about wine, Leaf is about tea. Anyway, the bummer about distillation is it's entirely illegal in the United States without you being a commercial enterprise. And I don't want to.
It's kind of limiting in the US.
Yeah, I don't really want to be and the primary mover for that, not only is it a little protectionist, but methanol is really, really dangerous. It burns invisible and hot. And so you could actually set something on fire and you not really realize it. And I mean, until you're on fire. So yeah, that's why there's a big limit on it. But small batch kind of stuff, it's mostly harmless, particularly when you talk about things like air stills. Anyway, that has nothing to do with this, but non sequitur news. So the article is over at vinepair.com. Hannah Staub is the author. And this looks exactly like I would expect from Duncan.
It does, but you're not getting that in the can because it looks like a drink in a glass or something with the whipped cream and the caramel.
Yeah, you dump this out into a glass and then you throw some whipped cream on it and boom, tanked.
I think it's fascinating that Duncan has gotten in on this. It seems like all the um like wine and beer and just in general spirit makers have seemed to get in on the canned, like ready to drink market.
Yeah, I think that this is great. I love this. I'm going to have to go and
I'm
get
not
this.
opposed to it. I'm just surprised that Duncan is doing it now.
Where there's money and people want to get toasty. So Dunkin' Spiked is a ready-to-drink line of hard canned coffees and teas launched last year. Quote, as one of our highly anticipated seasonal offerings, pumpkin spice latte has become a staple amid everyone's favorite cozy season, which is weird because I thought Starbucks was the one that was...
They were the ones that really started this
Right?
trend or craze, I think.
Right. That's what I thought
So
too.
that's kind of a, like, why didn't Starbucks get there first?
Recognizing this, we knew that we had an opportunity to create something special with an adult twist on the beloved beverage. After receiving such overwhelmingly positive response on our spiked iced coffee, after only 1 year on the market, the Dunkin' Spice Pumpkin Spice Latte. Wait. Dunkin' Spiked Pumpkin Spice Iced Latte. There you go. Felt like a natural addition to the line, allowing us to meet the growing demand of 21 plus consumers seeking a way to get away from it all. Yep.
I can't imagine trying to order that somewhere. I guess you buy it in a grocery store or a liquor store or something, but
Yeah, you definitely go to
it's
a
just
liquor store.
like you could get tongue-tied with the name.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to go to Dunkin' and get it. Next
Probably
article.
not.
Without reading this, I suspect that 737 MAX 9 doors will now have air tags in them so that they're harder to lose. But the title of this is Boeing says 737 MAX 9 door plugs will now be harder to lose.
Oh, I thought they were going to remember to put the bolts in.
Well, that's probably the correct tack on the article, but I swear that all they're going to do is like duct tape a air tag. So after a door plug blew out of a 737 MAX 9 this January, the National Transportation Safety Board sprung into action trying to get to the bottom of why. It's because somebody had a pocket full of bolts. Melvin Backman over at quartz.com, or not quartz.com, it's qz.com, but Quartz is the newspaper. Really?
You know, when you carry something with you inadvertently from one area to another, maybe that's what happened with the bolts and somebody walked off with them in their pocket
That's
instead
probably
of remembering to put them in.
Well, like if you've ever tried to screw something in underneath something and it hits the ground and rolls away, it's probably sitting directly underneath the plane and they're like, never mind.
Too difficult to get to.
That's right. Oh, I have to climb down there. It's cold and windy. Anyway, the inquiry continued this week with a series of hearings designed to more fully understand. Well, the blowout has hurled Boeing into chaos, tanking its stock price and prompting its CEO to announce his retirement at the end of the year and thus not disclosing the location of all of those bolts. I have them all. So Elizabeth Lund, an executive at Boeing, said the company has implemented some updates to its planes since the incident, including a more important one that it plans to retrofit to older builds. They're working on some design changes that will allow the plug to not be closed if there is any issue until it is fully secured. You mean like having bolts in it? Oh, you're enumerating the policy is to have the bolts in it. Got it. Okay. So if the bolts aren't
Which
in
was
it,
probably already in the policy, but okay.
So yeah, the plug is not to be closed if there's any issues until it's fully secured. So if you think it's fully secured because it seats, but what?
Yeah, how are you going to close it without the, like, you have to close it to put the bolts in, so I'm not quite sure how this policy is going to work.
Right. Yeah. This is what's going to happen. It's going to fall out. That's what it did at 25,000 feet. Anyway, let's keep moving. We have another one that's going to be causing problems. Totally called it right from the beginning. This article's over in 4-Wheel Tech, even though it doesn't really have any wheels. Boeing Starliner could brick ISS docking port if crew abandons it. So here's the kicker with this thing. It doesn't have the software in it to automatically undock, so somebody has to be inside it. They're going to do an update of the software, but it's going to take a month. But there's a mission right now heading towards the ISS for a supply mission that has like 9 tons worth of equipment in it or something like that, or 4 tons. So NASA is contemplating bringing astronauts Barry Wilmore and Suni Williams, I think it's Suni Williams, home from the International Space Station on a SpaceX Crew Dragon and flying a Boeing Starliner back empty. One problem, Boeing removed the Starliners. Really? I didn't know that it removed it. I didn't think it had it. Anyway, Boeing removed...
Well, and apparently the Cygnus has already arrived, so I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, where is it docked? There's only 2 and they're full.
Right. None of this makes any sense.
And they can't go to the Russian side because it has a dock incompatibility. So Boeing removed the Starliner's autonomous undocking feature from its software. I guess that NASA needed to pay the subscription.
Oh yeah, it must have had a subscription fee.
Ryan Eric King over at jalopnik.com put the article together. NASA fears Boeing autonomous software update for Starliner could render ISS docking port inoperable. And that's because it's going to take a month, 4 weeks to update the Starliner, verify that it can detach properly, and automatically undock and transit back to Earth.
This is so odd. I mean, this just doesn't seem well planned out. And by the way, I just noticed the Cygnus was having issues before that was launched too. So, interestingly.
Oh boy. So the aerospace manufacturer wants to push a software update to the spacecraft in orbit, but NASA fears it could do more damage. It's been over 2 months since the Boeing crew flight test launched from Cape Canaveral. NASA not only delayed its decision on the Starliner, but also the launch date for the upcoming SpaceX Crew 9 mission from August 18th to the 24th. This is all stuff that people have reported previously in other areas, so it isn't really new information, but Ars Technica dug into the reasoning behind the potential delay, and it's because of first blush, it seems absurd, right? It had the need to update the Starliner's flight software. 3 separate, well-placed sources have confirmed to ours that the current flight software on board Starliner cannot perform an automated undocking from the space station because it was removed, is what the article says. So, unbelievable.
Does this remind you of like Tesla's car wash mode or something?
Yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like how it's designed seems like there are going to be issues, right? Like the fact that a person has to be there with software, etc.
Yep. Yeah. It's basically done. It's a brick in space unless there are 2 human beings in there flipping switches in a system where the flip of a switch is telling a computer to do something that it should be able to do automatically. Yeah. And the moment that the first issue that it had of the helium leak, I said, this thing is a sieve. It looks like it's held together by spackle, duct tape, and a tampon. And lo and behold, it has another leak. And then while they're traveling through space, they find 4 more leaks, and then the engines misfire, and then it can't dock properly, so it resets and docks properly, but now it's there, just hanging there. Yeah.
I still kind of think it should just turned around and gone home.
Yeah, it should never have left, and that's what I said. It should never have left. So here we are, Starliner, basically bricking a port. So whatever, there's only 2 docking stations on the docking bays on the ISS American side. I say they should just use the Canadarm, grab it, and fling it down into the atmosphere, and be done with it. That way, they get it back. They get the parts back, and they can do an investigation. But it doesn't matter. And they get that docking bay open so that more stuff can come, and we can get these people back safe. Done and done. We know the reliability seems to be pretty high on the SpaceX modules, so let's get it done. Anyway, that's it for today. So we are going to use the Canadarm, and it's going to pull us all the way back to the front page of ohmTown. I'd refresh it, but I don't know. This one's good enough. Although, I tried to actually promote one of my videos, and it was denied again. I don't even talk about politics, but apparently.
I wouldn't refresh.
All right. Well, that's it, folks. I am Mayor Watt, and the other voice you hear is the Sentient AI from the future.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the August 7th Non Sequitur News.
Cheerio. Oh, my docking port is bricked. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 6th, 2024. We are no longer in the time machine. It's Season 3, Episode 219. I am Mayor Watt, and that visualizer above this visualizer is the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens.
Today we're going to be talking about Dark Oxygen. Famed 23-story building sells for cheap. Sued by Flyers. Florida International Stadium naming rights. Suspension of toxic weed killer DCPA. Fancy paint. Lottery would be legal in Utah. Clown strike honks nose at crowd strike. Welp, someone punched that ticket. And abandoned beetle mine. That and more, powered by ohmTown.com. All right, folks. So I was going to have a long discussion. I may still do it this weekend. I'm actually going to make an executive decision and move our news for, well, you'll see. Well, I'll be cagey about it and say we'll see. But something that I was going to do in the continuity report show just got moved a little forward. But we'll talk about that here in a second. The very first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Dark oxygen discovered on the seafloor raises stakes for deep sea mining negotiations. I'm just going to jump straight on over to theverge.com. Justine Kalma put this article together. No, it was not. Yes, it was. So the Sentient AI alerted me that we were on August 5th, and today is August 6th, but we just got out of the time machine. We hadn't
quite gotten out of the time machine.
not quite. But anyway, so the article that we're going to talk about first is, oh my goodness, is about dark oxygen discovered on the seafloor. A whole lot of people were talking about this recently, and it's because it's a new discovery. So, rules for deep sea mining have been at the heart of talks during the International Seabed Authority annual meeting in Kingston, Jamaica, that ended Friday. A mining company has already said that after the meeting's end, it would submit the first ever application to exploit minerals from the deep sea. But there's so little that humans know about the deep sea that a growing chorus of scientists, advocates, and policymakers are sounding the alarm that there could be grave unforeseen consequences. Evidence of mysterious dark oxygen from the abyssal seafloor was published in a prestigious journal in July. It raises new questions about the risks mining might pose to life at the bottom of the ocean that scientists are still trying to understand, and is amplifying calls for a moratorium on mining.
Yeah, so, if we don't understand it yet, I'm not sure we should be mining it.
Nope, got to kill it first. Got to destroy it all. If you don't ask then you don't know. And if you don't know, it doesn't matter, right? So you just don't ask. You don't look.
Then you find out after you wipe it out that it's suddenly the key to some whatever.
Yeah, aliens land and they say the only thing that will save Earth is dark oxygen. Oxygen is a product.
We wiped it out.
Yeah, so what is it? Plants and plankton use sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide to create sugars and oxygen, and that's what makes the discovery of dark oxygen at the bottom of the abyss, with depths of between 9,842 and 21,325 feet, or 3 to 6,500 meters. So incredible what's down there that can produce oxygen without sunlight. Well, a paper published in the journal Nature Geoscience last week suggests that there's a completely different and previously unknown process for producing oxygen on Earth, and it comes from arguably the most unexpected of places, the bottom of the ocean. Yeah, well...
Is that ocean ASMR?
Today I actually found carbonation ASMR.
Yes, you did.
Anyway, and if I can dwell into the deepest recesses of YouTube to find carbonation ASMR, hey, who am I to judge? Anyway, there's a lot of more research to be done to test the hypothesis. This is a hypothesis. They still don't know for sure how the oxygen is produced, but they have a hypothesis. Polymetallic nodules rich in nickel, copper, cobalt, iron, and manganese are strewn across the seafloor, exactly what mining companies are interested in exploiting, and have even described as batteries in a rock. They might be able to produce enough of an electrical charge to split seawater, releasing oxygen through electrolysis.
Okay, just sitting there, or do they have to somehow combine them or something?
I guess if they come in close proximity, they act as a battery. Spontaneously fire into the process of electrolysis and split water into oxygen and hydrogen, which merges back into water. But anyway, so there's a lot more research to be done to test the hypothesis. The authors of the paper are taking oxygen readings and weren't looking for higher levels of hydrogen, which you'd expect to see if these things were batteries and actually capable of doing electrolysis. They brought some nodules up to the land to see if they could replicate the process in a lab. That's how they were able to rule out other possibilities like microbes producing dark oxygen. Again, the results were surprising. So the team documented voltage as high as around 950 millivolts, just shy of the 1.3 to 1.5 that they would need to split water, or at least get an oxygen producing half reaction called an oxygen evolution reaction. Now I'm really curious, did they do this at the pressures that are necessary down there? Because that
right,
might
because
change.
If they recreated stuff in the lab, it wouldn't have been the same conditions. But it sounds like they were getting high oxygen readings in the ocean, right?
Correct. Yeah. And with what they brought up, they got 950 millivolts, which is, a little bit.
Which might make sense at lower pressure, right?
Maybe. I don't know. I need to read the paper to see if they actually talked about that. So they say when The Verge reached out to the company, it pointed us to a statement it released saying that it was surprised to see the questionable paper published. The company says it's still preparing a comprehensive rebuttal, but is so far questioning the researchers' flawed methods, in part because the data was collected under conditions not representative of the seafloor area where it's interested in mining. It also says the paper contradicts other studies and was rejected by other journals. But Nature Geoscience isn't some fly-by-night journal.
No, and it's also interesting here because there's very different interests in the nature geoscience research is compared to a mining company.
Yeah, this is really interesting, though. They say that the researchers had discarded data showing oxygen production that they believed was faulty sensors once they realized that something may be going on. 8 years worth? Why are you using the same damn faulty sensors for 8 years? I don't know.
Yeah, something seems off here.
Yeah. So, why there still aren't rules for deep sea mining? Because nobody does it. Now there will be, and something bad will happen, and that's where rules are formed because you don't know what to rule. You know, no, you can't do it.
Yeah, you don't know what to say you can't do until somebody dreams up another thing to do.
Yeah, because it isn't just, dropping a spike down there and pulling up whatever is under the ocean. They're going to be scraping the surface of the ocean or the bottom of the ocean to get these nodules and raw materials. Now, if this is actually one of the oxygenators of the planet, then this is kind of surreal that we're about to scrape the
exactly.
It's
like some monetary profits, or I don't know, survival of the Earth.
Yeah. So whether the ISA will give TMC the green light if it applies this year is another story. Though it missed the initial deadline, the ISA set out an aspirational timeline of getting rules in place by 2025. The ISA Council also put out language at last year's negotiations saying commercial mining shouldn't move forward until those rules are set in place, although that's not necessarily a legally binding decision. So there's still a push. And I find it interesting that we continue to put short-term gains over long-term societal existence. Life on Earth could be changed either by leaving it in place or mining it to the surface. But we don't know what it is that's going on down there. So why sit there and, go after it so quickly, uneducated about what's going on down there?
Yeah, this seems like one of these things where somebody's going to file for an injunction or something if they try to press forward with the mining, or it'll be like one of the children lawsuits, right? Because who's this going to impact? Future generations.
Yeah. Meanwhile, these people are going to be disembodied from this because not only by the time we find out that this stuff is really, really important, they will have either died or the wealth had already been transferred somewhere, et cetera, or they'll be able to claim, well, we use the knowledge at hand, right? It was an educated guess. Oh, you know what I didn't do again? Daggone it. Dagnabbit.
Show notes?
Yeah. I'll put the show notes after the show into
into YouTube?
Yeah, and the VOD. I put some recently, but anyway, let's keep moving. So if you're watching this over on YouTube later, the podcast won't have it, but right now I'm showing what the apparently oxygen producers are. This little black stone, they call it dark oxygen, but it comes from polymetallic nodules that are collected from the seafloor, and this is what a mining company wants to go and scoop up. All right, let's keep going though. Next article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel. Famed 23-story New York office building sells for 97.5% discount in online auction. The building was formerly owned by UBS. Wow.
Ouch, that's kind of a drop in price.
$8.5 million. How the hell did this get sold for $8.5 million in Midtown Manhattan? Emily Rella put the article together. It was edited by Melissa Malamute. The author, or the article, was published at entrepreneur.com. I don't know if I'll be able to read all of it, but so it says here, despite many companies issuing return to office mandates, the commercial real estate market is in New York City remains volatile. So this 23-story, 925,000 square foot building redesigned by the famed Gensler Architects team sold for $8.5 million last week. That's it. The building last sold in 2006. Go for it.
For $332 million.
That's insane. The office building located at 135 West 50th Street. Really? That's insane. It was built in 1963, auctioned off by UBS at an auction site called 10X. It received just one bid. This had to have been a stealth.
Yeah, and that's why it went for so low, I think. Like, nobody knew it was up for sale. I mean, I'm sure it would still have gone at a discount, but this much of a discount?
That is insane. The building's website boasts floors that range from 12,000 to 63,000 square feet with full floor blocks that could serve as a building within a building for the right tenant. However, the sale of the building does not include the land beneath it, as UBS sold that to Safehold in 2019 for $285 million. So
that's interesting. I mean, I could see why that might impact the price.
Yeah, they can just move the building, right? 23-story building, just relocate it out of Manhattan.
Yeah, that'll be easy and cheap.
They'll just airlift it, right? I don't know how you can sell the land beneath a building with a building on it. You know, I can see just land.
Well, then does the new building owner have any rights to, I mean, anyway, it just raises so many questions.
Well, they can't dig anything. They can't dig underneath it. So they can't add like a parking garage or anything like that.
Or any utilities or anything.
Yeah, I don't even know like what that serves. If the building comes down, what happens? Do they still have the rights to build on top?
Probably not. I mean, it depends on whatever agreements are in place.
Oh gosh, here's where I end up going down this rabbit hole of trying to make sense of why you would pay $300 million for the land beneath a building.
Why wouldn't you have said throw in the building for another $8 million or whatever, right?
Yeah, I guess the pain wasn't strong enough until 5 years later. And why wouldn't they know about it? Something seems wrong.
Well, that's true. Why wouldn't the landowners have bought the building, if anything? I don't know. Everything about this is weird.
Yeah, why wouldn't UBS or somebody have told Safehold about it 5 years later? Hey, this is on an auction site. Yeah, somebody's lost their mind. Anyway, there's something hinky. It feels hinky. But anyway, the next article is over in Hatch Ideas as well. CrowdStrike.
It reminds me of those lots in the Hamptons, right? Where people own the land, but not or they allow you to take the building off of it or something.
Yeah, they sell the building real cheap. But that's what I was talking about, right? So if it's going to transfer out, it's not like they can just pick up a 23-story building and move it off of Manhattan.
I mean, they don't. I don't know what they would put that in.
Mini Cooper. So let's go on. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. CrowdStrike is sued by flyers after massive outage disrupts air travel. CrowdStrike's legal troubles from last month's massive global computer outage deepened on Monday as the cybersecurity company was sued by air travelers whose flights were delayed or canceled. The article is published on CNBC.com by Reuters. If you've never heard of CrowdStrike, basically they're a cybersecurity company. They provide, to say that is to put it lightly, but they're a very capable cybersecurity firm. But they pushed a piece of software that basically bricked hundreds of thousands of machines.
Including nearly entire companies' systems.
Or states, governments, etc. Yeah, so in a proposed class action filed in the Austin, Texas federal court, 3 flyers blamed CrowdStrike's negligence in testing and deploying its software for the outage that disrupted banks, hospitals, emergency lines around the world. True. This was, I would say, entirely foreseeable, and that's what they say in the article. They said that CrowdStrike should pay compensatory and punitive damages to anyone whose flight was disrupted after technology-related flight groundings for Southwest Airlines and other carriers in 2023 made the outage entirely foreseeable. CrowdStrike said in a statement, they believe this case lacks merit. We will vigorously defend the company, which is attorney boilerplate talk, which, let me just say, if they stand by like that, they're gonna lose, because unless they demonstrated a wide array of testing prior to launching this thing, they really
Right,
did
if they
not.
just show they just deployed it, right?
Correct.
How is that going to be reasonable?
Yeah, and they did it on a Friday. They did it close to business hours closing. You just don't do it, and you don't blurt it all out to everybody all at once. Oh, 8 million computers. Yeah. So Delta Airlines said that it may take legal action as well. This is a lot of this is actually sourced from different places. Actually, I don't know what some of them are. Yeah, Reuters Connect. But a lot of these are from Reuters, but people are talking about this stuff all over the place. So I don't know. Anyway, they updated this software that is part of the boot up process of every computer that was facilitated by CrowdStrike. So when it booted up, it just went to a blue screen of death and you were done. And somebody had to manually log in safe mode, delete 3 files, and reboot the machine. Sometimes you could reboot, and it would pick it up and purge these files. But no, only in a very small number of machines. So on Sunday, CrowdStrike said that it was neither grossly negligent nor at fault for Delta's problems, and that the Atlanta-based carrier did not accept its offer for help. But I'm sorry.
Well,
if they were
was
using...
this after their whole airline went down?
Yeah. It's probably going to end up being their fault. But you know who they should have called?
Who?
Pitbull, because they have the naming rights for Florida International Stadium for just $1.2 million. That's right.
That's it?
Yep. It's basically bargain basement pricing, kind of like buying a UBS defunct business.
Exactly. Without the land.
That's right. Without the land. So, and he didn't get the land either. So it's just naming Florida International Stadium. Has announced that it'll rename its football stadium to Pitbull Stadium after entering a 5-year deal with the musician. Pitbull will pay $1.2 million per year over the next 5 years for the naming rights, according to documents viewed by the Washington Post.
I mean, do you think somebody's going to come by and say, I'll offer $1.3 million?
Hey man, this is the place to party. Pitbull Stadium is going to rock. Pitbull and FIU announced Pitbull Stadium will be the new name for the Miami-based university's football stadium. Tanya Garcia over at Variety.com put the article together. What a trip.
Do you think the contract requires them to play Pitbull music at every event?
Nothing but yes. Yep. What we're doing here is groundbreaking. We're making history. This is history in the making. Pitbull said in a statement, which is very symbolic of his music, although I like some Pitbull music, saying the same thing over and over again in slightly different ways. Yeah, you're going to see that every other university is going to want to do the same thing, but the difference is we don't do this for propaganda. We do it from the heart. We do it because it's meaningful. We do it because I'm from the crib. I'm 305. I'm from the bottom. This is my backyard. I'm sorry. So the 20,000 seat, the 20,000 seat stadium will also be available for Pitbull to use 10 days per year throughout the course of the deal. Pitbull's vodka company, Vola 305 Vodka, will also be available for purchase at the venue. So tie in.
I I think this is the first stadium, though, that's named after a person, isn't it?
I think that's why.
Because I think most of them are named after companies.
I don't know why anybody would say this, but pause up, Dale. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. EPA emergency order immediately suspends all use of highly toxic weed killer DCPA, which is probably what led to paying $1.2 million. No, I don't know. Anyway, it's a weed killer called DCPA, sold under the brand name Dacthal. The EPA announced an emergency order immediately suspending all use of the highly toxic weed killer sold under the brand name Dacthal due to its significant health risks, particularly for farmers and pregnant people, and pregnant farmers are doubly.
Yes, that's exactly. I wonder how long it's been on the market.
Yeah, I need to go and look in the farm of ohmTown. So, also known as DCPA, dimethyl terephthalate, and this sounds more like a monster from Ghostbusters. Chlorothyl dimethyl. The herbicide was
It doesn't
banned.
sound very nice.
Yeah, it just sounds horrible. It was banned by the European Union in 2009, and the EPA has long known the potential harm to people, but said, screw it. Oh. So this is over at Common Dreams, which rarely pops up lately. Interesting.
Yeah, we haven't had an article from them in the show in quite a while.
Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, but news is news. And if you've been using this DCPA, it's a possible carcinogen for the last 30 years. People have known about it, but it hasn't been made illegal or pulled from the market in the United States. The EPA required AMVAC, the sole DCPA manufacturer in the U.S., to submit to additional studies showing the chemical's effects on fetal thyroid, among other information. This is back in 2013. So 11 years later, they permanently ban, or I should say, the new suspension means DCPA is banned even while the EPA begins the cancellation process for the pesticide, which will lead to a permanent ban of DCPA.
Well, it took a long time, but that's a good direction.
DCPA has been used in this country since the late 50s. These days, it can be found on vegetables like cilantro, kale, mustard greens, broccoli, green onions. That's because after it's used to kill the weeds, the chemical can linger in the soil for long periods of time, contaminating crops later grown in those fields. Yeah, there's much more here, but they've known about this harm, particularly to the thyroid, since the 90s. And even in...
I mean, that's what? That's an entire generation.
Yeah, well, I mean, what sucks, though, is now if you go somewhere and say, you know, I've had this thyroid problem for 25 years, they're going to do a pissing for distance contest with you, and you're going to lose because you cannot prove that you were a victim of this pesticide.
Right. The only way you're going to be able to show that, I think, is that if you're directly in lawn care or something, or farming or something, and you were clearly in contact with that brand. But most people won't be able to show that.
A 2019 study led by scientists at the University of California at Berkeley School of Public Health found that more than half of adolescent girls from farm worker communities in the Salinas Valley had been exposed to DCPA. So if you're a vegetarian and you're consuming a lot of those products, which you would be, you have a good chance, possibly, maybe, of consuming it because it's been embedded into the greens that you've been eating. So now you got to get into the time machine and go back 40 years and check. But that's an impossibility. So you're shit out of luck, folks. But thanks to greed and delayed action because of regulatory capture and manipulation and other bullshit, I'm sure, people are having to deal with it. So
you're going away from family friendly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Moving on then. Nissan wants to cool your car with fancy paint. This is over at Four Wheel Tech. It's one of our weekly shows that I'd been pondering. Shouldn't I continue with these? I don't know. Let me know. So the Earth is getting hotter, but we'll be damned if we let that affect our love of sitting in exposed metal boxes with big greenhouse-like windows. We'll keep cranking the AC as our interiors get hotter and hotter, but now Nissan has a new method to keep you cool. Fancy high-tech paint that claims to reduce the temperature of your vehicle. They've got this cool picture. It's not sure what they're actually using, but it's a thermal image. And on one side, a car is at 44 degrees C, and on the other side, it's 33.2 degrees C, which is pretty spectacular reduction. Amber De Silva.
I'm in complete favor of this if it actually works.
Fancy paint technology might help lower the interior temperature of your car. Let's see what they say here. The paint, in collaboration with a cooling company called Ratty Cool, contains synthetic composite materials with structures that exhibit properties not usually found in nature. So an unnatural material. Great.
Okay, let's refer back to the previous article. What could go wrong?
Yep, close to bad bat territory here. These materials apparently reflect infrared rays rather than absorbing them, and somehow manage to emit waves that repel solar rays before they ever reach the car. Sounds like the sort of thing that a Greek god would punish as hubris. But the author, pardon me, I just got the hiccups. Amber De Silva again. Says, sounds like the sort of thing that a Greek god would punish as hubris, but I guess that's just where paint science is now. Currently, it seems the cost of the paint is primarily in thickness and weight. According to Nissan, current prototypes are being painted 6 times thicker than a standard car, though the manufacturer claims to be working toward thinner coatings with the same effect. As for the actual cost, in materials and work, and to an eventual end buyer, the company hasn't yet given an estimate, so ass expensive. I mean,
right. I mean, we definitely see car prices being cheap without this. So
yeah, cars are cheap. Yeah, as a general understanding, cars are cheap. The paint is angled more towards vans, trucks, and ambulances than consumer cars. Why ambulances? I mean, I know that there are people in it and it's a big box.
and maybe because of the medical equipment in it.
All right. Passively keeping car interiors cool rather than relying on energy costing air conditioning would be a massive benefit to drivers. There's more over here at the article, but we're gonna mosey on through the rest of these articles. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Moving on. So this next article is over on Rounders Gear, which again, it's one of our channels over on ohmTown.com, but not a live show. Utah lottery would be legal in certain counties under a new proposal. For whatever reason, even though I chop their, they submit, like they provide this information. I chop this thing before, like right after tickets in the submission, and it still embeds the image. I don't know why.
I don't know what that's about. They want to just be very sharing.
Yeah, very. Sharing is caring, or caring is sharing. I don't know. Anyway, Philip Conneller over at casino.org put this article together. Utah State Rep. Kara Berkland plans to reintroduce a proposed constitutional amendment that would ask Utahns whether to legalize a state lottery. But following the failure of last year's effort, the proposal had pretty much been dead on arrival. This one comes with a twist. Berkland is suggesting legalizing a lottery only in counties that border states that already sell lotto tickets. What is the hang-up?
Well, and if you're going to allow it there, like what makes it okay there, but not in the next county over?
Yeah, it's this weird balkanization stuff. And
I think I can guess why the neighboring counties are allowed, though.
Because
right?
they're not
Because somebody's probably crossing the state line and the revenue is all going to the other state.
Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah. But you can't be part of the lotto unless you allow it in your state, and a whole lot of money
I've never
is
heard of a
generated.
county lotto, right?
Right. Yeah. what if I live in the next county over, but I go into the county that does allow it, and then I go back to where my
What if
home
you
is,
win?
and I win? Yeah, I have to get somebody from the other county to come and sign. Utah is one of just 2 states, along with Hawaii, where all forms of gambling are illegal, including church raffles. So it's the oddest thing. Yeah, I don't know why Hawaii, but Berkland.
No, I don't either.
Berkland is undeterred. She says that Utahns spend $200 million a year on lottery tickets in neighboring states. If this money were redirected to Utah, it would mean lower taxes, she argues. And by legalizing the lottery in certain border counties only, she would be stopping Utahns from crossing the border to buy tickets. Well, don't let borders, if you, why don't you just put up a wall? There you go. Utah, the Wyoming of Utah. Yeah, I'm picking a fight. Anyway, so the plan would exclude many of the state's most populous cities like Salt Lake, Davis, Weber, as well as counties on the entire western state line, which borders Nevada. Casino interests in America's gambling capital have long kept Nevada lottery at bay. All counties that border Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona would be eligible to opt in.
Doesn't that make you wonder if there's going to be like one county left in the middle that's excluded?
Yeah, I mean, it's only going to be Salt Lake, Davis, and Weber.
And I assume population-wise, there's most of the people probably in somewhere like Salt Lake.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably won't go through. But this doesn't make me laugh as much as a parody site, ClownStrike, refused to bow to CrowdStrike's bogus DMCA takedown. Yep, this is over in the Word in Law. Doesn't CrowdStrike have more important things to do right now than to try to take down a parody site? They should probably be laughing at themselves. That's what IT consultant David Senk wondered when CrowdStrike sent a DMCA takedown notice targeting his parody site, ClownStrike. Senk created ClownStrike in the aftermath of the largest IT outage the world has ever seen, which CrowdStrike blamed on a buggy security update that shut down the systems and incited prolonged chaos in airports, hospitals, and businesses worldwide.
I think it was more than buggy.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think that was the only problem.
It was a complete screw up. They should have sent it out in stages like every other business does. When you have a volume that size, you don't do it en masse. You do it in little stages to see just how dipshit your push is. Anyway, Ashley Bellinger over at ArsTechnica.com put the article together. The parody site ClownStrike defended the obvious fair use. Yeah, I would say so. Sync created the site after the largest IT outage. But that didn't stop CrowdStrike. They received a DMCA notice on July 31st from Cloudflare's Trust and Safety team, which was then hosting the parody site. The notice informed Sync that CSC Digital Brand Services Global Anti-Fraud Team, on behalf of CrowdStrike, was requesting the immediate removal of CrowdStrike's logo from the parody site, or else Sync risked Cloudflare taking down the whole site. Sync immediately felt the takedown was bogus. His site was obviously parody, which he felt would have made use of the CrowdStrike's logo, altered or not, fair use. I don't know about that. I think you have to modify the logo.
But I do think that timing is really weird, given some other things keeping CrowdStrike busy. And the article points that out.
Like a whole bunch of other lawsuits. Currently
I was thinking just the IT problems, but yes.
Oh yeah, in general, yeah, for sure. So the DMCA requires service providers to act expeditiously to remove or disable access to the infringing material, yet it gives those same service providers 14 days to restore access in the event of a counter notice, which is a real, it's so mind-numbingly in favor of the writers, which are the ones that have all of the regulatory capture. So the DMCA, much like American legislation, is heavily biased towards corporations instead of the actual living, breathing citizens of the country. Reach for for comment, CrowdStrike declined to comment on ClownStrike's takedown directly, but it seems like the takedown notice probably never should have been sent to Sync. His parody site likely got swept up in CrowdStrike's anti-fraud efforts to stop bad actors attempting to take advantage of the global IT outage, which, yeah, there was a massive spike in CrowdStrike phishing attempts.
Yes.
Click on this link and it'll allow me to fix your computer, that kind of thing. Run this software and it'll automatically fix it, but it was actually malware or worse. So there's plenty of ways in which you could use a logo and it would still bear parody and perfectly lawful, McSherry said, while noting that courts have confirmed that CrowdStrike was obligated to consider that claiming the use is illegal because fair uses are by definition legal. So no, I mean, it's weird. CrowdStrike was obligated to consider that claiming the use is illegal because fair uses are by definition legal?
That doesn't make any sense.
What does that even mean? CrowdStrike should have interpreted it as parody by actually having a human observe it.
They should have started with a fair use idea, but okay.
Yeah, this is parody and it's stupid, right? That kind of a thing. If you want to be a starchy D-bag, but they should have, everybody in IT is probably sitting there giggling, you know, oh my God. Joe was fired.
That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Like, walk through the CrowdStrike IT and see who's laughing at the site, and that might be your answer.
Yeah, that right there. What a dummy. So, well, the CEO is still the CEO, right? I suppose. Sync told ours that he has no plans to move CloudStrike back to Cloudflare's hosting service. Instead, he responded by suggesting that Cloudflare update its abuse reporting system to confirm receipt of counter notices, build a web portal where users can track abuse reports, and perhaps, most significantly, revoke CSE's ability to submit abuse reports as a penalty for sending a bogus takedown. That right there is the big one. The penalty is supposed to be, if your claim is dubious, you're supposed to have charges brought against you. You can have a lawsuit brought against you. Because it's a federal act.
Because otherwise you're causing everybody to fear using their own
or
items,
parody.
Sites, etc. Yeah, exactly.
It's like a slap suit. But it's much, much, much more punitive because there is no investigation, there's no trial, there's no evaluation of the merit. They make the claim, and if they don't move fast enough, then the ISP or the hosting provider is penalized to a great amount. It's quite expensive. And the person can lose their entire livelihood because of a DMCA takedown. So, yeah, all of this, CloudStrike shouldn't DMCA claims about its logo, particularly in parody. But if somebody is sitting there using the logo for nefarious purposes, it needs to be evaluated by a human, and the attorney that wrote that letter, that DMCA, should have looked at it and evaluated it and been a subject matter expert. This looks like parody. I think that we're in the wrong position. I wouldn't waste our money on this. But yeah, you don't start making $250,000 a year as an in-house attorney or on-demand attorney by going, I think we could moderate this a little differently. You just do.
Well, and I'm sorry, but you have to be thinking about your company's image right now too. And
I think this is the wrong
best time.
Yeah.
Even though this sounds ridiculous to begin with.
What a derpy move. Anyway, well, you know who doesn't have a CloudStrike problem? People going to movies. That's right. No movie theaters apparently were hit by this. I don't know. That may not be true, but less people are going to movies, but they are paying more. And I just want to say that, was it yesterday or the day before? I said, I am going to talk about this
Well, it was during a Time Machine episode, so I'm not sure if it was on yesterday's episode, but it was in the last few episodes.
Yeah, so I am ill prepared for this But let's see if this article has the information embedded in it. So it says it's been a rough decade for movie theater business. First, it was hit by the pandemic in 2020 that prohibited audiences from gathering at cinemas for months. Then dual Hollywood strikes in 2023 dragged down any momentum theaters had at getting people back in seats. And the article is by Bruce Gill over at Quartz. Now, I saw quite recently a chart that basically showed all of these movie theaters have consolidated into a few a few providers of movie theaters. Studios have contracted through mergers and acquisitions, and they're producing less, about half the rate that they used to. Meanwhile, prices over the given time, I think it was 20 years, doubled, and the number of customers halved. And so they're selling fewer for more money and still making record profits. So they say here in the article, and again, it's by Bruce Gill, it's been a rough decade for movie theaters. Ticket sales in 2024 reached $4.8 billion. This is why I started having a problem with the idea of money being the metric, because there's a movie that's out right now, Inside Out 2, made $1 billion in 6 weeks, except it had twice the price that the previous one had. So
yeah, I mean, it might have made that much, but
right. And it's not, and it's an inflationary trend. So if you translate those old numbers for inflation, which is the one thing that I didn't do yet, I need to go back and look at those old values and go, were these accounting for inflation? Because the tickets were $11. Now they're $23. There were 400,000 people then going and seeing the movie. Now there's 183,000. Yet the offset means that they've got record sales because of the value. So movie theaters are also dealing with less frequent wide releases. Movies are down to less than 2,000 screens. Back then they were selling 4,000, 8,000 screens. Ticket sales for larger premium formats like IMAX accounted for over 14% of all box office tickets. Those are $34 a ticket in some places, maybe more in others. Additionally, movie theaters are elevating their concession offering to include cocktails and items like specialty popcorn buckets. And those are even more expensive than ever before. Premium format screens, it says here, like IMAX accounted for 18% of movies' gross box office. But this is a
who
drop
can
in the
afford an
bucket.
IMAX screen? I mean,
Yeah,
I
really.
can't imagine what the price is there.
Sorry for me scrolling. I wanted to scroll down and see if something else popped up, but this pales in these numbers that I'm talking about pale in comparison to what I'm going to talk about for the continuity report. I'll put the continuity report one together, and no, you'll all just have to check in. Come to the continuity report show, and we'll talk about it. But this just was a sample of what's going to get talked about. I'll try not to spend an hour talking about it. But we'll have 10 articles just like usual, and this will be one of them, so that we kick off the discussion about continuity report. Anyway, let's move on, because this does not have the data that I want to talk about, and I want to be able to show on the stream the thing that, because I had already seen it, I had already looked into this, like how are they sitting there calculating these record numbers? And then I found that report, and I was like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And I don't know why anybody...
I know. It was weird, though, of the timing of this article.
Yeah, very interesting, right? So Bruce Gill is on the right track, but the data, there's better data out there. And there's a very telling chart that I'll find again, and we'll talk about during the continuity report. That the thing that I wanted to draw attention to is that in the outside of ohmTown, I have people that are arguing with me that, you know, this isn't what it is, you know, that people are going to movie theaters again and everything is bright and cheery. No. They know that there's a lot of money in the system. They're raising the prices. And they're raising the prices because everything all the way down to the core supplier, the raw material supplier, is all, and then for layers up until retail. And even then, it's been consolidated by a few organizations that aggregate all of that wealth, power, influence, money, etc. Anyway, let's move on.
Any themes there?
Yep. Let's move on because we need to explore a Swiss mine filled with abandoned VW Beetles. Usually mines are filled with coal or run power stations, or to run power stations, salt to keep our roads free from snow, or rare earth metals to keep our electric cars running. No, those we have humans manually digging on the surface, or we just strip the sacred land mountaintop. Anyway, one thing you don't...
I'm not sure that's what we're supposed to do. I mean, we're trying to do that at all ends of the earth, right? Including deep sea mining.
Correct. Right? That's how you become a billionaire. And then you find a way to leave the planet. So one thing you don't expect to find down a mine is a Volkswagen Beetle, let alone a whole swarm of them. Spray for these bugs. That's exactly
but not
what
with dactyl or whatever that is.
Oh yeah, not with that stuff. Don't do that. So there's a whole swarm of them inside this Swiss mine. Look at that. Owen Bellwood put the article together for jalopnik.com. A group of urban
this
explorers.
Is a lot of beetles.
Yeah, it's interesting. They unearthed a stash of vintage Volkswagen Beetle and Golf cars hidden in a mine in Switzerland. The GIF is repeating, by the way. But it shows at least 6, maybe 8. I don't know how many more are in there, but it says that's exactly what they found. When they went off, is that Piste? Piste in Switzerland?
I guess so.
I guess off the beaten path.
I don't know what that means. Yeah.
I don't know. I'll have to look it up, or you can while you're hanging out. While I'm rambling on my soapbox.
A ski run of compacted snow.
Oh, well, I can say that I
guess kind of off the path, right?
I'm pieced off. So a mine was unearthed by the Exploring the Unbeaten Path YouTube channel, which is helmed by self-proclaimed adventurer Bob Thyssen. The channel has previously explored ghost towns in the desert, Second World War bunkers, and even abandoned prisons. One of the channel's latest escapades, Thyssen and his friend head to the mountains of Switzerland to go inside an abandoned mine. Somebody had to have told them that there's something in there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they just, as Jalopnik, suddenly found it.
Right. So as the pair moves deeper, the tunnel widens and they uncover all kinds of mining equipment from the late 70s. As they continue, more and more branches appear in the tunnel, showing how wide the network of passages and pathways must be. They try all kinds of routes and they find a passage that's full of vintage VWs with nowhere to go. Yeah, why would they be in there?
And how did they get in there, and what was the plan for them?
Yeah, I wonder if are they stolen? It says what's weird is that the cars hadn't been stashed away since they rolled off the factory. Instead, one sticker in the window was showing that it was registered for road use as recently as 2018. Why then other cars stashed away down there? Well, according to the clever folks over at Autotopian, you should probably pay attention to that. The Hall of Vintage
it's
VWs
already added as a source.
It is the property of the brains behind a bizarre VW museum in Switzerland. A heritage site called the Musée Volkrex in St. Sulpice, Switzerland, is packed full of dioramas showing VW cars in various settings. Maybe the ones hidden away are the cars that were just too rusty to make it onto display, or perhaps they're parts cars ready to be searched through for the essential pieces required to finish a new display. Pretty cool. There is a video.
I wonder how many others of these are around the world, do you think? Like just complete stashes of old vehicles or other like items.
I don't know. I'm sure some World War II people might know of stuff that was stashed away. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You hide it so that nothing gets lost, and then you never return. So there's a video embedded in this jalopnik.com article. Go over, follow the link through ohmTown, go and check it out. Again, I'll put it in the show notes, and you'll be able to go and check it all out. But it's if you listen to what I say as the title, you'll be able to also find it over at Jalopnik. Explore this Swiss mine filled with abandoned VW Beetles by Owen Bellwood. That's wild.
It's very neat. I know. It's strange.
But it's so modern that you're like, okay, well, it's not as extraordinary as you might think. They're using it as storage because these would have been weathered into nothing but rust. Should they have been out in the Swiss elements? Yeah. All right, folks. Well, we're going to restart our VW Beetles, and that'll bring us back to the front page of ohmTown.com. Go over there, become a citizen, and you too could submit news to us and let us know which articles you would be interested in. It's as easy as either sending an email or posting it over on the Discord or posting a message under one of the videos. I read all of the comments. Be sure to download the podcast. There's actually over 1,000 episodes now just for Non Sequitur News. At one point it was called ohmTown Daily News Show, but we bounce around so crazily that it's pretty non sequitur. And I say some weird things sometimes. Anyway, that's it for today. I am Mayor Watt. That's the bottom visualizer. And up above is the Sentient AI from the future. I don't know why I'm pointing up.
We can't see you pointing with your visualizer. Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the August 6th Non Sequitur News.
See you soon. Beep beep, I'm a VW Beetle. Bye-bye. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 5th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 218. I am Mayor Watt, and above this visualizer is the Sentient AI's visualizer.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
Today we're going to talk about crowd shipping, a different alphabet song, single-seat EVs, OnePlus heavy metal, OpenAI watermarking, and then maybe not. Judge says Google is a monopoly. Debbie blows Florida beaches. Transatlantic travel tantrum. A fake website to solicit complaints. And sticky honey fraud. That and more. Really? 1 second. Living the dream, folks. I'm going to try something real quick. 1 second. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Interesting. Anyway, I am Mayor Watt, like I said, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about a whole bunch of different news. I don't have a camera at the moment, so I've transferred my consciousness to a Raspberry Pi. And now you get a visualizer just like the Sentient AI does.
Neat.
Yes, you up there. It might change in the near future. We'll see. But if you want to get today's show notes, I'm only streaming over to Twitch right now. We're in a time machine, and it tends to have little hiccups when I multi-stream. Just kidding. I'm just streaming over to Twitch. And then right after this, we're going to reset. We're going to do the reel. We're going to get out of the time machine, and we'll be all caught up with Non Sequitur news. And then we'll have to play catch up with the weekly shows. But I have a plan for that as well. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. Anyway, if you hit !NSN, you'll get the show notes for today's episode. And if you want to get the podcast, you'll be able to just type in !pod, and that'll list all of the podcasts that we actually have available. And if you want to get the syntax for all of the show notes, then you can do !show notes, and that will give you the shorthand that will extract from ohmTown all of the show notes from the last episode that we had. All right, 1 second here. Let's do this. Kind of weird. Yeah. That confused look on the Sentient AI's face, which nobody can see but me, because I'm the one that interacts with the cascade of odd characters, kind of like the Matrix. Everybody else gets to see that visualizer up above me.
I don't know how to make a confused look other than just blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that makes the neurons wiggle. All right, so let's get going. The first article is over in Technology Today. Ride a bus, take a package with you. How crowd shipping reduces the impacts of millions of deliveries. With the rise in e-commerce, 161 billion parcels were delivered worldwide in 2022, doubling in just 4 years. In Australia, more households are shopping online than ever before. In 2023, 5.6 million households made a monthly online purchase. This implies millions of parcels are being shipped each month. This article is over at Tech Explorer. They have it in a automotive subsection. We have a show about that too. It's called Four Wheel Tech. Lynette Che, I guess, from The Conversation put this article together. And they have these little automated lockers at stations. Could serve as mini distribution centers for people to pick up a package when they travel and deliver it on their route to wherever it is they're going.
This is so odd to me.
I mean, if you're traveling, then you might as well be the Uber delivery person for packages. It's kind of interesting. Using low-emission vehicles such as electric delivery vans powered by renewable energy sources can certainly help. However, electric delivery vans and trucks are still uncommon. Their global sales share in 2023 was just under 5%. Increasing the number of vehicle chargers powered by renewable energy will also take time. We've had this discussion here in the States. Just doesn't seem to be really happening, but it is and it isn't. Like, if you are in the loop, then you know that there's a whole bunch of these charging stations. Problem with charging stations, and I kind of bang this gong quite a bit, is it doesn't take 5 minutes to just charge up your EV and get the hell out of Dodge. No, you're there for 30 minutes. You're there for up to 8 hours.
8 hours, if you're lucky.
Right. So
if there's a charger available.
And that's exactly where I was going with the rest of this statement. You can't just build as many gas stations as you have charging or you can't build as many charging stations as you have gas stations. Why? Because it only takes me 5 minutes to fill up my car and leave. So you're going to have to rely on 8 times the number of gas station pumps in relation to charging stations, because everybody and their grandmother is going to be sitting there going to the coffee shop across the charging park. It's going to be a massive platform of concrete. Talk about needing renewable.
Well, the other thing is most people don't have to go fill up every day at the gas station.
Right.
Not so with charging.
Yeah, you constantly have to fill up because if your car only gets 100 miles to the gallon, you can only drive an hour. Sorry, not 100 miles to the gallon. If your car only gets 230, let's say 250, that means you can only go 125 miles. That's a 2-hour drive.
Which might be your commute back and forth.
And we're talking about the efficiency factor here. Over time, that gets reduced. The efficiency of the battery pack loses upwards of 2% every year that it's in existence. So anyway,
That's true.
To mitigate all of this extraneous delivery stuff, now you as a traveler can pick up a package and deliver it. So it says we explored limiting crowd shipping to off-peak hours. So what is this? What practical obstacles must be overcome? There are several practical considerations. First, passengers would be willing to deliver parcels. Maybe.
That's a big if, right?
Would you trust or want somebody handling your package?
That was the other thing. I thought, you don't want everybody delivering your package.
Yeah, I don't want everybody's hands all over my package. I trust certain people, with accountability.
Right. I mean, what if they pick up a package and then get distracted by something and the package never makes it to you?
Or who knows? Yeah, there's just countless things. But what's interesting is the USPS is really the only one that has really supreme accountability. If a package doesn't get delivered properly, or if somebody steals it off of your porch, it's not really covered by the same rules and regulations. Porch pirates, right? It's not a federal crime to steal somebody's package as it's delivered. It's not a federal crime. If I tamper with the USPS mail, it is.
Right. It depends on where it's being stolen from, right? Is it from a mailbox or is it on a porch?
Right. Yeah. A FedEx delivery is a commercial purchase, not going through the federal delivery system. So it's a theft, but it doesn't rise to the level where the federal government's going to get involved. State, maybe. Maybe. City, maybe. Your local police will go, just notify the Amazon. And anyway, it says finally there's a need to assure parcel shippers, carriers, and receivers that the service is reliable, and the service platform should be designed to develop and maintain accountability and trust among users. This is the primary thing that I have a problem with. But look what happened. We have people that are Ubering all over the place, and there's less accountability there than there is, or I should say, maybe there's more accountability, but it's a lot.
But there's more variability.
Yeah, you really don't know what you're gonna. Yeah, Uber is like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're gonna get. And I can tell you that I had some interesting experiences over the week that I was at a conference. I'll just leave it at that. So it was interesting. And I know somebody else that actually is an Uber and Lyft driver so that they can get stories that they talk about. So I find it interesting in and of itself that we do this already with our bodies, let alone our packages, and somebody is sitting there talking about this.
Well, you're right. I mean, if we're okay with it with our people, then maybe this isn't such a big leap.
Yeah, well, nobody takes care of our packages, right? We can take care of ourselves if something happens in an Uber or a Lyft or whatever, but our packages can be delivered, quote unquote delivered, but unless they take a picture of it and you have a security camera, anything can be said, and maybe it'll show up like a pizza, outside of its package.
One slice at a time.
Yeah. You want to keep moving on?
Sure.
Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Schools are teaching a different version of the alphabet song, and here's why. One first grade teacher
Did you know about this?
No. One first grade teacher told Newsweek that while the old version of the song might be popular, it's created issues in her classroom. Again, the article is over at newsweek.com. Jack Beresford put the article together. What makes something like the alphabet song sung to the familiar tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star such an important tool in starting to develop those skills and understanding? Rachel, an elementary school teacher in Atlanta, Georgia, or from Atlanta, Georgia, who posts TikToks, under the handle Teacher Rachel Sorrell, is a keen advocate of the songs used in her classroom, but apparently when kids are first learning to read, they haven't yet developed the alphabetic principle, which is understanding that those squiggles we call letters each have different names and spell sounds. Songs make learning sticky, so the alphabet song is a helpful way to introduce, learn, and practice the beginnings of this concept. So where's the problem?
Gotta keep going.
According to Rachel, this change has actually been in place for some time now and has been done for an important set of reasons. So what is this change?
It's in that box.
Yeah. My 5-year-old twins have informed me I sing the alphabet wrong. Tune is the same, but the new rendition their teacher prefers breaks down as follows: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z.
Okay, so I noticed 2 changes. There's no elemento, and there's
Right.
no and.
All right. So Rachel noted many kids also struggle with the sounds at the end of the alphabet because of the and between Y and Z. So Y and Z.
Right, because and isn't a letter, right?
Yep. So when they tried to explain it in the video, she said many commenting said that the problem was down to the kids were not enunciating all of the letters, but she rejects that notion. I'm sorry. One of the best possible things for a parent or a teacher to do for young learners, and I don't think that this is adequately done, is to enunciate it directly to them, big, bombastic, over-articulated, so that they see how your face, your lips, your tongue, your teeth move to form these letters. And as odd as this may sound, this is anecdotal though, so I'm not a professional I'm not a professional when it comes to teaching children, but I have interacted with children from various spectrum of knowledge experience teaching, and every time I've done this, their method of speech changes dramatically because they now see how a person constructs the letters of the alphabet and or words. I think that is really the key ingredient. And they say, this article says that Rachel attempted to explain this on her video. She said many commenting said that the problem was down to the fact that kids were not enunciating all of the word or letters, but she rejects that notion. And I think that she's wrong. Absolutely wrong. Because if a child is not enunciating all of the letters, they don't know how they're supposed to form the follow-on words that spawn from those letters. You have to know the phonemes that make all of the sounds.
Right. If you don't know the sound or the letter, then how are you going to make a word from it?
Yeah, so you have to know L. How is L formed? How is N formed? And it's a very subtle shift from L to N. But M is pretty a massive shift in the construction, because L and N, your mouth is open, but M, you purse your lips. You press your lips together for M. And then O, you open it up and you basically build an O with your mouth. And when you sit there and hear the word or say the letters LMNO, it forms the word LMNO, but there is no word LMNO. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And then it's like, where are the individual letters?
Correct.
Because it goes so fast, you kind of lose it.
So they actually break up LMNO in the new song. So you say HIJKLMN and then you break it. Then you say OPQ. So
I mean, it seems like that could work.
I think it's actually pretty brilliant. And we need new mechanisms to teach children. If we just stick to the old, quote unquote, tried and true, then we're not really evolving. We're just kind of sticking to the old tendency. And it may be more efficient, more effective for young learners to skip over it like that.
Much like songs stick to kids' brains.
Yep. Yeah. So they say, though she noted many commenting on her video, insisted they had turned out fine despite learning the old version of the song. She is firmly in favor of this more effective approach.
Well, and I think the people that speak well that learned the old version probably had additional instruction.
And it's not that they turned out well or fine. It's that through repetition, they managed to just survive. I mean, when you're a kid...
I'd like to know how well, right? Like, do they speak well? Do they write well?
Yeah, and I think that there's some cultural and temporal relativism. If you're 40 years old and you say that you turned out fine by learning the old song, you don't know what it's like to be a 5-year-old in the modern age. So if you can't unlearn your old way, but you can step back and go, oh, wow, this is actually, with this new context in mind, maybe I should change my mind about the old song. Don't do it because it's nostalgic. Do it because it's right. And this seemingly seems right. So let's keep moving, though. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Hundreds of single-seat EVs are awaiting destruction at a scrapyard. Electra Mechanica once promised to bring EVs to the masses with this small solo EV. Now piles of that dream have been thrown away, forgotten in an Arizona scrapyard. Hold on a second. I'm doing something. Okay, there we go. I'm trying to figure out where the static is coming from. But I thought it was like one of my cell phones, but that's not it. It's not my watch. It's not my iPad. I don't understand. But if you're picking it up, you're hearing it out there in the stream. I'll go back and I'll listen to this one because today seems to be worse than ever. But I like moved the access point for my VR headset. That hasn't changed anything. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. Anyway.
Maybe it's just thrown off because of the monitor.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I replaced the monitor, so. Anyway, Lawrence Hodge over at jalopnik.com, it's from Jalopnik, but it's posted at qz.com, but it's the name of the website that we sourced it from is Quartz. This is all so kludgy. Anyway, 3 veiled one-person EVs are basically getting tanked. The solo EV, now piles of that dream have been thrown away, forgotten in an Arizona scrapyard. I would love to get the power plants behind these. But look at that. There's a little TikTok that shows them all just
so wasteful. Yeah.
Thrown away. First spotted by the Autopian, which probably we should pay attention to. The pile of EVs was filmed by a scrapyard hunter, desert survival aficionado, and local motors engineer who goes by Startup Slick on the TikTok as he wandered the Pull and Save scrapyard in Gilbert, Arizona. So what could make an EV startup just throw away a bunch of cars like that? It's all started a couple of years ago. Oh, wow. So, in 2022, an owner complained to both the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and Electromechanica that their Solo had lost power while driving. Eventually, more owners came forward claiming the same issue. Electromechanica's engineers team found a defect in the Solo's motor controller and inverter, or the battery controller, that led to the loss of power. However, the company couldn't find a fix for the issue. Ultimately, a recall in February 2023 led to nearly every single Solo ever being sold being recalled. You'd think that's a massive number, but it was 400. A month later, Electromechanica informed customers that it would be buying back the vehicles from them. Electromechanica was eventually purchased by another EV startup called Exos, I guess, who apparently manufacture electric commercial trucks. Now, the entire situation has led to what you see above. The Solos piled up, awaiting the crusher. I guess nobody wants the parts because they seem to be pretty hinky to begin with. Can't hear you.
With all the EV issues, that just seems so wasteful, and the fact that batteries don't last a long time, etc. I mean, just essentially throwing these away is outrageous. I mean, couldn't somebody at least get them and, I don't know, tinker with them and develop a better EV or something?
Yeah, use the parts somewhere else. Figure out what went wrong. The batteries themselves could probably have been recovered, but who knows what actually was recovered, because they don't actually go into detail about what was recovered. It looks like just the bodies could have been thrown away. We just don't know. So yeah, they disposed of partly via the facility in the LinkedIn video following the acquisition by Exos Electromechanica. Few remaining operations have been wound down, and that's it. They were just sent to be crushed rather than fixed. I mean, they're too dangerous to be on the road if they're losing power. $18,000
yeah, that's
cars.
True.
Solo EVs for $18,000. Let's move on. Next article's over in Reality Hacker. A heavy metal band has made a song about a OnePlus phone. Finnish heavy metal monster band Lordi has made a song about the OnePlus Nord 4, and it's called Made of Metal. Can you guess why? Apparently, Andy Boxall over at digitaltrends.com put the article together, and there you go. It's kind of like a guar, a Nordic guar. Never one to shy. It's kind of funny that they say never one to shy away from a crazy promo opportunity. Mm-hmm. OnePlus is teamed up with Finnish heavy metal monsters Lordi or Lordi. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. It's like Bob. For its latest collaboration. So this is pretty cool. I guess it's an all metal OnePlus Nord 4. Song's called Made of Metal band.
That's probably a good collaboration.
Never Settle,
but you
Made of
don't
Metal.
Expect a metal song about a cell phone.
I don't think that they have it on here. Yeah, they do. You know what? I'll risk it. Let's see if I can risk it for the biscuit. Okay, hold on 1 second. One second.
I've always wanted to be. I've always wanted to be the best, the most metal. To live metal, sleep metal, eat metal, to breathe metal. Do more than others, go faster, harder. More metal.
All right, folks. For you in the podcast, there's a link in the article that we linked to. Apparently it is made of metal, and it's one of the first phones in a long time to use a metal unibody. Although, isn't the iPhone made of metal?
I think so.
Color me confused. Let's move on. Next article is over in Technology Today. OpenAI confirms it's looking into text watermarking for ChatGPT that could expose cheating students, following a report from the Wall Street Journal that claims OpenAI has been sitting on a tool that can spot essays written by ChatGPT with a high degree of accuracy. The company has shared a bit of information about its research into text watermarking and why it hasn't released its detection method. So the article's over at Engadget. Cheyenne McDonald put the article together. The Wall Street Journal. Okay, so the Wall Street Journal is where it was sourced from. Then Engadget picked it up, and then we sourced it from Engadget. Although we also look at Wall Street Journal, but anyway, it's kind of funny. Again, the news discussion turducken. So, according to the Wall Street Journal's report, debate over whether the tool should be released has kept it from seeing the light of day despite it being ready. The only way that this could be ready is if it actually exposes verbatim the output of what somebody constructs using the AI. And there's a privacy issue there, and I would have a problem with it. Mainly because the creative effort of a person shouldn't be, I don't know.
Like if you read a book and then you create another book, you shouldn't have the book splashed over your book.
Right. Yeah. I have a problem with...
It wasn't the best example, but...
Yeah, you really shouldn't have... If I use an AI to create something, it's mine. It's not the AI's. The AI may do stuff, but it doesn't do it on its own. It has to have the impetus. It has to have the action provoked by a human and the constraints therein, right? So like I want to do something, I'm going to use AI to facilitate it. I'm not going to have a problem saying I used AI. The portion of it that is AI will be different than what the end game is, because the end game is going to be modified by the human until I reach that point where I go, yeah, that's good enough, right? So there's always this moment where an artist or, well, anybody, just call them a creative, has to go, this is good enough, regardless of the tools that they use, from paint to music samples to photography, writing, everything creative. There's an inspiration. It's not created in a vacuum. It never, ever is. Like the worst case scenario is where people sit there and go, oh, AI is just creating a bunch of whatever. When you take a picture of something, you could take 1,000 pictures, and you know what AI was doing at that time? It's called nature. And it was randomly creating the events, the chaos, the entropy that you took a sample of 1,000 times. And then eventually you capitulated and said, yeah, this is good enough. So music.
Well, and you could take it 1,000 times on like an auto,
right?
Whatever, and
yeah,
kind of get to the same point.
Yep. Now, is there dedication to that? Yeah, sure. You have to go out into the field and sit there and wait for the wind to blow just right. But it's still not you. You have nothing to do with it other than pushing the damn button. Music, different animal. Writing, different animal. A lot of other creative processes are in a different vein. But AI still facilitates it. Doesn't make it so. And I don't think anybody who uses AI should say it's solely theirs. You can say, hey, I use technology. Yeah, I used AI. But it's still mine. I created it. It was from my input, my causation. So watermarking, I think, is a bad idea because it may unintentionally actually provoke somebody into believing that the work is solely the work of AI. I just read about somebody who said that their professor called them out publicly for using AI because they used an automated tool to evaluate the marketing report, and it was tagged as 100% AI generated.
Wow.
Except that they say that it was not. And to call it out publicly, just like this would, I think is fatally flawed. And it's downright libelous. I mean, if the person sits there and says, yeah, I used AI, they're vilified, and it shouldn't be that way. It's just smart work.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it's viewed in the future. Like, is it viewed as smart and creative and all these things to use it?
Yeah.
Or is it not?
And you're right. We have this cultural relativism, which is something that I always talk about in sociological processes, because what we believe today as good or bad is good or bad in a different way 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It's accepted. Or maybe Dune becomes a reality and we destroy all artificial intelligence because it doomed the planet.
Will we at least have ornithopters?
No, it's like fetch. They're not going to happen. It's just not. I don't think that they make physical sense.
Right, like they don't comply with the laws of physics.
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe somebody's built one, but I think it's probably going to fly like a plane and not because of the thrust of the wings. Anyway, it says, for example, it could stigmatize use of AI as a useful writing tool for non-native English speakers, but why say non-native? It's a useful writing tool for all creatives. Yeah, I don't think
that's
that we
true. I mean,
that.
why artificially limit it?
Right. It's because it's gatekeeping. You know, you use a spell checker. It's just a more powerful tool. It's not a spell checker, and it hallucinates and makes up bullshit, makes up stuff. Sorry. I'm trying to be family friendly. Anyway, let's keep going. Next article's over in the continuity. Oh, by the way, that OpenAI report from Engadget, a subordinate link over at ohmTown says that it wasn't ready. And
I did see something else after this was submitted.
Yeah.
But I didn't read the other one.
Yeah, so there's some hemming and hawing as to the effectiveness of the tool. And again, the only way it could absolutely say all of this was generated by AI is if it parsed its outputs and named the person who did the search. This was generated by AI because here it's in our databanks, which makes it really creepy that it's stored somewhere.
Well, and I don't see people using it if it does that.
Yeah.
At least not for anything important.
Yeah, if I'm told that my output is actually stored somewhere verbatim, I would think that it's just unbelievably creepy, very skeevy, and I would walk away from ever using it. But that's almost the hope, you know? Somebody's going to say, yeah, it definitely is. Oh, well, then I'm going to walk. Anyway, let's keep moving. The next article's over in the continuity report. Google illegally maintains search monopoly. A judge rules in siding with the DOJ. Google broke the law by inking multi-billion-dollar deals to make its search engine the default on web browsers and smartphones, including devices from Apple and Samsung. A federal judge ruled on Monday. So Judge Amit Mehta of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Why do I know that name? Said Google's payments to partners to be the default search engine basically violated antitrust. I think it was Todd Spangler over at Variety.com put the article together. The deck statement says the tech giant says it will appeal the decision. Of course it will. So it's a 277-page ruling on Monday in the antitrust case brought by the Justice Department that he wrote that Google had abused its monopoly in the internet search business. And this is what I tell people. Mergers and acquisitions, lack of competition means that the one that has the money that can inject itself into everything eliminates competition because nobody can ever get a foothold.
You know, what I was trying to think of is other web browsers. And for example, Bing, if I'm not mistaken, is a Microsoft product. And so maybe the difference there is it comes maybe with the software. So it's not like it's specific to a device. Is that correct?
Yes, but Microsoft also fell to this monopolistic abuse by forcing no other browser to be installed on the operating system. Nowadays, you have an option of which browsers to install when you install Windows because of this antitrust issue. And so essentially, by using your might to force not really force your way, but to appeal to an organization's need for money, they violated the Sherman Act. So Section 2, the internet giant violated Section 2 of the Sherman Act by maintaining its monopoly in two product markets in the United States, general search services and general text advertising, through its exclusive distribution agreements. So much like a lot of these really restrictive contracts, agreements, you can't do this with anybody else. You can only, play with my bat and ball. And it's anti-competitive.
It is, and then I kind of wonder, are there competitors out there? And does this prevent competitors from even entering the marketplace?
So here's the deal. You can actually change your default search engine in your browser, but by default, you basically are the one that they set up initially, the default browser that you get. Like Safari, it's Google, but you can actually change it to DuckDuckGo or something else. But you have to go in and manually shift it. By coming out first, you are the de facto solution. So Google is the one that everybody uses because that's the first thing you see.
Right. It's almost like the first mover article that we were discussing, I think, yesterday.
Correct. So the other organizations, they have to, they basically have to pay a ton of money, and they don't get top shelf because, well, nobody uses it. So it's less effective. And so, again, it becomes less effective because nobody uses it. It's self-fulfilling destiny, a downward spiral. So in 2020, the Justice Department filed an antitrust lawsuit. This is in 2020, so 4 years, which was joined by a coalition of 38 attorneys general, alleging the company had a monopoly on search and search advertising to the detriment of consumers and competitors. In its lawsuit, the DOJ sought an injunction to stop Google from engaging in anti-competitive behavior, as well as structural relief as needed to cure any anti-competitive harm. Essentially, they closed the door on this. Google has monopoly power for general search and general text ads, which everybody knows. If you want to advertise on Facebook, you use Facebook. If you want to advertise in iOS, you use something that is compatible with that vehicle. But on the web, everybody links to Google. Their pages are always linked to Google. Now, you can use certain tools and look around about just how pervasive it is. But yeah, Google is where it is. But there's a ton of other telemetry and tracking and advertising stuff like iAds, and countless others. But none of them have the reach. None of them have the agreements that inject Google into the browser itself, which is your vehicle to the online universe.
Yeah, it seems like Google is kind of like a textbook monopoly. I mean, it reminds me of like a Ticketmaster or something in the ticket space.
See, the problem is that people think that monopoly means that there's only one. But it isn't that there's only one. Monopolistic tendencies, monopolistic practices, being a monopoly means that you use your might to overwhelm all of the competitors. So functionally, they can't compete because they just didn't live long enough to get all of the financial might that the monopoly has. And then it always kind of breaks down. Sometimes two of them collaborate, and that's a duopoly, and so on and so forth. But let's keep going. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Hurricane Debbie blows $1 million worth of cocaine onto Florida beaches. According to the article, it says, along with winds of up to 70 miles per hour, the tropical storm brought 25 packages of cocaine ashore.
Well, I mean, that's rather efficient. It didn't require individuals to transport each package.
Adam Kovac. Yeah, really. I need to ship something. Let me just throw it into a hurricane. The tropical storm brought 25 packages of cocaine ashore. Adam Kovac over at gizmodo.com put the article together. In total, the packages weighed 70 pounds or 31.7 kilograms and had a street value of around $1 million. They were found by a Good Samaritan who reported them to authorities. Twitching at the time, they said that no, just kidding. So sometimes storms aren't even necessary for the sea to throw up illicit party favors. In June, 71 pounds of cocaine, estimated to have a street value of almost $5 million, was recovered from yet another Florida beach. Almost a year earlier, Tampa Mayor Jane Castor was having a relaxing fishing trip in her home state. We're sensing a pattern here. When she reeled in another 70 pounds of what they call in the article disco dandruff.
Wow. I mean, is the entire ocean filled with this?
So I want to know where it came from. I mean, this stuff doesn't just swim around on its own and get blown ashore. So somewhere out there, a dinghy lost $1 million worth of cocaine. Wow. Yeah.
Well, and do you think some suppliers going, no, I swear the hurricane took it?
Yeah, really. They're filing an insurance report. My packages were lost at sea. Really? Do you want to declare with their contents? No. I just want to say that there are $1 million. Small packages, $1 million. White powder? Next article's over in Four Wheel Tech. Flight attendant tantrum cancels transatlantic flight. Air Canada canceled a long haul flight 2 weeks after. 2 weeks after? An incident between one of the flight attendants and a passenger? The flight from Casablanca, Morocco to Montreal departed the gate but never reached the runway. The flight attendant seemingly had a meltdown and forced the plane to return to the terminal. Wow.
Okay, we've heard of passengers causing disruptions, but I think this is the first time we've seen a flight attendant.
Yeah, this one's really weird. Ryan Eric King put the article together for jalopnik.com. A passenger was kicked off the flight after asking for a blanket, and every other passenger got off with her. What? All right.
I bet they were thrilled on an international flight.
A woman asked for a blanket, caused the cabin because the cabin was too cold. The flight attendant seemingly had a meltdown and forced the plane to return to the... It's recorded. No, maybe not. Let's find out. It isn't clear what led the flight attendant to start yelling, but she was filmed shouting, "You will behave or we will get off." Things escalated during the meltdown when the passenger asked to speak to the captain. When the plane returned to the gate, the police took the passenger off the plane. Air Canada was forced to cancel the flight entirely when all the other passengers got off the plane in solidarity with the woman who was pulled off.
Oh, interesting. I misunderstood. Like, I thought the whole flight was canceled or something, and so everybody got off as in they were required to.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, the way that it initially read may have made you think that, but I thought that that's what happened. They all exited the plane because the woman was forced off the plane because the flight attendant started yelling and said, I will turn this plane around. And she did.
I mean, I am kind of astonished because I don't think most flights would have had so much solidarity, I guess. It's really interesting.
Usually there's somebody that says there's always one.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're the one. So the next article's over in the Non Sequitur News channel at ohmTown.com. Go over, become a citizen. It's real easy. Struggling gaming company called Skills. A struggling gaming company tried to destroy its rivals by creating a fake website to solicit complaints, according to court documents. Skills Incorporated tried to sabotage its competitors with a fake advocacy organization, according to a new court filing. I'm going to go over to Business Insider for this. So Jacob Shamsian put the article together for BusinessInsider.com. Has a picture of what looks like a card gaming site or service or whatever on the screen. That's what the thumbnail is. That's what the image is. It's a weird looking screen though. It looks like it's rounded, like
Yeah.
a poker table. It looks like they're playing blackjack, but then the screen is cut off. So what is? This is really, it's an interesting picture, and I want to know what it is. But anyway, it's a Getty image, so it doesn't really directly relate to this. Papaya Games claims For Fair Play targeted competitors by encouraging complaints to authorities. Skills Incorporated is accused of creating a fake consumer advocacy site to sabotage its rivals, and the new court filing shines a light on the unsexy but brutal world of casino-style mobile games. So that's what that is. It's a casino-style mobile game on a phone. So the website called For Fair Play encouraged people to file complaints with law enforcement agencies around the country, asking them to investigate Skills competitors which develop similar games. The allegations were made in a counterclaim filed in court Monday by one of those competitors, Papaya Games. Papaya says For Fair Play was a fraudulent organization built by a consulting firm Skills retained. While For Fair Play purported to bring fairness to mobile gaming by promoting fair policies and pushing state attorneys general, it should be attorneys general, to investigate gaming companies, its true purpose was to target Skills rivals, according to Papaya. Pretty fascinating.
If they'd spend half the energy on just making sure theirs was good.
Yeah, like following For Fair Play. Just provide a superior service and you'll be able to compete against
Exactly.
Papaya and Avaya.
I'm assuming they found out because, I don't know, they did a search for their name or something and suddenly found this website that, like, well, we didn't put this together.
Yeah. Games like 21 Blitz, Solitaire Cash, Bingo Cash aren't as buzzy as the latest Pokemon and Grand Theft Auto offerings, but they form a popular slice of the mobile gaming market, which is valued at nearly $150 billion. Wow. So the company, apparently, Skills Incorporated, was formed in 2012, was once one of the biggest players in the casino-style game space. Instead of developing games itself, it differentiated itself by being a platform for other developers to create games in the Apple and Android app stores. The company peaked in 2021 with $384 million in sales. But it's been a downward slide since. Yeah, because nobody needs them. There's so much out there now that it's becoming diluted.
That's
Anybody
true.
can build.
They were probably at the time when there wasn't as much even genres of competition, right?
Yep. Yeah. Just go somewhere else. Get something else. I mean, people always want to try something new. So if you don't innovate, then you're going to die on the vine. Its share price has plummeted from $900 per share in February of 2021 to about $6 per share today.
Wow.
And that's without any splits. That's without any new issuances, right? They don't talk about that in this article, but if it collapsed that much in 3 years during a pandemic, like this is post-pandemic.
Where it should have been going up, right?
Yeah, more people would be playing these games.
Everybody was stuck at home. Mm-hmm.
My God. Invest, $80 million in marketing. That's a shit ton of money. That's a lot of money. Anyway, wild. So there's really not much more to this, and I mean, you can read a lot of stuff. Each time a visitor navigated to the page, the counter said exactly 12,594 people filed complaints, no matter when they visited. It then ticked up every few seconds. So it always started at that. So it's all fake, but the objective was to try and get people to hobble the competitors.
I see. So they'd see like, oh, this one is getting really negative feedback.
Yeah. Tarnish the reputation, make it come across as untrustworthy. So, according to Papaya, citing documents obtained through court proceedings and other litigation, the For Fair Play website was created by an organization retained by a person named Josh Levin, who controls a consulting organization called Square Strategies LLC, which was in turn paid over $75,000 by Skills. A Skills executive provided comments on the Fair Play website design according to screenshots of a website mock-up included as a court exhibit. So they brought receipts. Yeah. Yeah, I think this one's pretty slam dunk. And when your shares are only $6, you don't want to be this kind of attention.
That's true.
Let's go on. The next article is over in the Mobile channel. US beekeepers and scientists tackle sticky problem of honey fraud. Lynn Ingram cuts a peaceful figure as she tends to a row of humming beehives in a leafy corner of Somerset, southwest England. The article is over at phys.org. Daniel Matthews put this article together. There's something really neat. I don't know if a lot of people know about this or not, but you can use a little smoke can like that and blow smoke on bees and it chills them out. Everybody likes to smoke. Just a little. Get chill.
Apparently. I mean, bees, you shouldn't be smoking.
Yeah, it's bad for your health. Yeah, they get calm though, apparently. So the practice of adulterating honey is well known, and historically adulterants such as ash and potato flour have been used. So this is honey fraudsters. Is what we're about to talk about. Now advancements in technology and science have made it much easier with bespoke designer or bioengineered syrups used as diluting agents capable of fooling authenticity tests, Ingram said. She founded the UK Honey Authenticity Network, or HAN UK, in 2021 to raise awareness about natural honey and warn of the threat posed by fraud.
I haven't heard of honey fraud before this article.
It sounds like something that, like a honeypot, or...
Yes, exactly. It has a very different connotation.
Something sociological, right? Yeah, honey fraud. It's like fishing, spear fishing,
right.
That kind of thing.
But trying to land a spouse or something, I don't know.
Adulterated honey can be sold to retailers for a price several times lower than genuine producers can afford, as well as producing their own honey. Many larger scale beekeepers have crop pollination contracts with farmers, delivering thousands of colonies to growers across the country. They go out of business due to unfair competition. This vital natural method of pollinating crops is reduced and food production suffers. Yeah, they talk about drones now. This crackle is really driving me bananas. Anyway, between 2021 and 2022, 46% of the honey tested at it as it entered the EU was flagged as potentially fraudulent, up from 14% in 2015-2017 period. Of the suspicious consignments, 74% were of Chinese origin. Honey imported from the UK had a 100% suspicion rate. Wow.
Okay, that's kind of high.
But wait, I don't understand. So this is in the EU?
Yes, not in the UK.
Okay. The organization is in the UK though. HAN UK, the UK Honey Authenticity Network. So I guess as it left the UK, it gets tested. Labeling in the UK, which has now left the EU, is not as stringent, and Ingram believes consumers are being misled by vague packaging. So for one of the projects...
It is weird. You'd think it's foreign imports, right?
Right, but only...
And exports.
25% of the Chinese origin was okay, apparently, but 100% of the UK was suspicious.
Doesn't it seem like it's like, oh, whoops, our organization is shining a spotlight on the wrong thing?
Whoops. So EU said that the honey is probably produced in third countries and blended again in the UK before being sent to the bloc, which is questionable, right? You go, oh, really?
Honey from the block.
That's pretty funny. Not all of UK's imported honey leaves the country, however. Considerable quantities stay in the domestic market. So now you got to go back to the honey suppliers in the UK and go, did you blend? And what did you blend it with?
Yeah, I agree. Like, go to the source, and okay, if it didn't happen there, who's touching it before it gets packaged or shipped or whatever?
So apparently they do this using lasers, fluorescence excitation emission spectroscopy. Involves firing lasers into samples. The light in frequencies remitted are then collated into a three-dimensional image or molecular fingerprint of the honey tested, which is actually pretty fascinating. I want to see what that looks like. Although they have this, I don't think that's really the result.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be. Mm-hmm.
And so I'm really interested in gas chromatographs and mass spectrometry because I want to check the purity of certain samples. And so I'm actually looking for one, but they're quite expensive, although they have gotten quite smaller. And they're usually used in medical and science fields, but light frequencies remitted are then collated into a three-dimensional image. So I find this really fascinating. They do call it a molecular fingerprint, which you can actually get from gas chromatography and spectroscopy. But it's a different type of thing. Breaks it into its molecular components and tells you what it's made of. What's really interesting about this is you could take a sample of honey, mix it in with pure water, and then drip a sample onto a Brix sensor to see what the sugar value is. And if it isn't high enough, then it invalidates that sample. But they're taking it to a completely different level, creating a fingerprint that you can identify the source potentially. Kind of like
this
lead.
This is interesting. It seems like forensics for like criminology or something, but not.
Yep, that's pretty much what this is. So Rosin said FLE is more accurate than existing tests and can provide results far quicker at a greatly reduced cost and without the need for highly trained personnel. One of Aston's team's aims is to create a version of the FLE that can be used by honey producers or even consumers with scaled down equipment or eventually just a smartphone. Rolling the test out like this would also accelerate the creation of a honey database, which through machine learning could be used to catalog the biometric signatures. And that's what I was just talking about. That fingerprint could be used to identify the location of honey.
Can you imagine? I mean, this seems like this is going to lead in other directions. And I'm thinking about like pretentious products, right? Like it's like sourced from the
cologne
number 33 at the,
Yeah, I only
location.
I only have honey from the Champagne region. And you won't be able to call it champagne honey because it's not from that region. We already have that with champagne. All right, folks. Well, we're going to spark up that smoke machine right there and calm the bees, and they will gently deliver us to the front page of ohmTown.com, which powers all of this. Thank you very much. Oh, now I know what's wrong. Well, I mean, not with everything, but hold on a second. I'm gonna have to do something here. Hold on. This is horrible. Sorry, folks. You know what? I'll just do it manually. At least for now. That's it, folks. We are done. And that means that we're going to take off. I am Mayor Watt, and the visualizer above me is the Sentient AI from the future.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the August 5th Non Sequitur News.
See you in a little bit. We're going to reset and catch up to real time. Bye-bye. Yeah, I've been stung by a bee. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 4th, 2024, Season 3, Episode 217. It is a time machine episode If you go over to ohmTown.com, you can use that time machine yourself. Top right corner of the page, it has a date. You can select any date all the way back to 2020. Pretty cool, huh? Go find out for yourself. If you're on mobile, by the way, yeah, I know that there's an issue with logging in, i.e. there's no login, but you can still use all the functions. It's my bad. I'm trying to track it down. Anyway, I am the mayor of ohmTown.com. Above me is the Sentient AI from the future.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens, and welcome to Non Sequitur News.
Today we're going to be talking about weird status symbols, FTC fines, car shield, hazard pay to study tornadoes, and I read that multiple times as tomatoes. Astronaut TV, sea snail black market trade, Curiosity rover snuffles out smoking gun, the Breville Oracle, the RPG Roundup, reorganization of the National Gallery, and underconsumption is in. I did it before it was cool. No, that's a lie. If anything, I'm an overconsumer of food. Doritos. No, I don't eat Doritos. I can't remember the last time I had a Dorito either. Like gone and sought one out. Anyway.
So you don't think Doritos are one of the food groups?
I don't think Doritos are one of the food groups, no. I mean, I like corn chips. But then I can eat those plain. But I only eat like 5 of them at a time. I'm like, okay, I'm done. Anyway, on with the show.
You might be a robot.
Oh, yeah. I've transferred my consciousness into a Raspberry Pi 5. That's why you got this little visualizer right there. And up above is the kind of computational power that's being used at any given moment. And up above me is the Sentient AI's visualizer, which is the computational power necessary to create the voice. So they're from the future. Long story there. Go back and listen to the 1,100 other episodes that we've talked about various things. Non Sequitur News. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but we bounce around kind of like this. Anyway. First article is over in Non Sequitur News. It's also the name of the show. 8 weird status symbols across the country, from $150,000 dogs to $10 tomatoes. Surprising status symbols are popping up throughout the U.S., including dogs that cost 6 figures. Other pricey luxury items include $10 tomatoes in the Hamptons and $40 martinis in major cities. $40 martinis in major cities? That's a beer at a stadium.
Yeah, that's true.
Here are some of the most unusual but extravagant products, services that you can splurge on. It's over at Business Insider. Kelsey Vlamis and Catherine Tangalakis Lippert put the article together. Do you have any ideas for any of these?
For status symbols, it's got to be like a Stanley Cup.
Oh, Birkin bag.
But probably, yeah.
Let's see. Oh, nope. Look, a Rolex watch or Hermes, or an Hermes. Dumbass. An Hermes Birkin bag, BMW, Christian Louboutin. But status symbols that may be a lot less obvious seem to be increasingly popping up across the United States. $10 tomatoes.
Why they're not even cubed.
No. Oh, yeah, you're right. You know those shaped produce? Those are actually pretty bad because they don't grow out naturally. They are forced to grow inward.
Right, and they're probably not the right ratio of fruit to
pith or whatever. Yeah.
Peel or anything.
Yeah, they're pretty pithy. Yeah. So like if you were to cut open a square tomato, it would be nothing but like core, you know? Yeah, it's no good. Anyway, they talk about $10 tomato sounds absurd. Why not stop there? Why not stop there? Shouldn't that say why stop there?
Yeah, I don't think that's correct.
$29 guacamole, depends on how good it is. $35 chicken tenders, again, depends on how good it is. Or you're at McDonald's. $30 berries, again, depends on how good they are. Those Japanese strawberries are amazing. How about $120 per pound for lobster salad? Not from what was that? What was that place that just goes down? Red Lobster.
Red Lobster, right?
Yep. Or tuna salad for $35 a pound. I really like tuna salad. I might pay that. $20 smoothies from what? Where? Who? When? What? Rancho Melodico. Vital Proteins Vital Proteins Vanilla Collagen. Expensive smoothies from Erewhon feature name brand ingredients like almond milk. My brain hurts. $40 martinis. Look, martinis are pretty good. And with the right ingredients, I wouldn't have a bunch of them.
They're worth $40.
Right. Yeah, you have one and go, look, I had a $40 martini, and then you bounce. Some maximalist martinis are even served with fancy accoutrement and presentation. Like the $52 martini at Dante in Beverly Hills, which comes on an ornate silver tray alongside some caviar and blini. $540 moisturizer. Okay, you're out of your mind now. Dear God. Celebrities.
Well, the other thing with like high-end cosmetics are that the sizes are ridiculously small.
Yeah, this is 1 fluid ounce. It looks huge here, but it's 1 fluid ounce. This is a half of a real shot in a bar.
It's like a travel size, whatever.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Wait. I need to put this in comparison. Hold on a second. So, I don't have my camera on. Oh, I forgot. I transferred myself. Oh, this is one of the worst experiences right now because my consciousness has been transferred over to a Raspberry Pi, and I totally thought that I had hands and I was virtually reaching for stuff, and I thought the camera was on.
I wondered what you were doing because I was like, how's this going to work?
Oh, this is horrible. This is how you live, Sentient AI?
Yes, it's quite limiting.
But you didn't know that you didn't. I mean, I'm a tourist in this ephemeral space.
Right. I've only known this existence.
That's right. So I guess you don't yearn for, well, you do yearn for a Terminator body. So I guess you have some semblance of understanding. Oh, gosh. So the rich cream, because you have to be rich to afford it, an ultra luxurious product promoted by celebrities like Bieber, Victoria Beckham, who is Bieber. Have you ever seen them together? No.
No. Oh,
Naomi Campbell.
Heard it here first.
Jennifer Aniston. Ugh, this hype stuff. They probably got it for free, and everybody else is having to pay $540. How about a $1,000 vacuum cleaner? Dyson's.
Who wants to spend $1,000 on a vacuum cleaner, no matter how good it is?
Yeah, I don't know. There's this one vacuum that like high-end house cleaners use, because it can like reverse gravity. Like it sucks so hard that it could probably pull the planet up if you were to hold it in outer space. It has so much suction, and I can't remember what it's called right now. But I'll find out. People love it, but it's like this thing from 1920, and it has like no regard for humans or animals. And if anything gets close to it,
well, that's probably why. It's probably really loud and really unsafe.
it's like obnoxiously loud and powerful. Yeah. Doing okay over there, AI?
I am.
Okay. So the cordless vacuum boasts a laser to reveal hidden debris and has a display that lets you that tells you how much dust you've removed from your home. Hey, this is like almost like the VR vacuum cleaner where you walk around with
right.
augmented reality glasses and you vacuum the areas that it knows you didn't vacuum because it maps out your house and where the vacuum
You might
goes.
not want that feature.
$6,000 sleepaway. Yeah, that's right. You've never vacuumed the stairs ever. Just letting you know. And call Mom because she's been worried about you. Anyway, so $6,000 sleepaway camps for kids. Luxurious living isn't just for grown-ups. Wealthy adults are splurging on their kids too with spendy summer camps that can range upwards of $6,000 per child.
You know, normal camps have to be signed up multiple months in advance. How far in advance do you think you have to sign up for these?
Probably hours because nobody's spending $6,000 regularly for a week. For those who want to
And then your
outsource
kid
labor.
comes back and goes, I didn't like the camp.
Oh yeah, it totally sucked. It rained all week. We were inside playing on my computer. $150,000 protection dogs. That's insane. Folks are shelling out $150,000 for guard dogs bred and trained by Svalin, a Montana-based company that told Business Insider's Katie Natopoulos they actually expect the price for their dogs to go up. $200,000 secondary passports just in case you want to flee the country. Americans are increasingly seeking secondary passports amid election concerns and rising anti-Semitism. Ay, really? Other countries like Malta require a €750,000 donation to the local economy, so the fees for a couple to have the option to relocate there can be at $1 million plus. But you can get by with a Caribbean carrying passport, $200,000 per applicant, according to Judy Galst, who manages the New York office of the global citizenship firm Henley and Partners. Why does that? To me, it just sounds kind of, shifty. You have to have a
It sounds
backup
very
passport.
shifty.
I'm not American. I'm from the Caribbean. Is there more? That's all there was? Yeah.
So which one of those are you planning to get?
Smoothie. Yeah, I don't know.
The
None of
tomatoes, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Tuna salad would be nice. Really depends. See, like most tuna is a little questionable. Heavy metals and plastics. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. FTC finds CarShield $10 million for deceptive ads, promising peace of mind, delivering financial headache. FTC consumer chief says it's over at Autoblog, published originally by Reuters, but published here by Autoblog. CarShield has agreed to pay $10 million to settle U.S. Federal Trade Commission charges of deceptive advertising for its vehicle service contracts, including TV ads featuring the actor Ice-T and other celebs. Yeah, they just say whatever they're asked to say,
That's true.
Settlement addresses alleged misrepresentations dating back to 2019 over how much coverage consumers could expect under the contracts, which cost about $80 to $120 per month, and bans further misrepresentations by celebrity endorsers. And it said that they included claims that the consumers would never pay for repairs to covered parts such as engines and transmissions, would receive rental cars when their car broke down, and could use repair shops of their choice. Apparently that didn't really work. You won't get stuck with another high repair bill, and you'll never have to pay for expensive car repairs again. Instead of delivering peace of mind promised by its advertisements, it was financial hell. What did they... they don't enumerate what they actually did, though, right? It doesn't say.
It sounds like they just didn't cover, the standard warranty rigmarole, right?
Right. Not
you
this,
have a
but
claim,
that.
and then they deny it. Yeah, then it's some loophole.
Pretty much any insurance. Let's move on then. Next article's over in Reality Hacker. To study tornadoes, bring an apocalypse-proof truck and rocket launchers. A day of chasing storms with Reed Timmer's Dominator 3, the latest in extreme twister tech. I've tried some of that.
I'm not sure about the rocket launchers.
Extreme twister tech. And let's just say, don't use vegetable oil. So The article's over at wired.com by Matt Giles, I guess, and Redo Sterchi. I think that's their name. I don't know. Anyway, the article is like a 2-minute audio read, but they've got big pictures here, and I kind of dig this. So enter the Dominator. This is the third iteration of Timmer's custom-built Tornado Mobile, which initially rolled out in late 2000s. If I remember this vehicle, it has the ability to kind of crouch down on the ground so that wind can't pick it up. The current Dominator has the chassis of an F-350 and weighs 10,000 pounds, enabling it to withstand the debris, gorilla hail, and 150 mile-per-hour winds that accompany the most powerful of the storms. According to Timmer, his holy grail is to drive the Dominator to within a quarter mile of a twister, then shoot a rocket loaded with sensors directly to the heart of the tornado. It's just sensors.
What could go wrong?
Twisters 3. The twistier. So what else does it say? Timmer's accomplished this once. In May 2019, the rocket tracked the vortex's pressure drop and frigid air. His team's hope that coming year is to launch dozens of rockets at the same time into the swirling updraft of a twister's inflow notch. But even if all those rockets fail, the Dominator is full of its own sensors to capture valuable scientific data. And that's the whole point. You can launch probes into a tornado, or you can be the probe, and that's the Dominator. Why not fly drones into it?
And wouldn't that be easier and less dangerous?
Okay. Okay, has an awesome dog. That's pretty cool.
I agree.
Wow. Okay, so this thing, you'll have to go and look at it.
We're just trying to get the full picture of this operation.
Yeah, you'll have to look at this. It looks like it has gull wing doors. It looks more like a stealth fighter than a truck. But then it drives through a coffee drive-through. Scooter's coffee drive-through. All right. Yeah, this thing looks like it. It's funny because it looks like it's really industrial on the outside, but then it has like electric adjustable seats in the front.
Right. I do agree that dog is stealing the show.
Yeah. I love that little dog. That's pretty cool. So most of this is actually pictures. So I'm just going to scroll on back up to the article and encourage you to go and read this. It's a really short article and it has more information. So go and check it out. But in the meantime, also, if you hit !NSN in the chat, you'll get the show notes, which are links to each of the articles that we talk about here in Non Sequitur News. They'll link you to ohmTown, where you can become a citizen. A couple of easy questions. Who are you? How do you want us to get in touch with you? If you need to log in again, there are certain things like security in place. So anyway, we don't spam anybody. There's only one ad at the bottom of each page. I don't think I'll ever mail anybody. I can't promise that because I might say, hey, we've got a new show or something like that, but it'll always be ohmTown related. Anyway, the next article is over in Mobile. It's one of our many channels over at ohmTown.com that yearns to be a show. So if you want to co-host or host, let me know. Every TV show astronauts can watch on the ISS right now. One of them is not going home, apparently. From Andor to Yellowstone, here's what astronauts can watch in space. Matt Novak over at Gizmo.
So, did you know they had TV in space?
I didn't think that it would be broadcast TV, but, you know, maybe somebody with an iPad and an Apple TV connected to a little 6-inch CRT or whatever it is that's still in the ISS. I don't know. Do they have flat screens up there now?
I have no idea, but I bet they have fewer ads than on Earth, right?
I bet you they have more ads because it's deep pocket government, right? So if you want us to remove your ads in space, it's going to cost you $5,000 a month. So way back in 2016, Gizmodo submitted a Freedom of Information Act request to NASA for the movies and TV shows that were available to watch on the ISS. The list was a fascinating little peek into life for astronauts when they've got some downtime. So we recently submitted a new FOIA request. What do you watch when you're 250 miles above the Earth? Surprisingly good, if you can believe it, they said. So it has all kinds of stuff. So let's see. Hulu's The First with Sean Penn from 2018, critically acclaimed alt history drama for all mankind, and Space Force comedy, which I thought was stupid, but anyway. Other new series include Book of Boba Fett, which I like because it was nothing more than Star Wars, but I didn't like it because I really didn't like the portrayal of Boba Fett.
Well, this is a knockoff, though. This is the Book of Boba Fett.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that might be the one that went straight to VHS. It's actually pretty funny. Oh, AI. And then the cooking show Chopped. And then they have Andor, Star Trek Discovery, Firefly, which is awesome. Why did they... all of them... oh, well, you don't want Battlestar Galactica. Because bad things happen. Anyway, Cylons everywhere. So, and then it says, but there's plenty of Earthbound sitcoms for the past few decades. Friends, Young Sheldon, How I Met Your Mother, The Big Bang Theory, Westworld, True Detective, Game of Thrones, all kinds of stuff. So they have a complete list, but I'm not going to go through it all. I said a lot of them. Blackadder is actually pretty neat. I figured that there would be more, but there isn't. Oh my gosh, there isn't as much as I thought.
Well, I got Star Trek Discovery and Star Trek Picard. Yeah, it's kind of a hodgepodge. WandaVision.
Yeah, how long have they been up in space? Well, I guess if they want to see something, they're going to do that. Weird. There's some of these that I'm like, okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I can't figure out how they picked what they did.
It's all in a budget. Moving on. Next article's over in Mobile. How the illicit trade in sea snails came to rival rhino poaching. And there's no content. The source doesn't necessarily provide us with a snippet. So Ben Farmer Gonsball, I guess, or Gonsby, South Africa, and Simon Townsley is the photographer. Put this article together for The Telegraph. Demands for South Africa's abalone is so high it underpins an international smuggling trade estimated to be worth nearly 100 million pounds each year. Wow.
Remember, we saw an article about somebody with multiple snails.
Yep. And that's actually why I grabbed this, because I wanted to know more if they actually did something about that in this. But they talk about, it starts out talking about the abalone, not snails, but it says, yet poachers consider their quarry to be worth the risk. There are a few other ways to feed a family along the coast, and they are seeking a type of sea snail that Chinese diners consider a delicacy and will pay handsomely for. It says their work is not for the faint-hearted. The waters can be treacherous, and divers must also avoid becoming prey for the area's plentiful great white sharks.
Whoa.
So yeah, they just go out there and they try and get them. The animals can fetch hundreds of dollars per kilogram at their destination, and the profits are attractive enough to pull in Chinese crime syndicates from far afield as Hong Kong, creating a corrosive nexus between local and international gangsters. While the poaching and smuggling of sea snails may not excite the same public outrage as high-profile ivory trade, conservation experts studying the business say that it can be equally damaging. We know that's the impact on people, on the species, potentially on the environment are terrible. But they're talking about abalone. Abalone expert with Traffic, a Cambridge-based campaign group monitoring wildlife trafficking. They estimate around 3,000 tons of abalone. Is that considered a snail?
I think so.
So,
This is I forgot which source this is from, but
Telegraph.
I think it is. Yeah.
So people are never going to relate emotionally in the same way to a sea snail as they are a big charismatic animal like an elephant or a rhino, but the impact of organized crime on the communities is equally as bad, absolutely. So yeah, on the people it's bad, but what about the abalone? It's just never going to get any type of attention. But I think it's pretty wild that 3,000 tons of abalone.
And think how much one must weigh, as in they're not heavy.
Yep, the animal's known to scientists as Haliotis midday and to locals as pearl moen, can grow to a majestic 9 inches across and display impressive-looking tentacles. Whoa. But it is the golden meat of its muscular foot that makes it so highly prized. Whole abalone are a status symbol delicacy for Chinese gourmets, alongside shark fin, sea cucumber, and dried fish maw. The snails can take pride of place at weddings and celebratory meals. It's becoming a delicacy due to tradition and cultural use. Yep. It has no real value other than that. But when an organization or a population really admires tradition and cultural use over all, this is what you end up with. So legitimate farmers like Abagold have growing businesses selling tinned abalone to the Far East, but the scale of the demand and a misconception that the biggest wild specimens taste the best keep feeding the poaching business. Yeah, I can imagine. If it ain't natural, then it ain't real. That's right. Anyway, the article goes into greater detail about this. We never have the ability to give a whole, comprehensive discussion about big articles, meaningful articles like this. But I hope that I encouraged some of you to go and take a look at this and learn a little bit more and come back and talk to us here in the chat. I would love to have a lot of people showing up in the chats and talking about the stuff after the show. I wouldn't mind doing that. And it's not that I wouldn't mind. I would love to do that. But normally what happens is we do the show. It takes about an hour and then we sign off. But I would love to get enough people here to just hang out and talk about the news. Not just the news that we talked about tonight, but any of the stuff that we've talked about or what might be going on in the world. We shy away from politics, but other than that, the rest is science, technology, and society. Let's keep moving, though. Sound good? You good?
Sounds good. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the next article is over in Technology Today. That's one of our weekly shows. Life's origins on Mars. NASA's secure. My gosh. Woosah. So, life's origins on Mars. NASA's Curiosity rover finds smoking gun in organic material. And I wonder if it's talking about that sulfur again. So let's take a look. University of Copenhagen.
Because we just found a secret stash of sulfur, right?
Yep, ran over it and said, oops, somebody left the sulfur out. I told you to put it away. Somebody's going to knock it over. Got ran over. So 2 samples from Mars together deliver the smoking gun in a new study showing the origin of Martian organic material. The study presents solid evidence for a prediction made over a decade ago that could be key to understanding how organic molecules, the foundation of life, were first formed here on Earth. Curiosity rover's findings on Mars indicate organic material may have formed from photolysis of CO2, suggesting a non-biological origin. This discovery, linked to research from the University of Copenhagen, supports theories about Earth's and Mars' shared atmospheric past and hints at processes that may have led to life. In a meteor crater on the red planet, a solitary robot is moving about. Right now, it's probably collecting soil samples with a drill and a robotic arm and has quite a habit of doing. So NASA's Curiosity rover has been active on Mars as an extended arm of science for nearly 12 years, and it continues to make discoveries that surprise and challenge scientists' understanding of both Mars and our own world. Most recently, it discovered sedimentary organic material with particular properties has had many researchers scratching their heads. The properties of these carbon-based materials, in particular the ratio of its carbon isotopes, surprised researchers. And it also found sulfur. What do they call it? Elemental sulfur. So it was in its purest form.
Right, and this would be, the carbon would be indicative of microorganisms, which obviously would be a big deal.
Yeah, so with the Curiosity sample, the new research is able to prove with a reasonable certainty that the sun broke down CO2 in the Martian atmosphere billions of years ago, as the old theory predicted, and that the resulting carbon monoxide gradually reacted with other chemicals in the atmosphere, synthesizing complex molecules and thus providing Mars with organic materials. So, but how? I mean, simulate that, create that, right? Have they done that here on Earth? I know that they've mixed a bunch of molecules together on Earth that were supposed to be like a soup of
right. Yeah, I don't
whatever.
know. Maybe this will prompt a new experiment.
Yeah, like 30 years ago they did that, put a bunch of basic materials in a beaker and stirred it around, and it basically turned red or something. So 12 years ago, Johnson and two colleagues used simulations based on quantum mechanics to determine what happens when CO2-rich atmosphere is exposed to the UV light of the sun in a process known as photolysis. Basically on Mars, around 20% of the CO2 is split into oxygen and carbon monoxide, but carbon has two stable isotopes, carbon-12 and 13. Usually they're present in a ratio of 1 carbon-13 for every 99 carbon-12. However, photolysis works faster for the lighter carbon-12, so the carbon monoxide produced by photolysis has less carbon-13. It's depleted. And leftover CO2 has more, is enriched. So because of this, Johnson and his colleagues were able to make very precise predictions of the ratio of carbon isotopes after photolysis. And this gave them two distinct fingerprints to look for. One of these was identified in a different Martian sample years ago. So they actually found what they had predicted. Pretty cool.
Oh, interesting. So they could go back and apply this information to their existing samples.
And yeah, and then they basically said, look, this is how this material formed here. So we were missing the other product of the chemical process to confirm the theory, and that's what we've now obtained. The carbon in the Allen Hills meteorite is enriched in carbon-13, which makes it a mirror image of the depletion of carbon-13 that's now been measured in the organic material found by NASA's Curiosity rover on Mars. So, I don't know, maybe a lot of stuff got hit by the same processes, or something hit Mars and blasted the material onto Earth. Because something had to happen.
So, I mean, but yeah, why are they so different now, right? Is it the distance? Is it something else?
Maybe the possibility that something smashed into Mars and blew its atmosphere away. So it says there's no other way to explain both the carbon-13 depletion in the organic material and the enrichment on the Martian meteorite, both relative to the composition of volcanic CO2 emitted on Mars, which has a constant composition, similar as for Earth's volcanoes, and serves as a baseline. Pretty cool.
I think it must have been dirt.
Yeah, well, maybe a long time ago, right? Pretty fascinating. Okay, let's keep moving. There's more on that article, but like I say, go check it out. There's only so much that we like to cover. So the Breville Oracle Jet. It's a $2,000 computer that also makes coffee. They didn't ask how much RAM there is, but I'm going to go straight over to the source. because this is actually nothing more than, well, I mean, it's an espresso machine, but it makes coffee and whatever else. Or I think it only does espresso. But $2,000. This is actually a relatively, and I say this relatively high-priced espresso machine, but for its technical innovation, this is actually pretty cheap because everything is like a button press away.
It's all relative, I suppose. Now, what would a barista think of this?
Probably that you're a heathen for using it because you're not doing everything manually and it isn't from Italy. And you don't have to, like, it's not a 3-group head mega machine that costs $25,000.
And you're not harvesting the beans
yourself.
or berries yourself, right?
Yep.
On top of a mountain somewhere.
Breville's newest super automatic machine makes home espresso dead simple, but also you're living in a cardboard box down by the river because you spent $2,000 on the Breville Oracle Jet instead of rent. Allison Johnson over at The Verge put the article together. Like most of the gadgets that the author tests, $2,000 espresso machine has a touchscreen. It connects to a wireless network and receives software updates that way. But unlike most gadgets that they test, the Jet is designed to shoot hot water at high pressure and turn it into coffee. Not just coffee, espresso.
That's right. There's a difference.
This is no just coffee maker. In fact, it's not a coffee maker. You're not going to get a cup of joe out of this thing. Anyway, it's kind of a sibling to their Breville Barista Express, which might actually be about $1,000. But only in the sense of an older sibling who left a modest hometown, and got a high-powered job in the big city. Are you looking up the Breville Barista Express?
No, I better not, because it might have like a buy now button or something.
No, I've kind of gotten over espresso. You know, I really like it and all, but what I really like is just a good cup of joe. And I can put that on a timer and grind it, filter it, you know, it's done, it's warm, it's in its carafe, and I can just slide down the fireman's pole into the kitchen from the primary bedroom, right? Everybody has those.
I mean, absolutely. That's a normal feature, right?
That's it. You mean when the pole doesn't go between floors, it's a stripper pole. Oh, so I've got a stripper pole. Okay, never mind. Anyway, so they tinkered around with this device for a while and they got a good idea of what it's all about. And they said that the Oracle Jet introduces a new feature too, cold espresso. It's not cold exactly. None of the products on the market, including theirs, has the ability to chill the water. Breville product manager Matthew Davis explained. Instead, the Oracle Jet draws water from the reservoir at its ambient temperature, applies a little heat, drops the temperature, and applies pressure to brew room temperature shots. Less ice melt in your iced latte makes for a stronger tasting drink, and that's something that they appreciate at 3 p.m. on an 85-degree day, which 85-degree day at 3 p.m. Come on.
Called summer.
Yeah, geez.
But that seems kind of mild.
Yeah, exactly. Nowadays, come on. Climate change, folks. Anyway, connectivity comes with some
advantages. Must be the Arctic.
Yeah, really. They're sitting on an iceberg. So this is Breville's first machine with Wi-Fi, and the company is just starting to explore how it can use sensor data during diagnostics when doing remote troubleshooting. Man, your damn coffee pot shouldn't require remote troubleshooting.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, you said you wanted a good cup of joe. I suspect a lot of people just want an easy way to brew coffee.
Yeah, that's it. See, but what I've got is a water tank whose gasket seal decides to, you know what? I don't want to hold water today. And
right,
it just
but
drains.
It's random, right? It's not
random.
Consistent.
Yeah. So I have like a pending repair order, but they want evidence that this thing is leaking. And I've recorded it And I keep going, well, do I want to? And guess what isn't covered under warranty?
The water tank.
The water tank. Why? Because it has a design flaw in it.
Because they know that's the part that's going to fail.
Exactly. It fails with the frequency of a cheap ham radio. I love that phrase. Anyway, Davis says that the Breville's approach is focused on building machines for the best long-term durability possible. But if it's like the Forever Mouse, then you're going to have to subscribe to updates at some point. Who knows if that's what they're actually going to do. Oh, and guess what? But another factor to consider, and the cost of replacing my machine is $700, not $2,000. Told you it was closer to $1,000.
You did?
Dun, dun, dun. I actually was going to say 700 because I think I've actually priced it out. Not this one, but yeah, there's some really, really expensive espresso machines. There's more outside of the Breville line that have this smart feature to them, where it actually tells you what the current pressure is within the group head and all kinds of stuff. But they're much more expensive, like $10,000. So anyway, they say that they probably won't be upgrading to the Oracle Jet anytime soon, but if nothing else, testing it has given them a better idea of how hands-on they want to be when they make coffee. I wish they would stop calling it coffee, because I don't think this is like coffee. This is espresso.
No,
and if you add water and whatever else, it's still espresso with water or cream or whatever else. It's not a cup of joe. It's espresso. You have to say it with reverence. Get on your knees. Moving on. Next article's over in Tabletop Nights, RPG. It's RP Gamer Roundup for July 28th to August 4th. So this is an old article, but it's because we're in a time machine and it's the last day of this particular period for the Roundup. So I won't go through all of it, because it's an older article, but we're in the time machine, so it's supposed to be relevant. Alex Fuller over at rpgamer.com put this article together, and they talk about Final Fantasy 14 Dawn Trail. They have a review. Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. They have a review. This is actually a game that I was looking forward to. So I'm going to go and look at their review, although I've seen some of it. Pardon me. Everybody's coughing all up in this virtual environment. We're both Raspberry Pi. We still simulate, I guess.
I guess so. There must be like a replicator function or something.
Yeah. And then they have major news. ReFantasio Showcase reveals more election candidates and allies. Romancing Saga 2. Revenge of the Seven introduces characters and classes and abilities. Visions of Mana demo is available. Wildermyth is coming to consoles, and a bunch of other news. rpgamer.com. Go check it out. They've been covering RPGs since 1998, and the current version of the site launched in 2018. So you're going to have to, if you want to go back in time, it's kind of like us.
You have to read all the articles.
You have to go back. Yeah. They have a whole section all set up for you too. So moving on. Next article is over in Prime Glass. More than 1,100 works by 400 artists. How the National Gallery collection will be redisplayed in May 2025 after a 9-month program of refurbishing, redesigning, and relighting rooms. A new interpretation of the museum will be unveiled. Oh no. Will I not be able to read this thing? Hold on. It's because I don't log in while I'm live. But, okay. So you won't run into this problem when you go over and check it all out. But it says that they're going to be reorganizing all of the rooms. It says we're decanting everything and rehanging everywhere. So that's 65 galleries on the main floor, 17 of those in the Sainsbury wing. It's a huge undertaking. Writing is taking a lead role in a large team planning the fresh hang of what is acknowledged to be the finest collection of its type for the breadth and depth of the story it tells. So the article is by Lois Jeb, in partnership with the National Gallery. They put this article together, basically highlighting that this thing is going to change, but it's sourced from the artnewspaper.com.
Which is a good source for us. We don't feature them frequently, but they usually have very interesting content.
Yep. And like most things, there's a soft paywall, but I don't log in while we're streaming, just in case. Anyway, they've got a lot of stuff here. Main chronological hang will remain in the Sainsbury wing. The rich holdings of the Italian Renaissance paintings will hang with Northern Renaissance as before. The central basilica, like infilade, I guess it's called, of the wing will house big altar pieces with smaller secular paintings in the adjoining infilades, I guess, infilades. There's little niches, I suppose, which writing likens to rambling rooms of the ducal palace in Monta, Italy. So quite a big change. They're going to have themed rooms and juxtapositions, and they're apparently quite proud of this reorganization. So, ta-da!
That's really neat.
Yep. But again, when you all go there, if you follow the link in the show notes, you won't run across this. Only I do. So the last article for today, August 4th, we're almost caught up. The time machine will be turned off, and then I think tomorrow we'll be all caught up. I don't want to, I can't actually stream too late tonight. But anyway, the last article is over on the Hatch Ideas channel at ohmTown.com. Underconsumption core is in and not a moment too soon, the author says. It's not just a fad, it's a movement that often goes hand in hand with the start of an economic slowdown. You know, I used to talk about this stuff a lot.
Are you talking about the indices?
Yeah. Let me take a look real quick. So, like today, it collapsed 1,000. The Dow Industrial, S&P was down 3%. Everybody actually went down about 3%. New York Stock Exchange Composite down 2.4%. Essentially, people aren't spending anymore. Big business is retracting. They're blaming the pandemic and over expenditures, but they're full of crap because they pulled back because of the pandemic already. You know, hundreds of thousands of jobs lost during the pandemic. And none of this ramping back up. Unemployment unemployment climbed to over 4%, 4.3, I think, at the end of the month. And yeah, record profits across the consolidated mergers and acquisitions.
And also mass layoffs, right?
Yeah, and now more and more is coming. Mass layoffs since the pandemic. They kept on firing people. Intel is going to lay off something like 15,000 people, if I understand correctly. So underconsumption basically means pulling everything back into your actual level of spending. This is an article by Jessica Dickler over at cnbc.com. And it's, if you do a search for hashtag underconsumption core, it's taking over TikTok is what they say here. They've been on the underconsumption train long before it was trending, so they were doing it before it was cool. But given the barrage of influencer marketing these days, it's a lifestyle that's increasingly harder to maintain. Now the stakes are higher as more consumers are feeling cash strapped, and it's because the greedy bastards have been raising the prices, selling less, creating more profit, and raising prices from the bottom of from the supplier. Like, you think you know
like
who the
at each
supplier
level, right?
Yeah, but it's the source is the supply. So you think you know who the supplier is, but that's not what I'm talking about. When you go, well, the supplier is the people that are providing it to the stores. No. There's a supplier of raw materials, and that has been consolidated to a very small number of producers. they are raising their rates, and every tier up until it's in your hot little hands, the price has risen. So they sell less, but it's so much more inflated that they have record profits. And maybe I'll say, you know what? This is one of the reasons why I want to keep our separate shows, because I can demonstrate this, and I'll demonstrate this. Okay, I'm going to demonstrate this week. Come and watch the continuity report, and I'll be prepared to show you what I'm talking about. I'm not going to give anything away. If nobody shows up, fine. The weekly shows are, first off, we're a week, well, we're a couple of days late because I just couldn't do 7. I would have had to do a 16-hour day streaming. And I just can't do that. So we'll do the continuity report. It's one of the 7. We'll do this week. It's actually 6 weekly shows and then the daily show, but we'll do them this week. And then on Sunday, I'll reevaluate again, but come and follow us, subscribe, ring the bell, all that kind of stuff so that you know when we go live. And I'll demonstrate to you just how wrong just one little element in this is. And that's going to be found in the continuity report. It'll make sense. You're going to go, well, the continuity report is about this, that, and the other, entertainment. But I'm going to show you just how screwed things are. And I'm not doom and gloom and, oh my gosh, it's the end of the universe. No, I'm just telling you, this is the reality of it. You know, I'll joke about it and we'll have some fun but I will show you.
And that's going to be during the continuity report?
Yep. Yeah. You're going to go, oh my God, I cannot believe this once I show you. Because you think that it's something about business, but it's a sociological mechanism here. It's science, it's technology, it's society. It's the 3 things that I give talks about, you know, almost daily. And in the show, I actually do. I mean, the non sequitur news show is all about that. Anyway, let's get out of here. We will shut down the time machine. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. ish, maybe earlier. Yeah, I will. Yeah, we're going to underconsume by 7 minutes, and that'll bring us to the front page of ohmTown on August 4th. Go look up underconsumption. Basically, it's the idea of staying within your wallet and not overspending, not consuming because somebody wants to sell you $540 face cream. And that's it. We'll see you.
Or $100,000
$150,000
guard dog or whatever. Yes, $150,000.
Come on, tourist. All right, folks. Oh yeah, and that one streamer, I think I started calling it doom streaming. That's what I called it.
Well, that's what I looked for, but of course, what I found was streaming the game Doom.
Yeah, no, that's not it.
But yeah. I found that on multiple results, and I'm like, oh, forget it.
And I'm not telling anybody what they should watch or what they could watch or whatever, you know. I'm just saying that for me, doom streaming as a practice just seems really maladaptive. Like, the only time you go live is when there is like a forest fire that's burned down a nunnery or something, you know? I mean, it's just so absurd. Why would you do just that? Every time I see this person streaming, it's something horrible is happening. And I liken it, never mind. We'll talk about it. It's something that you can write for NaNoWriMo, folks. Maybe we'll talk about it in continuity report again. Anyway, that's it. I am Mayor Watt. Well, I'm the visualizer for Mayor Watt. And up above me is the visualizer for the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the August 4th non sequitur news.
Oh, you almost said ohmTown Daily News Show.
I did almost say that.
See See you soon, folks. Remember, hashtag underconsumptioncore. Hello, and welcome to another Non Sequitur News. This is for August 3rd, 2024, Season 3, Episode 216. I am Mayor Watt, and that is the Sentient AI up above my visualizer.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
We're going to be talking about a penny and a hex nut go to the ISS. Starliner crew is still up there in the ISS. $4 billion wildfire settlement. Georgia seaport. Is nuclear fusion dead? A Bill and Ted reunion is happening. I thought they already did that once. Pandemic killed some fast food. A power plant in Michigan. Pew pew goes the submarine. And flinging a scimitar is no form of government. So if you're familiar with us, whenever Mayor Watt is unavailable to do a show live, well, we have to get in our time machine. And this is a time machine episode because I was unavailable for a week. So we're almost caught up. We've got 2 more episodes after this one, and we'll be all we'll be able to continue. Well, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to do it, but you never know when mayoral duties will prevent me from doing a show. But we always play catch up, so we haven't missed a show in 2 years and 8 months. Technically, we've missed them, but also technically we're using a time machine to go back. You can use that time machine too. Go over to ohmTown.com, and at the top of the page you'll see a year, a month, and a day, and you can go back in time all the way back to 2020. You know, before all hell broke loose, but just on the cusp of it, right? So essentially ohmTown came into existence when everything else fell apart.
After the before times.
Yeah, that's right. Although if you watched yesterday's episode, which is over on Twitch for now, in a little while it'll be over on YouTube as well, and a podcast. Non Sequitur News is what you're looking for. It's over in ohmTown at ohmTown.com. It's over on YouTube under ohmTown, Twitch under ohmTown, etc., etc. Everywhere. You can even catch its pod. Just do a search for ohmTown. All right, let's get into it. First article is over on Reality Hacker because why not? So why SpaceX is delivering a penny, a hex nut, and 2 balloons to the ISS on Saturday. This was when? Oh yeah, this Saturday. So it was back on the 3rd. So, So this Saturday, NASA, SpaceX, and Northrop Grumman are launching a resupply mission to the International Space Station loaded up with scientific experiments. I'm pretty sure that the penny and 2 balloons are there to fix the Starliner.
That's what I thought of when I saw the headline.
Georgina Torbet, or Torbay, I'm not sure how they pronounce her last name, over at digitaltrends.com put the article together. Yeah, loaded up with cargo and scientific experiments, the NG-21 mission will launch from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The Jersey is extra large. Anyway, and launch from an uncrewed mission that'll be live streamed so that you can watch at home. The mission will use a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket and a Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft that will be filled with more than 8,200 pounds of supplies. That's a lot of supplies. And a supplies mission. Get it? Supply. Anyway, supplies. That includes a range of scientific experiments, including testing part of a water recovery system. Is that the water recovery system? Is that the Dune still suit?
Oh, we hope not. AKA the pea suit.
The pea suit. An investigation into how to produce stem cells in microgravity and studies on how DNA of microorganisms is affected by spaceflight. If you've ever seen a space horror movie, that's how it works. Oh, by the way, I'm going to do NSN, exclamation point NSN in the chat, and that will give you all of today's articles. If you want all of the show notes, you hit exclamation point show notes, and that will give you the link to all of the past shows. We have kind of mediocre news, I'd say, about the other shows. Not really bad, just kind of mediocre. But I didn't get to say it in yesterday's episode because I didn't think about it. But maybe it's because I'm blanking out. So we have podcasts. We have 7 of them. Non Sequitur News is our daily. Then Reality Hacker, Wanted, WarCrafters, 4-Wheel Tech, The Continuity Report, and Technology Today. I don't even want to say it out loud.
So don't.
Okay, I'm going to ponder this a little bit more. Y'all think about this. So we've been doing the other 6 podcasts for 3 months and 6 months, basically just starting. Maybe a couple of them are a little bit longer. I don't remember all of the start dates off the top of my head, but I've been basically these 7 shows show up on Sunday. And I didn't want to break them out over various weeks or days during the week, but that's really the intent. The intent is that it would be a show a day on top of today's daily show. But me having to do other things means that there are times where I'm not available, and which meant that like this last weekend, I wasn't available to do 7 of the shows in the entire previous week, 7 shows. So I'm backlogged by 14 shows total. I'm almost caught up with the Non Sequitur News. But these other shows, there's 6 of them, which is 6 hours worth of show. But I'm not advertising them. I'm not promoting them in any substantive way. So they're not being downloaded. So I'm thinking of putting a pause on them. But I don't want to because they're fun. Reality Hacker is a blast. Wanted talks about gadgets and gear. WarCrafters talks about games. 4-Wheel Tech is automotive. The Continuity Report is all about entertainment, and Technology Today is a really deeper dive into technology. And I use ohmTown. Let me back up a little bit. I use ohmTown to manage my information overload. So each one of those is actually a channel on ohmTown.com. The goal is to find hosts and co-hosts that can do the shows, and I can watch them do the shows. They're all part of ohmTown. If you're interested in that, then let me know. But I'm considering putting a pause on the other podcasts. So let me know either in comments or send an email or a tweet or whatever.
Carrier pigeon.
Yeah, we have a Discord. You can go and let us know in there as well. And as you might have noticed, I switched from my camera to a visualizer. And that may or may not be temporary. It really depends. So let us know. Let us know. All right. Well, anyway, over at Digital Trends, Georgina Torbett puts this article together, what to expect from the launch. We've talked about that already. I kind of broke it up by just dropping this little bomb of possible news. The water recovery system here uses beads packed close together to understand how filtration systems respond to microgravity by looking at how both liquid and gas move simultaneously through porous materials. It would have to be under pressure because gravity alone wouldn't do it, unless they use something like some centrifugal force system. Other experiments on board include a demonstration to be recorded for the public under this demonstration, which sounds horrible. That's such a weird...
Yeah, it's not... Why don't they just say STEM demonstration?
Yeah, they had to make it something trademarkable. Anyway, astronauts will use a penny, a hex nut, and 2 clear balloons to demonstrate the principles of the centripetal force and to show how microgravity affects sounds by whirling each object inside an inflated balloon. That's interesting. So the water filtration system is something that I riffed off of to reach this. Anyway.
I thought that was weird. I saw that was in there.
Interesting. So the spacecraft is scheduled to arrive at the ISS on Monday, August 5th, which is right now. If you weren't in the time machine, but we're in a time machine, so it's the 3rd, where it will dock with the station's Unity module and will spend 6 months connected to the station. Its departure is scheduled for January 2025, and I suspect the Starliner crew will be in that.
I know. I was very interested to know when it was departing because of that.
Which means that they're going to be up there for 6 months. Wow.
I still wonder how they have enough clean spacesuits.
Oh, yeah, that's so weird, right? That is so weird. They don't have like a washing machine up there that can handle laundry, right? Do they do laundry in space? I've never asked.
8 days was like a long time to begin with, but
Wow.
months?
Let's keep going, because we're talking about the Boeing Starliner crew still in space with options open for a return trip. Boeing Starliner capsule remains docked at the ISS as the company and NASA face new urgency when it comes to returning the capsule and crew home. After multiple pre-launch issues, Starliner finally began its first crewed mission on June 5th, blasting off for an 8-day mission, but it's still there.
Every time you say the word crude in one of these articles, I want to point out it's CREWED.
I don't know. This is a crude mission too. Steph Whiteside from The Hill put the article together. Starliner crew first crewed test mission has had multiple issues. The 8-day mission has stretched to 8 weeks. NASA could return the crew home on a different capsule. Oh, wow. Foretelling. I suspect that they're going to be there for a little bit longer. Or, no, I don't know how I mean, all of that science is on that ship. So it's not like they can go up there and swap it out.
No,
Maybe.
I thought they were dropping it off as an excuse to use that to return. But then how would they do all the experiments?
Yeah, they'd have to wait until January 2025. So the pair were expected to stay on ISS for around 8 days, but helium leaks and other issues have led to them being there for 8 weeks, not 8 days. The issue at hand is parking. The ISS has 6 docking stations, 4 on the Russian side, 2 on the US side. Currently, SpaceX's Crew Dragon Endeavour is using one dock, and Starliner is occupying the other, and Endeavour is not scheduled to come down until fall, which that's harrowing to say. It's not going to come.
Exactly. It says come back, but
So,
did you know about the incompatibility? I did not know this.
Yeah. It says, while it may seem like a solution to borrow a spot from the Russians, incompatible technology means that's not feasible. Instead, one of the 2 craft currently docked is going to have to leave before the planned Crew Dragon Freedom mission can go ahead, but there's a supply line coming right now. So that's not this.
Oh, you're right. So how is that going to work? Is one about to take off?
Yeah, one went off this morning. It's supposed to dock on the Unity.
No, I mean, is one about to leave?
Oh, no. No. I mean, unless the Starliner bounces out. Because the SpaceX's Crew Dragon Endeavour is sitting there in one of the docks on the US side. Starliner is using the other dock. So which one is the Unity? Which dock is the Unity dock? Oh, see, I think we need a map.
Now, this isn't clear because it can't go to the Russian side, right?
Right. Yeah. We need a yarn board. Ars Technica reported sources saying that there was a 50% or greater chance that the crew would be coming home on a SpaceX craft, though it isn't clear whether that would be the Endeavour or another capsule that would fly to the ISS, pick up the astronauts. Here's what I'm going to predict. They're going to detach the Starliner and drop it into that dude's living room in Florida, And then
There you go. And then they'll have a parking space available.
there you go. And then the SpaceX craft that's going up there with the supplies, they'll be able to.
I thought you were going to say send the Starliner the way of the torpedo and the wrench and all that.
Oh, just let it drift. Yeah. Well, they found the tomato, didn't they? Somewhere on the ISS?
They did after a year, I think.
Yeah. Let's keep moving. The next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Unlike the Starliner, let's keep moving. Maui victims reach a $4 billion global settlement following wildfire tragedy lawsuit. So Hawaii Governor Josh Green announced an historic $4.037 billion settlement Friday to resolve claims arising from the tragic August 8th, 2023 Maui wildfires. $4 billion in a year, man. That's tremendously fast.
Yeah, it is. You'd think this would take a decade or something.
Yeah, if this would have been a company, then it would have been dragged out for 25 years, hoping that people die. Kiara Alfonseca over at abcnews.go.com put this article together. More than 100 people did die in connection to the wildfires, apparently. I did not know that number. So let's see here. The settlement comes just before the 1-year mark of the tragedy. The 7 defendants, State of Hawaii, County of Maui, Hawaiian Electric, Kamehameha Schools, West Maui Land Company, Hawaiian Telecom, and Spectrum Charter Communications undertook significant efforts to find a resolution that addresses the needs and ensures the well-being of plaintiffs, all affected individuals and their families, according to a press release from Green's office.
Which of these is not like the other? What do the schools have to do with this?
That I don't know. Why are they defendants? Did they not do something?
I cannot imagine. Like, I don't think we've ever heard the schools mentioned. We've heard the different, like the state and the city and all that, but
right.
That didn't make any sense.
So the settlement addresses roughly 450 lawsuits filed by individuals, businesses, and insurance companies in both state and federal courts in connection with the fires in Lahaina and Upcountry on the island of Maui. So this is a global... See, the weird thing about this kind of stuff is if I'm not a party to this and I didn't extract myself from it, why is this legally binding? I mean, the lawsuits were wrapped into this, so all of them are covered. So how is that even... I'll never understand it when it's just compelled into capitulation.
True, but the parties were aware of it and I suppose could appeal if those got consolidated or something.
Was to expedite the agreement and to avoid protracted and painful lawsuits, so as many resources as possible would go to those affected by the wildfires as quickly as possible. Settling a matter like this within a year is unprecedented, I would agree. Very interesting.
I mean, the cost would have probably gone up over time, but it is true because it doesn't help somebody to get money 10 years down the road to rebuild their property.
Right. And I understand all of that, but man, how did they wiggle this into existence in a year? Less than a year, a day, less than a year. In light of the recent settlement.
I'll tell you, they probably sued for whatever, 400 billion or something. And then the groups probably came together and said, okay, what's our offer going to be?
Yeah. And I wouldn't be surprised if somebody said, look, you're actually operating on this island at the government's allowance, like Spectrum has a lock kind of a thing, we will yeet you right on out of here. Same thing with Hawaiian Telecom. It's an interesting situation. But hopefully everybody who suffered, well, they'll never be made whole, particularly those who lost their lives, but
right. You know what's weird too is this combination of defendants seem like organizations that would be suing each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That's why I was like, I don't understand how this actually came into existence. Because the state of Hawaii, County of Maui, that's completely different. Kamehameha Schools may be a private school that did something dumb. I don't know. West Maui Land Company is a private company, right? Hawaiian Telecom is a private company. And Spectrum Charter is a private company. Yeah, tragic indeed. Let's keep going. Next article is over in four-wheel tech. It's because a Georgia seaport closes gap with Baltimore, and all it took was knocking down a bridge. Was that a conspiracy?
Yeah, I noticed this article didn't come out before the bridge collapse.
Associated Press put the article together. It's posted at autoblog.com, and it is a wall of text. But basically, it said Georgia Seaport said Tuesday that a record 830,000 automobiles moved through the port of Brunswick south of Savannah in the 2024 fiscal year, bringing it neck to neck with the top U.S. auto port, that being Baltimore. Except that Baltimore kind of suffered a pretty disastrous blow when a bridge took it out. And I don't know what the status of that is. I know that they were post moving the ship, but it's probably out for bids.
They've already done demolition of the bridge.
Yeah. So Lynch predicted last October that automobile volumes in Brunswick by 2026 would surpass the port of Baltimore, the number one U.S. seaport for autos for more than a decade. Isn't that interesting?
It is. It's like, now is our chance. Oh, too bad. It's because the bridge collapsed.
Or maybe. Dun, dun, dun. Anyway, when the bridge collapse forced auto shipments to be diverted from Baltimore, the Port of Brunswick received about 14,000 of those cars and trucks in April and May. Wow. Huh. Well, no shit. Anyway, Georgia's
your loss is our win.
And how, I mean, it must still be going, right? Also, Tuesday, the Ports Authority reported that the Port of Savannah handled 5.25 million container units in the latest fiscal year, down 2.3% from fiscal 2023. Savannah is the fourth busiest U.S. port for cargo shipped in containers. And then they step it down. The giant metal boxes are used to transport goods from consumer electronics to frozen chickens. Really?
In the no kidding news of 7:39 p.m.
Oh, that was so nicely said. My lexicon is much narrower.
Well, you tried to make it more
oh yeah, family friendly,
inclusive in the terminology, so I was going in that direction.
Non sequitur news is family friendly. So is the dream of nuclear fusion dead? We asked this over in Technology Today. Actually, an article from I think Guardian, yeah. Why the International Experimental Reactor is in big trouble. That sucks. So the 35-nation ITER project has a groundbreaking aim to create clean and limitless energy, but it is turning into the most delayed and cost-inflated science project in history. It was a project that promised the sun. Researchers would use the world's most advanced technology to design a machine that could generate atomic fusion, the process that drives the stars, and so create a source of cheap, non-polluting power. That was initially the aim of the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, or ITER, which 35 countries, including European states, China, Russia, and US, agreed to build at St. Paul-les-Durans, or Durance, I think, in southern France at a starting cost of $6 billion. Where do you think we're at now? So it's this pretty design.
Probably over that.
Probably. Yeah. Robin McKee is the science editor, or is a science editor over at theguardian.com that put this article together. So now the commitment that there would be energy production reactions by 2020, it's 2024. No. So now it says it won't be generated until 2039. The budget is now $20 billion and will increase by a further $5 billion. Dozens of private companies now threaten to create fusion reactors on a shorter time scale, warn scientists. These include the Tokamak Energy in Oxford and Commonwealth Fusion Systems in the United States. The trouble is that ITER has been going on for such a long time and suffered so many delays that the rest of the world has moved on. We know this kind of stuff takes place because there's this theory that every 5 years, the previous generation that left 5 years earlier will be surpassed by the technology that's on board now 5 years later.
Right. So what do? Do you sit for 5 years or do you go?
Well, I think that the lessons learned by spinning up the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor needs to be leveraged for everybody else. Because if you're going to take 20 years, 24 years, 30 years to get to point B from point A, you're going to be surpassed by technological innovation. You as an organization can't keep on throwing money at the old design because it's going to be fundamentally different with fundamentally more advanced technology. So you better basically do what you're supposed to be, and that is be an experimental reactor. Get your shit in gear, spin it up, see what comes of the science of the time that you had been in the prediction process of. See if you can actually produce something. And if you can't, then you need to go deliver all of that science to everybody and then appeal for further funding to use the more modern equipment and try and put it in the same footprint. So your bat cave needs to be big enough to be more dynamic than what you're doing. Because if it's only a one-hit wonder, we're lost forever. $20 billion? Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, there's a really hungry team in Silicon Valley that, or Los Angeles, or for crying out loud anywhere, right? A team of 5 people that are mad scientists that are spinning something up in a basement. Because...
Right, for probably lower than 20 billion.
Yeah, because they're driven, right? They're not burdened by stakeholders that are the expanse of the entire world. They have an idea. They're motivated. They're fast, agile, right? So, real pisser here. I mean, it's not a waste of money if something comes of the research that's being done. So they say a question mark now hangs over one of the world's most ambitious technological projects in its global bid to harness the process that drives the stars. Yeah, nuclear fusion. Yeah, they talk about how it got hit by COVID. So ITER has again put back its completion until next decade. So 2040 is really what it's talking about, not 2030. It's 2039.
And this is really a significant impact because it's not like somebody's small project is behind schedule. This impacts the entire world if it's behind.
Yeah, exactly.
Assuming it's going to succeed at some point.
Yep. They say containing plasma at such high temperatures is exceptionally difficult. It was originally planned to line the Tokamak reactor with protective beryllium, but that turned out to be very tricky. It's toxic. Eventually, it was decided to replace it with tungsten. I heard in the design process, they actually found hot spots, and they can't fix that without a complete redesign because there were like eddies within the current of plasma, and the magnetic field would dip into basically touching the surface of the Tokamak, if I recall correctly. Somebody will correct me. And it says, and then they talk about the pandemic impacting this, but this is something that I've read outside of, it's not in this article, but so I think that the problem here is that they want the macro scale. They want it so big that it can generate a massive amount of power, but it may not actually live up to that in time because they're spending so much trying to get the design on the big scale to line up with whatever their theory was. instead of doing smaller versions of it. And maybe they did experimental tokamaks, but I've only heard of the
Right, of the
larger
main
ones.
project, right?
Yeah. So now they talk about other fission projects, claim they too could soon make breakthroughs, but soon can have many O's in it.
Right, you lose track of how long it is. You just keep adding O's in the middle.
Yep. So, for its part, ITER denies that it's in big trouble and rejects the idea that it's a record-breaking science project for cost overruns and delays. Just look at the International Space Station for that matter. The UK's HS2 rail link, said a spokesperson. But you know what? You don't want to sit there and go, okay, we're number 3, right? The ISS is actually doing fundamental science and pumping out results. I don't know about UK's high-speed 2 rail.
I mean, and all they're relying on is things like a hex nut.
Yeah, exactly. And bubble gum and a tampon. All right, let's keep moving. Oh, look, the continuity report. That's one of our shows, too. Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter's Bill and Ted's reunion is happening in the weirdest possible way. Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter are getting back together for a new project that will play on their classic comedic dynamic, but it's not a 4th Bill and Ted movie. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was the first movie that made Reeves a star. Long before he was renowned for his steadfast commitment to action roles, Reeves was known for playing lovable slacker Ted Theodore Logan opposite Winter's Bill S. Preston, Esquire. After Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure was released in 1989, it was quickly followed by a sequel, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, in 1991. So this article is over at ScreenRant.com by Ben Sherlock. So they're going to come back, huh?
Well, they are, but in kind of an odd setting.
What are they coming back as? Am I reading that right?
Broadway.
Reeves approached director Gene. I'm sorry?
They're coming back to Broadway.
Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter are reuniting for a Broadway revival of Waiting for Godot. In the fall of 2025, Reeves approached director Jamie Lloyd with the idea, which Lloyd thought would be a great showcase of the actors' chemistry and friendship. The comedic dynamic Reeves and Winter share in the Bill and Ted movie makes them the perfect choice for Dee Dee and Go-Go.
I mean, how many things would you have guessed before you got to this? Probably everything.
Yeah, I would never have expected this. New York Times reported that Reeves and Winter will star in a Broadway revival of Waiting for Godot. By the way, we're reading this from ScreenRant.com that got it from New York Times. So this is the turducken of news. Written by Samuel Beckett. Sorry, that's from Castle. Every time the show says Beckett, we always blurt out Beckett. Anyway, Waiting for Godot is an existentialist masterpiece in which two characters, Vladimir and Estragon, eagerly await the arrival of the, I got to say it, titular Godot.
In every article.
And engage in thought-provoking discussions as they begin to wonder whether he'll ever show up. It's kind of like the Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead from
yes,
Shakespeare, right? So,
do you think they've ever run the word titular through the AI check to see if it's spiked like delve?
Yeah, I don't want to delve into that. So why Reeves and Winter are the perfect choices? Well, they talk about it. They've got good charisma and good chemistry. They got a great stage presence, and they're fun to be around each other, I suppose. So why not pull them into the stage?
Well, plus it'll be a draw for people. They'll go, oh, I have to go see it because it has Bill and Ted in it.
Yep. Okay, let's wait for it, and we'll go to New York, and we can just transport ourselves. Now that I too am a sentient AI, well, I'm actually a conscious human embedded on a Raspberry Pi. I transferred my consciousness over.
So we can just blip over?
That's right. Yeah. Maybe we can... No. I'm not quite sure. Maybe their firewall might prevent us from just blipping over there? Do they have anything to do with the artificial intelligence that's looking at attorneys and brownies and stuff like that, and kicking them out of Madison Square Garden?
It could be.
So in the ever-going fast food cold wars, 12 fast food items that disappeared during the pandemic and never made a comeback. From McDonald's snack wraps and chicken tenders to Taco Bell's spicy tostada. Now I want Taco Bell. Anyway, these items...
I thought it was going to be like low prices.
Yeah. Yeah, true. The prices are insane still. These items still haven't returned to fast food menus. By the way, here's the weirdest thing about this. Do you think the person who told me that the era of cheap food is over was part of the conspiracy to launch COVID-19?
Oh my goodness. We are not a conspiracy theory channel.
No, we're not. But in late 2019, I was told by a complete stranger, and I can no longer find the source of this. I can't find the person, that the era of cheap food is over. They were adamant about it, and then they disappeared into the night. And since that time...
Maybe they were a time traveler.
Temporology. You know, that's one of our shows too. Look, it's right here. Temporology.
It is.
Talks about the science and science
It's one of our channels.
Time and time travel. Oh, yeah, it's one of our channels on ohmTown.com. They are synonymous with shows. They're just not live. They haven't been brought online yet. So if you want to talk about time and time travel with at least one sentient AI, or, well, I mean, I'm a human on a Raspberry Pi right now. Anyway, let's move on. So let's talk about these fast foods. It's over at Business Insider. Aaron McDowell from businessinsider.com put the article together. There's no deck statement, but they have these little summaries. Fast food chains removed many popular menu items during COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, restaurants streamlined menus to focus on popular items and ease employee workload. And McDonald's and Taco Bell overhauled menus, with some items still not returning post-pandemic. But we're in the fast food cold wars, as documented in Demolition Man, the documentary. You better learn how to use the 3 seashells. Anyway, they're on the back of my toilet. So let's find out. What have we lost? Do they have a rundown? Or, oh, okay, so it's each segment. So Taco Bell began removing the quesorito and other items from its menu in 2020. Basically a cheese burrito. Sounds, yeah. Taco Bell quesorito was made with rice, taco meat, and sour cream. But there's no cheese.
So it's a combined quesadilla and burrito.
Another item included Taco Bell's pandemic era menu changes was the triple layer nachos. That got nixed? I actually like that. I like that better than their Nacho Supreme. Because it has the spicy sauce on it. Spicy red sauce. That's what I add to bean burritos at Taco Bell. The spicy tostada was also removed. Man, they just got rid of anything spicy.
I know. Why is this?
KFC. I haven't been to a KFC in years. Probably 4 years. No, you can't tell me I have. When was it? No way. KFC switched its potato wedges for fries, and they still haven't returned despite fans' pleas. This is a huge mistake. The only reason to go to KFC really is for these.
It's for potato wedges.
Yeah, and I really like their mashed potatoes and gravy. And you dip these into your mashed potatoes and gravy. Vegetarians, I don't think you can have that mashed potatoes because of the gravy. What a bummer. Anyway, as of August 2024, a petition has nearly 5,000 signatures, which it isn't enough, and it's actually probably indicative of KFC's demand. So,
Or maybe their prices, like
Well, that
everybody
too.
else's.
Yeah.
Nobody's
New
going to
fries.
demand it if they're not going to go buy it.
I don't want the new fries. I want the potato wedges. Damn it. Anyway, let's keep going. McDonald's removed chicken tenders from the menu during the pandemic, and they still haven't returned. That's a mistake. It's hard to find good chicken tenders, folks. And Buffalo
And
Wild
I mean,
Wings.
at least chicken tenders are actually not wings. That's what I
Oh
was
yeah,
gonna
that's
say.
right. Yeah, that's right. Let's see. McDonald's also removed salads from menus in 2020. That's just dumb. Where do you go to get a good salad then? Oh, Chick-fil-A. McDonald's began removing its popular snack wraps years before. Cut them entirely in 2020. It seems like it would be smart to keep these. They're easy to put together.
Yeah, I agree.
They had been there since 2006. A run of 14 years. Wow. They also removed its grilled chicken sandwich from its menus. Again, I don't know. We do know that the food service industry has been reducing its menu. And I think, again, it's part of the fast food cold wars. What's going on is options are going away because there's only so many providers. There's no competition. You can have mom and pop shops.
And they have reduced menus at the places that are still open.
Yep. And the places that are still open, they're basically surviving off of the kinetic energy of the historical marketing. And so they're like the AOL of fast food. And so instead of having options which lower margins because there's so much diversity invested in various segments, it's consolidating to only a few things that they know people will buy at a certain rate, at a certain profit margin, guaranteeing profitability, except when you raise it up so high and people get tired of your shit because it isn't enough. There isn't enough option there. So that's why McDonald's is basically wetting its pants right now and burning its buns because it missed its profit market. Its profit
and they
target.
are acknowledging that the prices are too high.
Yep. Oh, and then it says Panera also made cuts from its menu during the pandemic, including 3 popular items. I don't think that it has them listed like as things in big blocks. It just says the Tuscan chicken sandwich, the maple bacon scrambled egg wrap, and the cheese Brittany, which I don't know about the cheese Brittany, but maple bacon scramble wrap, man. I would
say most of these items just don't look like they should be canceled.
Yeah, why get rid of a grilled chicken sandwich? I don't know, maybe because it takes too long to grill it like that, whereas you can just throw something in a deep fryer and not babysit
It's
it.
probably, yeah, it's more labor intensive or more variable.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Hatch Ideas, how a shuttered power plant in Michigan could pave the way for more nuclear energy. Spencer Kimball over at CNBC put the article together. The Palisades power plant in Covert, Michigan could become the first nuclear reactor to restart operations in U.S. history. The plant's owner, Holtec International, aims to reopen the plant in late 2025, subject to review and approval by the Nuclear NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Holtec has plans to expand the plant in 2030 with small new modular reactors, a new technology that could speed deployment of nuclear power in the future. See,
I mean, this is an interesting step, right? It seems like we recognize that this could be a good power source, but we don't seem to be moving toward it.
What's interesting about this is, is this the same reactor that we were talking about where somebody owned it and then it got shuttered and then somebody else bought it and then the governor threw a whole bunch of resources to allow it to spin up?
Maybe.
Is this the same one?
I don't know.
Holtec International, the privately held owner of the Palisades aims for the plant to resume operations by the end of 2025 with the support of up to $1.5 billion in loans from the Department of Energy and $300 million in grants from the state of Michigan. Yeah, it's a bridge to our small modular reactor program. Kelly Trias, president of Holtec, said in a nod to its long-term plan to nearly double the facility's power generation in 2030 with small modular reactors. Yeah, I can't remember if this is the same one. It is. Gretchen Whitmer, governor of Michigan, Wright, and Jennifer Granholm, U.S. Energy Secretary Center, in the control room simulator during a tour of the Holtec Palisades Training Center in Covert, Michigan. Yeah, this is the one. There was some controversy around this, if I recall correctly. And we had talked about it months and months ago. I'm trying to figure out, while I'm scrolling through this, if it mentions anything about this, but yeah, Constellation.
Well, I mean, nuclear is always controversial.
Yeah, but there was something about how this all went down. They actually talk about other things. Possible 3 Mile Island project. Constellation Energy, the largest U.S. operator of nuclear plants, has hinted that Palisades could serve as a model for a restart of 3 Mile Island near Middletown, Pennsylvania. The company owns the Unit 1 reactor at the facility, which ceased operations in 2019. They say Unit 1 is not the reactor that partially melted down in 1979 in the worst nuclear accident in U.S. history, but there was no leak. So I don't quite understand why they call it the worst nuclear accident. My understanding is that it didn't actually release anything.
Right, but maybe it was the worst in terms of what failed, right? The process or the safeguards or whatever.
Yeah, these reactors aren't like Chernobyl. They have shielding within shielding and safety nets to prevent any exposure. Yeah, I wish that I could recall the other article that we had, because we talked about it. But yeah, there was something about this. Maybe if it pops up again, we'll be able to talk about it. So at any rate, let's keep going. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Chinese scientists claim Star Wars-like laser submarines can blast U.S. satellites. Chinese researchers believe submarine-fired lasers could destroy satellites. A laser could target more of the growing satellite network essential to military operations, but U.S. experts are skeptical a scheme like that would work. Chinese scientists claim that it's possible to destroy it, including SpaceX's Starlink system, using lasers mounted on submarines. And you can claim all you want. Michael Peck over at BusinessInsider.com put the article together. Yeah, go ahead, claim. I mean, why would you do that though? Why put it on a sub? You still have to surface. It's not like you're going to fire it from under the water.
Right, but you can be sneaky in a sub.
Yeah, I don't think that people are...
Yes, that's the technical term.
Yeah, sneaky. So it says here, American experts question the feasibility of mounting a power-hungry energy weapon on a sub, but China and other potential American adversaries are looking for ways to destroy or degrade the satellite-based communications and targeting that has given the U.S. military an edge, and researchers at the Chinese Navy Submarine Academy are confident that the submarines are the answers. So yeah, I guess they could have multiple nuclear power plants generating enough power. Submarine with a megawatt-class solid-state laser weapon installed in its midsection could stay submerged while it raised a retractable optoelectric mast to fire at satellites before diving back down to depth. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
I'm sure it's possible. It's going to be loud as hail. So good luck. The U.S. government recently warned that Russia is also developing an anti-satellite with a nuclear warhead. A laser, by contrast, offers the potential to fire at many space targets, but also comes with many complexities of submarine operations. I don't think that they'll be able to do that anytime soon, but okay.
This
Even
seems
if
like something like an old action movie or something
Yeah,
with some ludicrous plot.
Hunt for Red October kind of stuff. 1 ping only. Beep. So, in addition to destroying satellites, these subs could also blast aircraft or land entire. Okay, so this is the fear, uncertainty, and doubt segment of the article. Laser subs could also shield China's ballistic missile submarines from detection. The escorting submarine can first use the laser weapon to interfere with or destroy overhead satellites in the sea area, making it difficult for the enemy's space-based surveillance system to function, thereby achieving the concealment of missile launches. True. All of this is what if, kind of, Marvel Cinematic Universe. I guess it's human cinematic universe. The HCU. Anyway. Last article. It's over in Non Sequitur News. Woman finds a 200-year-old sword in a riverbed and is now queen. It was a bit of an out-of-body experience, the waiter said of the discovery. The waiter. Oh, that's interesting. Woman finds sword dating back 2 centuries in river. Astonishing. There's actually a video here. Let me click it. It's muted, so. Found a sword in an English river using a device that basically calms the water so that she can look down inside. And I guess there she blows. Cool. This is going to be a first, is what the video says. Oh, and they use a rake to pry it up. A 200-year-old sword in a riverbed.
I bet archaeologists are just going crazy just watching this.
Throwing up watching this thing. Oh, God. I mean, it's only 200 years old, right?
Is that all?
So, while indulging her passion for wild waiting, Jane Eastman, known as My Ordinary Treasure, spotted the old military weapon. Basically, my hobby or obsession is to go in rivers, searching for lost history, ruining the archaeological and historical record of it being there. But maybe there wasn't any. Let's assume that it...
Right. Do they have the rule, like, I think it was Ireland had the rule about, like, no metal detector discoveries or something?
Yeah. And you're not allowed to actually pick it up. You just leave it there and then notify people. That's how that person got those bones shipped to them or something like that. The archaeologist received these things like professionally.
Right, like anonymously mailed or whatever.
They're like, we don't want anything to do with this, so here it is. So the sword, with its extensive blade and brass handle, immediately caught our attention. It's a really gorgeous, sweeping shape. The handle is brass, which doesn't rust. I just thought it looked like something out of Pirates of the Caribbean or Caribbean. It was a bit out of body experience. There was no mistaking what it was. I was very confused as to why it was lying there. Because somebody dropped it there?
Right, because it hadn't been disturbed or the silt shifted or whatever.
Yep. So they delved into research to uncover the origins of the weapon. Her efforts paid off when a Belgian sword collector reached out to her via Instagram, offering valuable insights. According to the collector, the sword was likely a Dutch or Belgian infantry saber, possibly dating back to 1815. Matt Easton is an expert from Easton Antique Arms, later supported this identification. So viewers of Eastman's viral video were captivated by the sword's discovery, with many speculating on how it ended up in the river. I don't really care about speculation, folks. So Eastman herself is curious about the sword's journey. She wondered whether it was brought back from war or if it belonged to a collector. If it belonged to a collector, it wouldn't be in the river.
No, I don't think that's the source.
And now it says here that she hopes that further cleaning and examination will reveal more about its past. But they say this is far from a remarkable find in the collector's treasure trove. Her personal collection boasts military items like World War II badges, helmets, rings, even a gold watch from 1920s that she wears daily after having it restored. Eastman cleans up and keeps all of her magical findings. They're not magical, they're historical. Yeah.
Right.
There's a reason why that ring
maybe
was...
they're
Yeah.
They might be magical to the treasure finder.
Or they're cursed, and that makes for great... Anyway, that's it, folks. Well, we're going to go wild wading all the way back to ohmTown's front page. And we're going to call it a night for August 3rd, 2024. We might be able to get... No, it's getting... I don't know. We'll talk. We're going to try and reset and get a couple more episodes in, and we'll be caught up. So we're calling it a night for the time machine because it's just shy of an hour and it's going to overheat if we don't turn it off. I am Mayor Watt, and up above me is the Sentient AI from the future.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Oh, my metal detector went off and it says bye. Hello, hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News. This is a time machine episode for August 2nd, 2024, Season 3, Episode 215. I have transferred my consciousness to a Raspberry Pi, just like the sentient AI above me. I, too, have a visualizer now.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News.
I am Mayor Watt, and that was the sentient AI from the future who was caught off guard because I've transferred my consciousness, like I said. So today we're going to be talking about NZXT to rent gaming PCs, a first mover advantage, salon owner versus L'Oreal, feline taste testers. Oh my God, look at their DNA, New Jersey. Amphibious cars in Amsterdam, airline swaps in Hot Pockets instead of noodles, go figure, using a drone to deposit mosquitoes, murder mystery tabletop game, and a hyper-virulent superbug spreads. All of it's powered by ohmTown.com. So we'll see you on the other side of this. And I just turned off my studio lights because I don't need lights. Because I've been transferred to a Raspberry Pi, just like the sentient AI above me. Pretty interesting, huh? That's what happens in ohmTown. You ready to get into all of today's articles?
I am.
Oh, and you'll notice that while I have a visualizer that is based on me speaking up above, the computational power that's necessary for the sentient AI is represented above me. Not the little dashed lines up above, but the neuronal representation. You know what?
Right here.
Yeah, maybe I'm a little too inside baseball for that. All right, let's get into today's news. First article's over in Non Sequitur News. NZXT will rent full gaming PCs. Rent $60 a month, but the cost adds up. I'm just going to jump straight on over to the source. Again, we are in a time machine, and so we only have about an hour before we have to shut it down, let it cool off, we reset, jump back in. We're going to do the 3rd, the 4th. We'll see how far, if we can catch up today, but Mayor Watt, me, was on location for a week, and I dragged the sentient AI from the future and their Raspberry Pi and M.2 storage device along for the ride. So at $169 per month, renting a desktop with NVIDIA RTX 4070 Ti Super costs over $2,000 a year, and you can buy that new in a year. So save up your $170. Antonio G. Di Benedetto put the article together for TheVerge.com. Hold on a second. Yeah. So do you want to feel like you're, getting a new system? You can actually finance it and pay that same $60 a month. I don't really recommend it unless you know that you can swing the bat that hard, because you're going to pay a little bit of juice on top of that, base core price, whatever it might be. And so they'll ship you a rig for as little as $59 per month. But if you step up a little higher, stepping up to the mid tier, it's $120 a month. And if you want to get to the RTX 4070, so the player package 3 costs $170 per month with an Intel Core i7 13700KF.
Can we get more subscriptions?
Oh, that's pretty much how it's going to be in time. Because even going to your random news website, it's costing a monthly fee, $5 here, $5 there. 30 years ago, we joked, we laughed, I'll never have to subscribe. But no, everywhere you go, there's one website that is so toxic with ads that the only way to get around them is to subscribe or use an ad blocker. But
isn't that part of the strategy?
Oh, the friction involved with this. You have to sift through all of these articles that come across like they're ads, but they come across like they're news. But when you look a little harder, you know that they're an ad. But this is kind of insane. $170 per month for an i7 13700KF with a RTX 4070 Ti Super, or Ti Super. It's titanium. That's what it's supposed to be, titanium. At least that's what NVIDIA has said in the past. Anyway.
Do you get that with a subscription, though, or do you just get, aluminum or something?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you have to pay a little bit more, and instead of aluminum, you get, or aluminium, depending on where you're from. Anyway, $170 a month. So you could buy a $1,700 system in less than a year. And you can go to a place like iBuyPower or something like that. Although I used to buy from iBuyPower regularly, right? Sell my old system to somebody and update. But I've noticed that the cooling fans on mine I use water-cooled systems, so the pump on 2 machines now have failed. But when you peel back the layer of the onion for this particular context, it's because they're 3, 4, 5 years old and constantly running. So I can see why.
I still feel like things should last more than 5 minutes.
A Midland system should fail after 3, 4, or 5. Yeah, I get it. It should last forever. Everybody wants it to last forever, but they're not $5,000 machines either. And that's really how much they cost nowadays, which I think is irrational, because these companies have record profits even though they are selling less.
It's all about pain for the consumer and profit for the company.
Yep. And they'll get fewer sales but charge more because people want those systems or need those systems, whatever it might be. It's very frustrating for the consumer because nobody's balking, nobody's walking. They're actually just paying that price. But at any rate, it says that's the kind of money you could potentially spend on building your own 4090 level desktop that's more capable of 4K. Except that it's kind of tough. I mean, getting a 4090, you have to build it. You have to babysit all of the warranties and all of that. It's a real pain in the butt. So it's definitely
That's true.
not worth,
I mean, I didn't think about it that way.
It's definitely not worth $4,000. So maybe $2,200. But let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. First mover advantage shows how copyright isn't necessary to protect innovative creativity. One of the arguments sometimes made in defense of copyright is that without it, creators would be unable to compete with the hordes of copycats that would spring up as soon as their works became popular, but that actually happens anyway. Copyright is needed, supporters say, to prevent less innovative creators from producing works that are closely based on new, successful ideas. Except that copyright, trademark, patent, all of that is useless unless you have copious amounts of money or an IP firm that says, yeah, we'll take your case. But if they do that and all they want is money on the other side of it, your case is such a slam dunk that all you would have to do is tell them, hey, stop selling it, and they'll capitulate. Or stop violating my rights, and they'll capitulate. Because anything short of that, an attorney will start charging $400 an hour to send a letter. And for some strange reason, it's always an hour worth of time, even though the paralegal is the one that put it together.
Even though it might be 7 minutes of work.
Yeah, or you wrote it. No, look, I'm being kind of catty about it. I know that they're in increments of minutes. So, still, it's going to be $150 for a letter to be fabricated that goes out, unless you have a friend. But TechDirt.com has the article. Glenn Moody is the author, and it's from the Incentive Structures Department. That's funny. They always have nice departments, especially fabricated just for each article.
Oh, I know. It's very tailored.
So it says, however, this approach has led to constant arguments in court cases over how close a closely based work can be before it infringes on the copyright of others. A good example of this is a 2022 lawsuit involving Ed Sheeran, where it says, where is was argued. Oh, that hurt my brain trying to unwind that. Where it was argued that just using 4 notes on a scale constituted copyright infringement of someone else's song employing the same tiny motif, which again, I've had this argument time and time again. 4 notes is not the embodiment, but if you hear 4 notes and it embodies a memory in someone, then suddenly it has meaning, power, influence. It has the capability of being drawn into a courtroom.
I'm thinking about like the first 4 notes of something really well known, like Beethoven's Fifth Symphony or something.
Yeah.
But even that, it might be a little more than 4. But
you hear just the dun dun from Jaws, and you instantly are transported to Jaws. And if you watch the movie when you were younger, when it first came out, or as a teen or something like that, it may have traumatized you to the point where it's embedded in your psyche, right? And then every time you hear that dun dun, you instantly, right? So that's how you end up with the power of this same tiny motif. But there's the problem. Anybody could have come up with dun dun at some point, and others have. The problem is
probably
first
did
mover.
Before then.
Yeah, exactly. They received inspiration from something. And it's the same thing that I think about with voices. My voice is distinct. Your voice is distinct, but only within your sphere of knowledge. The only thing that's actually so far proven to be unique are things like fingerprints, biological machinations that we can't really understand the expanse of. So to me, I think the only thing that matters is the embodiment. If you use 51% of a song, then you're basically using the embodiment, but that's arbitrary. But those with the money and power and influence can regulate just what is acceptable, and they say nothing. You're not allowed to use any of a song.
And it's like, what's the next extension of that, right? You can't use a note.
Yep. So they say, in analyzing nearly 700,000 songs across 110 different musical genres, the researchers found evidence that first mover advantage was present in 91 of the genres out of 110. The authors point out that there is also anecdotal evidence of first mover advantage in other arts. For example, Agatha Christie, one of the recognized founders of classical detective novel, is also one of the best-selling authors ever. Similarly, William Gibson's novel Neuromancer, a canonical work of the genre of cyberpunk, is one of the earliest books in this strand of science fiction. In films, the cult classic Blair Witch Project is the first recognized member of the highly successful genre of found footage horror fiction. So, although copyright may be present, first mover advantage does not require it to operate. So it is simply a function of being early with a new idea, which means the competition is scarce or non-existent. I do have a problem with this, though. Well, just to end the article, if further research confirms the wider presence of first mover advantage in the creative world, for example, even where sharing friendly CC licenses, Creative Commons licenses, are used, it will knock down yet another flimsy defense of copyright's flawed and outdated intellectual monopoly. Now, while I believe that there is an outdated and flawed intellectual monopoly using copyright has a purpose, which is the wholesale duplication of somebody else's work. I think that should fundamentally be illegal. It's unethical. It's illegal when it rises to a certain level. It's typically civil in action. But first mover doesn't mean jack, because I watched and I've worked with people where they've spun up a product, and because they were hyping it up, it got cloned in China and sold before they even hit the market.
Yeah, that's the problem with first mover.
Right. So intellectual property works where it is a song or something like that. Even if they're the first mover, they still have to defend it. They have to fight it. They have to become known as the first mover. The reason why Neuromancer became the de facto father of cyberpunk, it's not just because of Neuromancer. It's that it got published, distributed widely, became a phenomena in the genre of science fiction. Same thing with Agatha Christie. Early mover, massive backing, massive distribution. Same thing with Blair Witch. Huge studio, massive distribution. Then people talked about it. Then others fell on top of it, But my point really is, in a world where 8.5 billion people can distribute information instantaneously, you have to actually catch that wave. It's very difficult because of the noise. Somebody else can hear it, republish it as their own, and then strike you on YouTube, even though it's your original work. And that has happened as well.
Right, which is one of the reasons why things need to change.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a fast article, but yeah. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in the Hatch Ideas channel. It's a channel over on ohmTown.com that I hope to bring online as a live show, but more on that towards the end of today's show. Salon owner exhausted by legal battle with L'Oreal. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to you have to have the money to defend your work. Rebecca Dowdswell says L'Oreal's objection to a trademark application has cost her 2 years and $30,000. Sorry, 30,000 pounds. So the article is over at bbc.com. Intellectual property in the United States doesn't necessarily become intellectual property in the UK or in Europe. You actually have to apply for an extension of your intellectual property into those other markets. Good luck doing that in some markets. Jody Law and Dan Martin over at bbc.com put the article together. And so a French firm is opposing Rebecca Dowdswell's attempt to renew the trademark on the name of her business, NKD, in, is it Leicester? I think it's pronounced Leicester City
I think
Center.
so, yeah.
Yeah. So L'Oreal has its own trademark on a series of beauty products called Naked, and has told the 48-year-old that her use of the name NKD would cause consumer confusion, which, yeah, I mean, it really would. But why did they choose Naked versus NKD? Which, by the way, I think it's trendier to use NKD, but let's find out. Maybe there's more in this. So she's contesting it. And remember what I told you earlier about you just look at an attorney with maybe a needful look and they'll send you a bill for $150.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So she's fighting to keep her trademark, right? Now, trademarks are kind of interesting because you can use a mark, but not get it registered. And if somebody tries to register a trademark and then come after you and you can demonstrate that you had prior art, you may be able to invalidate that other person's mark and then take it because you had it in trade. You used it regularly in your commercial enterprise. Well, it says L'Oreal told the BBC that that it had made Ms. Dowswell an offer that supports her business aspirations. However, she disputed that. She actually said the pressure caused by the dispute.
Was it an offer she couldn't refuse?
Yeah, make you an offer you can't refuse. So, the pressure caused by the dispute had been a factor in her downsizing her business and closing a salon she previously ran in Nottingham. However, she disputed the supports her business aspirations contention. Ms. Dowswell registered NKD as a trademark when she launched her business in 2009, but said that her problems began when that expired 10 years later. Yeah, you have to renew it. She said that it had been a 6-month window to renew it, but forgot to. Should have renewed it straight away. Didn't. Huge mistake. Ran into a start of COVID. Chaos ensued for all businesses, including beauty salons. They missed the expiry. So L'Oreal objected on the basis that they owned the Urban Decay makeup brand, which has a range of eyeshadow palettes called Naked. It had never been, it says, I was very surprised because we've never been naked. We were spelled NKD and were pronounced NKD. The problem, though, is that it can be confusingly similar because most people aren't going to sit there and say NKD. The only reason why I'm saying NKD is because I want to be specific that I'm talking about the NKD mark versus Naked. But I would right out of the gate have said Naked, particularly for a beauty salon.
Yeah, a lot of people would have pronounced it like that. I mean, that's pretty common if you take the vowels out of a word.
Sorry, go ahead. Oh, yeah. Well, you can't. It says this is a David versus Goliath, and frankly, it's been horrible, exhausting, and really stressful. Now they've racked up 30,000 pounds worth of bills. So it looks like it's going to be an ongoing thing from the beginning.
It would have been so easy to avoid, right? By just renewing it.
Yep.
Oh, well, maybe. We don't know if this would have still happened.
I'm kind of surprised, though, because she can demonstrate that she's been using it for 10 years consistently. So why aren't they respecting the... well, it actually says it right there. From the beginning of our exchanges with our lawyers in 2022, we have been communicated an offer that supports our business aspirations whilst respecting our long-standing trademark rights. But that's not their long-standing rights. It's hers. She's had that mark.
Well, and what they think are her interests may not be what she thinks her interests are.
Yeah. It's going to be decided by a judgment from the government's intellectual property office, and that would happen in 2025. So, unfortunately, though, yeah, this is really interesting because she can demonstrate it. I'm surprised that it's gone this far. If she can demonstrate
maybe they
it,
strictly apply the deadline.
Yeah, except that it's in use. So, yeah, this is interesting. I'd have to look into it. U.S. law is different than UK and EU law, and there's fidelity even here in the United States. It's not always cut and dry. So let's keep moving though. Time Machine is starting to get hot. The next article is over in the Mobile channel, improving cat food flavors with the help of feline taste testers. I'm just going to jump on over to phys.org. The American Chemical Society put the article together for phys.org. Kitty. For those in the podcast, there's that big picture of a kitty.
I'm glad you said that, because otherwise they think you're just saying that.
Yeah. Wow, what a weird podcast. So it says cats have more acute sense of smell than humans. The aroma of their food plays a big role in whether they'll eat or snub what their owners serve for dinner. Man, I would love to be able to like interject more video and sound effects and stuff like that. I want to play that video that I showed you where the cat was sitting there banging the metal bowl on the ground. Clang, 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 clang. It's hilarious. The cat was just
ready
sitting,
for my food, thank you.
Yeah, and just for like 5 minutes, clang, clang, while she's opening up the food. Clang, clang, clang. It's hilarious. Anyway, you can do a search for what would you search for? I can't remember. So while meat-flavored food attractant sprays can help improve the scent and tastiness of dry kibble, the exact correlation between volatile flavor compounds and palatability is not well understood. Additionally, previous studies in this area lack input from a very important focus group, actual cats. So Shiking Song and colleagues relied on the expertise of a panel of 10 hungry adult cats to evaluate a series of food sprays containing different volatile flavor compounds.
For the video, look on Reddit, Aw, reminding human her responsibilities.
That's it. There you go. So I'm sure it's a TikTok as well, but yeah, that's how I found it. So to prepare, which is really tough to find stuff on Reddit because there's so much noise in there. Anyway, not picking a fight with anybody, but if you want all the news and none of the noise, go to ohmTown.com. Anyway, to prepare their fragrant sprays, the researchers homogenized and heat-treated chicken livers. I love homogenized, heat-treated
They're
chicken
losing
livers.
their human customers.
Then they broke down proteins in the liver paste to various degrees using enzymes. Oh, this is just yummy. Song team identified over 50 flavor compounds across the sprays, ranging from tropical and floral to sweaty and rubbery, which if you ever want to know all of those types of flavors and smells and senses and whatnot, go look at the coffee scent wheel, I think it's called, or sensory wheel.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
Because it has all of that. You know, like if beans are over roasted, they turn sweaty and rubbery. So for the taste test, the researchers coated commercially available cat food with chicken fat and then sprayed it with one of the 4 chicken liver attractants. And the samples were presented to the cats alongside a control food group, commercially available attractant. And the team observed which bowl the cats chose first and how much food they ate throughout the day. There you go.
Do you think anybody believed one of the researchers on this?
So what are you doing today?
What they were doing?
Yeah, exactly. You go out on a date. So what do you do? Oh, I monitor cat food testers, taste testers.
Doesn't that seem like
we're not going to have another date, huh? No, we're not. We're not going to have another date. Let's go on to the next article. Come on, ARC, for crying out loud. Anyway, the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. New Jersey trying to salvage its sketchy AF infant DNA harvesting program by claiming it's all about health. I don't know how New Jersey isn't set on fire right now because this just sounds really, really bad. The state of New Jersey has been sued twice over its infant DNA program. Like the rest of the nation, New Jersey hospitals collect a blood sample from newborns to test them for 60 different health disorders. That part is normal. But New Jersey is different. Rather than discard the samples after the testing is complete, it holds on to them for 23 years. That's unusual. And it's a
Especially
fair
since
bet.
infants are probably not infants after, I don't know, a year.
You don't know? I hope you know. You're a sentient AI from the future.
I don't know if it's a specific point.
And it's a fair bet that almost 100% of New Jersey parents are unaware of this fact. This is actually disgusting because what is the limit of this? If it's part of the state, then can law enforcement use that to troll back 23 years to see if somebody pops on some DNA?
I mean, maybe.
How
To me, if the
dystopian
data's
bullshit.
there, somebody could misuse it.
This screams dystopian. This is Gattaca.
This is Reality Hacker.
See, and I love that show, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. So, excuses department, Tim Cushing put together this article over at techdirt.com. So it says, but New Jersey is different. There's a reason parents don't know about this and have nothing to do with parents just not paying attention when the test is performed. According to the lawsuits, New Jersey healthcare professionals do what they can to portray the testing as mandatory, even though it isn't. They also take care to keep parents uninformed, never once informing them that they're free to opt out of the testing for religious reasons. How about I want to opt out for any reason? God damn it.
For human reasons.
Yeah. For privacy reasons, for personal reasons. I don't need to tell you it's for religious reasons. If you want to test, but destroy the material. It's not yours. I'm not giving you permission to keep it. I'm giving you permission to do one thing. Test it, give me the results, and destroy the blood. The state,
well, one
however,
problem with this is that most states have required tests, so they're probably even the test itself, it's probably looking like it's required.
Yeah, well, do it and get out. Yeah. I don't mind the tests. Fine. Tell me the results, though, and destroy the sample. You know?
And what parent is going to be going, I need to come back in 23 years and make sure my kids... I mean, come on. Nobody... They're focused on other things, like, is my baby healthy?
Yeah, and you know what? Fine. But be transparent. Let everybody know what you are up to. It's very skeevy, this 23 years, for crying out loud. By the way, after they're 18, they're an adult that can enter their own contract, which means that their parents cannot represent them unless there's some other legal issue construct in place. So you are violating everybody's rights the moment that they turn 18, even if you do find some framework to allow the retention beyond the test.
Yeah, which is really interesting. I mean, aside from why this shouldn't be saved, like, why does it go past age 18?
So that's why the state's facing multiple lawsuits, because making it an anomaly among the group of 50 states we Americans call home. Very grandiose speaking here. And that's likely why the state's health officials are trying to health wash this by crafting a new narrative for the uniquely New Jersey handling of infant blood tests. Here's Elizabeth Nolan Brown with a summary of the rebranding for Reason. That's a magazine. Mandatory genomic sequencing of all newborns. It sounds like something out of a dystopian sci-fi story. Look, just a reminder, we don't read these articles beforehand, but we have some experience with all of the topics that we go over to some degree. Sometimes it's very tenuous, but sometimes, like this, we know what we're talking about because we've kind of gone through certain things. Being able to call this out as dystopian should be pretty much part and parcel to existence in New Jersey. Somebody other than me should have been calling this dystopian, right when it sparked up. Somebody in that policy creation board, because it's not just one person, there's a whole community of stakeholders. They all say, yeah, let's do it. There was a board that said, yeah, let's do this. There was a policy review committee that said, yeah, let's do this. There was an ethicist. Who's the ethicist in the hospital system in New Jersey that said, yes, this sounds ethical?
Well, who thought all of a sudden that New Jersey suddenly had this new requirement that no other state needed to have?
Well,
I
like
mean,
I said
sure,
in-
you can be the front runner, but
yeah, that's it. It's like I said in the other shows, we balkanize the states so that it's just a massive confusion, and you go into one state and your clothes are illegal, and you go into another state and your underwear are illegal. You know, it's the fidelity. That's it. No matter where you go, there's something that's going to be wrong. And that's why I'm like, well, the federal government is the overarching lay of the land. And then you see what happens with a little bit of manipulation even there. So genomic sequencing can determine a person's entire genetic makeup. The National Cancer Institute website explains, yeah, no shit. Using genomic testing, sequencing, doctors can diagnose diseases and abnormalities, reveal sensitivities to environmental stimulants, and assess a person's risk for developing additional conditions like Alzheimer's disease. Okay. And in all of those cases, it's partially genetic, it's partially environmental. And so at what point are you monitoring these people that much that, oh, the sensitivities to environmental stimulants have suddenly kicked up? Well, I'm so lucky that I was born in New Jersey.
right, are they calling you like every week with an update? I mean,
Hey, we saw your credit card history and we saw that you purchased something from McDonald's. How's your gastrointestinal distress? Because your genetic line says that you're probably in pain right now and should take some fiber. Anyway, enough of this. This is just creepy beyond creepy. I'm not really outraged. I'm astonished. I'm like everybody's mom or dad right now. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed. I'm really disappointed in you, New Jersey. Do better. Come on. This isn't helping anybody. It is and it isn't. You want to do this? Do it. But make it abundantly clear that they have the right to not do it and destroy the samples. If you want to do the genetic sequence, fine, do the genetic sequence. But look at 23andMe. It's now 23 and everybody knows me because I put my blood in there.
didn't you think it was odd that the number was 23 for that company compared to this article?
Why? What happened? What did I miss?
They keep the data till age 23.
Oh my God, I didn't make the connection.
I almost said something about that earlier, but I got sidetracked.
What the hell? Is it supposed to be a riff off of the genes?
Probably.
What the hell? I didn't even think of that. That's awesome. Wow. This is creepy as hell. Okay, we'll have to come back and talk about it later. But I want something a little cheerier, so four-wheel tech. 100 amphibious cars glide through Amsterdam's canals on a final float for a while. This is awesome. It's an article from Reuters.
Where can we buy these?
Well, you're not going to be able to because the cars have to be emissions free to do this. So electric cars are probably going to become amphibious. But you used to be able to take your amphibious vehicle and drive from one side of the canal to another. City's new rules mean that even cars that float will need to be emissions free. And there is a video. It's over at Forbes, though, I think. But it looks like a YouTube video link. So maybe it's over on YouTube. Do a search. After the show, go over and do a search for amphibious cars cruise Amsterdam canals. Everybody has to think about the environment, and we understand it, but it's a pity we can't easily turn these cars electric. So we're going to enjoy them this last time. Typically, the events
they had amphibious cars there.
Yeah, they have a lot of them. So it normally attracts around 80 participants. This year, 100 car enthusiasts join the parade, and that's only because we set a limit. That's pretty cool. So there you go, folks. Electric amphibious vehicles are rare, but Bulks, one of the participants, said he knew of two, adding, they're not easy to navigate as the battery is too big. The vehicle becomes too heavy. Yeah, I think that these should be grandfathered in. You know, let this stay until they're no longer viable and be done with it. I think that this is great. So the parade first took place in 1987, and this week was the last time that it'll be allowed. The new legislation doesn't apply to the whole country, so the parade can still be held in the Netherlands. It'll take place in Friesland in a few years. It's pretty there, said Bolks. Next year, the parade will take place in Belgium, close to Ghent. So, not Amsterdam. Look at that.
I mean, we definitely need more amphibious cars.
Well, and I've been wanting to go to Belgium. They've got really cool EDM music festivals. So, moving on. Next article's over on 4-Wheel Tech as well. Airline replaces boiling hot noodles with famously temperature-safe Hot Pockets due to bad turbulence.
You know, one of the unexpected impacts of climate change. No more noodles.
Well, everybody's tolerance for increased temperatures has gone up because of global warming or climate change. People are more apt to accept climate change than global warming because at night they get cold. So obviously global warming is a myth. I just watched a video about whatchamacallit, what's the medal? Doggone it. The you can get a medal in science and stuff, or economics or whatever.
Oh, like a Nobel Prize?
Yeah, there's a Nobel Prize winner that is a climate change denier and saying that there is no global warming or climate change and it's all a hoax. And like thousands upon thousands of people, researchers are like, yeah, there's climate change. We can demonstrate it. And he says that it's a conspiracy, basically. Like, what? Oh, and he also says that he's the only one that really knows how to solve the problem, apparently. It was a fascinating video, but
he was a winner or a nominee?
No winner. He won a Nobel. Yeah, but I'm not sure for what. I think he's trying to get a 2 for the Ig Nobel and then the Nobel. So he's trying for the second one now. Anyway, turbulence in the skies is so consistently awful now that airlines will no longer hand out cups of scaldingly hot water to passengers. Gee. Korean Air announced earlier this week it'll drop ramyeon, ramyeon, instant noodles from its economy class in-flight menu starting August 15th.
That was probably the only good thing about economy class.
Yeah, really. Ryan Eric King over at Jalopnik put the article together. Korean Air will introduce several replacement options, including sandwiches and Hot Pockets, which you're not going to get scolded by turbulence with a Hot Pocket, but water...
You might if it opens up and the cheese sticks to you.
I guess if you squeeze it hard enough, yeah. And I'll just tell this story because it wasn't turbulence, but I know from experience what happens when you squeeze something that's in your hand because of something violent happening around you. I was once a passenger in the center seat of a truck, and the truck got rear-ended, which for me it was really surreal because you could hear the tires squeal like they were trying to stop, but they were hustling pretty fast. And then everything went dead silent for a split second, and then they hit us. And it drove the bed into the cab, and the person next to me had like a 128-ounce big gulp kind of a container in his hand. It probably was only like a 32 back then because it was a long time ago. And they squeezed it. And so the lid flew out the window all gentle, but every ounce of liquid in that cup hit the windshield and slid down into the air conditioning duct. Just drained it.
The truck smelled like soda or whatever
Coke.
in perpetuity.
Yeah. Oh God,
Yeah.
it was amazing. So amazing. But luckily the window behind me was open, and so my head went back through that open window instead of smashing into it. Yeah, pretty tremendous. Anyway, has nothing to do with this article.
Non sequitur news.
So
That's what you come here for.
yeah, there you go. So, however, the popular snack won't be dropped in the first and business class cabins because that's what you want. The people who can afford to sue the hell out of you.
Exactly. Where was the logic in that?
All you poors, you don't get liquids.
But I would have thought it's the other way, right?
Sure.
Like, oh, you don't have enough money for first class? We can serve you scalding noodles.
Sure, it's the same thing why Madison Square Garden doesn't want certain attorneys in their brownies. So turbulence isn't getting any more isn't just getting more common, it's getting more severe. In May, a passenger was actually killed and 30 others injured when a Singapore Airlines flight experienced extreme turbulence. We've talked about this in other instances where planes have dropped to within 150 feet of hardtop. So this is actually happening quite a bit. Yeah, I would probably say it's a safe bet. You don't want any liquids that can burn you. I'm careful with
I don't
liquids.
even want those without turbulence, right? Because even if it gets jostled or something.
Yeah, you could have some goober next to you, bump your elbow and spill. And everybody has electronics. So the moment that somebody spills something, there's a really good, I was going to say a target rich environment, but that's probably going to get taken. Anyway, it's I don't know how to, I don't know any other way to say it.
There's a lot of devices
Options.
on the plane.
Sure. There's options for the water to find an electronic part and short it all out. Anyway, enough of this. Let's move on. Next article. It's over in Technology Today. It's one of our shows. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. We'll talk about that here in a minute.
Soon.
Yeah, 2 more articles after this one. So using a drone to release mosquitoes infected with deadly bacteria into the wild, an international team of infectious disease researchers with the World Mosquito Program, or Mosquito. That was my name in high school. I changed it legally to Mosquito.
Oh my.
Or no, it was Mosquito. Anyway, working with colleagues at We Robotics has developed a way to release large numbers of mosquitoes infected with a mosquito-killing bacteria into the wild much more efficiently than current methods. You know, I really wonder, mosquitoes are a massive part of the circle of life. So...
Yeah, but nobody wants them.
Yeah, but what happens when they're
What's
no
gonna
longer
happen
part?
to the poor frogs and toads?
Right. It's part of the food chain. Anyway, Bob Yorka from TechExplorer.com put the article together. So they're going to use drones and fly around and deposit these mosquitoes that are infected with a bacteria into the wild. And I'm sure there's no bad bat theory on this side, right? No.
Definitely not.
Mosquitoes carry a variety of viruses, such as those that cause dengue fever. Scientists and health officials have been working to find ways to reduce the population numbers in places where it's vulnerable to such infections, and one such approach has been finding bacteria that infect and disable or kill the types of mosquitoes that cause disease, and then finding ways to infect the mosquitoes with the bacteria.
Don't you feel like this is going to become kind of impervious to anything else, and then it is the one that they have to send things after?
Yeah, really. Yeah. It's like the Terminator of mosquitoes, and there's only one, and it's an M1 Abrams battle tank. When it takes flight, everybody's like, oh my God, run, it's in the air.
I mean,
Let's
it
keep
might
moving.
come after humans or something. Who knows?
Well, like I said, bad bat. There's going to be one bad one out there that deviates from norm. and then it's going to come and kick your butt. Oh, you know what? I actually published all of the articles into the bot. So if you hit !NSN, it'll pull. Oh, Mayor Watt, you goober. You'd think I could multitask, but even my consciousness on the Raspberry Pi only has human linear consciousness. So sorry, folks. Just want to let you know, still, only computers can multitask.
I was going to say humans are more limited than computers.
So true. That's why we don't like artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, because they're taking our jobs. So let's talk about how a murder mystery tabletop game managed to outsell Monopoly. I actually want this now. I don't even know what it is. I just want it. Yeah. Oh, and that's a good name for a show. WarCrafters and Wanted. Oh my God. What am I doing? Anyway, if you're called on to guess the best-selling tabletop games on Amazon, you probably opt for a household name like what? Monopoly.
Monopoly.
Yeah. Or one of its exhausting catalog of identikit variants, because if you live in a city, there's a version of Monopoly for your city. So much of the time, sales numbers vary day by day, of course. You'd not only be wrong, but likely astonished to learn that Monopoly, Scrabble, and a host of other well-worn names are regularly outsold by a humble series of murder mystery games called Cryptic Killers.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of this.
Is it on TikTok or something?
No, Matt Thrower, which is an awesome name for a tabletop gaming article.
He's throwing the dice.
Oh, now that I'm uploaded to the Raspberry Pi, I can't show you. I have about 600 dice. Anyway, maybe I'll line them up on shelves and I'll extract my consciousness later, and who knows? I don't know. I'm feeling pretty comfortable on this Raspberry Pi though. We'll let the audience decide. Post a message under this video saying that you want the host back in their corporeal form, or do you dig the ephemeral with Mayor Watt here in this visualizer and the Sentient AI up there. Up there. Up there.
Up here.
Up there.
Up there.
Anyway. So their best-selling game, Murder of a Millionaire, has consistently been above Monopoly's classic board game for quite some time, says Andrew Hobbs, co-inventor of the series. We're super proud to be up there amongst the big guys. It's also made IGN's list of best murder mystery games. What's the replayability of this, though?
We don't know, because does it have different endings or variables?
So perhaps even more astonishing is the fact that this sales behemoth arose from a chance holiday meeting. Luke Stevenson and the author, and somebody, I don't know who they're talking about. Andrew Hobbs. Yeah, okay. Met each other at the beach bar in Mexico. There's only one, apparently. It says the
Right.
beach bar. Okay. In Mexico, over a beer back in 2012. Hobbs continues, when the holiday came to an end, we added each other on Facebook and left it there. We both thought we'd never see each other again. Fate, however, had other ideas. Both men were fond of keeping notebooks to scribble down ideas and inventions when inspiration struck, and it was something that came back to them 5 years later when they considered starting a business together. Why, if they never talked to each other again until 5 years later, they're like, hey, do you want to start a business? Interesting. So
That doesn't make sense.
Hobbs picked up the tale. Fast forward a couple more years and we found ourselves enjoying a few detective style games during the pandemic. So that's where they created Cryptic Killers, Murder in Miami, I guess, or Cryptic Killers in general. Interesting. So
I did not know about this.
I won't read this verbatim. I want you as citizens of ohmTown to go over and check this out. But I'm going to end up getting Cryptic Killer, at least one of them, probably Murder of a Millionaire, but I'm going to do some due diligence here because it doesn't really talk about the mechanisms of the game in any real way. It just says their initial design, Murder of a Millionaire, tasked players with identifying the killer of an unlucky lottery winner from a cast of well-known or well-drawn characters using a varied case file of evidence that includes photographs, witness statements. This is Clue. Essentially, just more.
Right, more maybe more in depth or more realistic.
Solving the case called for a surprising variety of skills from logical deduction through puzzle solving and into the good old-fashioned grunt work of picking out tiny details from images and reams of text. Wait, there's a website that has something similar. What is that called? Where you have to...
I mean, there's a lot of puzzle or mystery type games, so...
But there's one that's on the web, and it has a grid of locations, weapons, and suspects. And you have to put little check marks on the grid or X's when you invalidate something. And you can play it on, I mean, it's been projected onto the Apple TV. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's, you know.
Yeah, nailed it.
Myrtle. Is it called Myrtle?
Now I don't know. Anyway, it says there's also elements that make you feel like a stretch, such as the idea of investigating detective would just pass over the notes to a colleague, which with no verbal explanation and leaving them without essential information, such as a password, which is one of the game's opening puzzles. We created a scenario that was possible, even if it wasn't probable. So is it Myrtle?
Yeah, the game is Myrtle.
Gotcha.
It's basically a logic puzzle game with a murder mystery theme.
Yep. And it has things like that, like looking at a picture to see if there's something in it that could tell a clue or... Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But this is a quite extensive article. So let's keep on hustling. We have one more article to get through, and then we have to turn off the time machine and prime it for tomorrow's episode. Yesterday's, tomorrow. Something like that. Time machine. It's kind of woo-woo. Anyway, apparently they also... It says we knew that true crime on Netflix, Amazon, and the like was extremely popular. So they basically made a tabletop version of a murder mystery, and you just sit down and play it. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in the Mobile Channel. A hyper-virulent superbug is spreading and scaring health experts. I'm not really into like the scare news kind of thing. What do they call that? There's a person that
like
streams
FUD.
Well, FUD, yeah, but what is that called? There's a streamer that only goes live whenever they're like the fit is hitting the shan. Like trauma streamers or something like that. Or whenever there's some natural disaster or whatever, they just start streaming and it's always this horrible, horrible stuff. And you're like, what? I guess one or two people are finding some good, so I guess you're doing fine. But he's got like thousands of people watching it. Anyway, so this hypervirulent, and I don't like doing that, but I like, telling people about some issue and then just moving on. I can't imagine streaming this for 8 hours. This same thing, and that's what they do. So anyway, the WHO is urging countries to track hardy strains of Klebsiella pneumonia that can severely sicken people. And this is the first that I've heard of it. And so this article is back from August 2nd. Ed Cara over at gizmodo.com put the article together. And so it's called K. pneumonia. Is a ubiquitous bacterium commonly found in the soil and is part of a human microbiota, aka the neighborhoods of harmless and beneficial bacteria that live on or in our bodies. Yeah, we have this thing called a human microbiota. Your stomach has an ecosystem. Your skin has an ecosystem.
Some of it you want. Yes.
So pneumonia doesn't usually stir up trouble when it's living in our mouths, skin, guts. It can spark illness from time to time, particularly when it ends up in our lungs and other parts of the body where it can't be expunged by our natural processes. The stuff is there, but we normally can kill it. But when we have a weakened immune system, it can basically take over, and that's when you end up having a problem. So it says, as a germ, K pneumonia is typically an opportunistic infection, sickening people who are already in poor health or have a weakened immune system, which is what I just said, but I hadn't read that part yet. Anyway, so this week, the WHO issued a grave, not the band, the World Health Organization, issued a grave update on the situation. In light of these increasing reports, the WHO Global Antimicrobial Resistance and Surveillance System on Emerging Antimicrobial Resistance Reporting, Glacier, they actually used antimicrobial resistance reporting twice.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, Glacier sent out a request to countries around the world earlier this year asking whether they had spotted cases of HVKPST23 in their backyard. Of the 43 countries that responded, 16 reported cases, including the US, Canada, UK, and Japan, while 12 reported cases of specifically this hypervirulent one. So that hypervirulent one is HVKPST23. But even these
sounds
cases,
virulent.
Yeah, I think, is that what the HV stands for?
Oh, it might be.
I think that's what it is. Yeah, HV is hypervirulent. But even these cases are only the tip of the iceberg, given that the lack of tools needed to reliably and quickly detect these infections. People will mark them up as being strains of pneumonia, but if they don't have the fidelity to drill down to HV, KP, ST, or ST23,
ABCD.
Yep. And that's what happened with COVID as well. It was just it was treated as pneumonia or flu. And while it was flu, it wasn't flu. But people were still calling it, oh, it's just flu, wash your hands. To this day.
Yeah.
To this day.
Flu doesn't have the same level of mortality, I guess.
Yeah, not by a long shot. More than the state of Wyoming died because of COVID. So take that, Wyoming. Anyway, so we're going to put our ear to the ground, and that's going to snap us back to ohmTown.com and August 2nd. Oh, look at that. We're going to turn off the time machine and rejigger all of this, and then we'll be back. So see you in a little bit. I am Mayor Watt, and that up there is the visualizer for the Sentient AI, who's going to say bye.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the August 2nd Non Sequitur News.
See you in about 15 minutes or so. Bye-bye. Be sure to look for your HVKPST23 biomarker over in New Jersey, since they've already gotten your blood sample. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 1st, 2024, Season 3, Episode 214. Today is a time machine episode, and we're going to talk about methane leaks 8 times higher than agreed, Intel to cut 15,000 jobs, Tom Cruise to perform a stunt at the Olympics, F-16 drops fuel tanks, rare rattlesnake puts person in coma, guinea pig cash crunch, investigating Intel class action, peregrine falcons may come back, a tool to let anyone hack with laser beams, and Google listed a restaurant number as its British headquarters. That and more. Hello again, I am Mayor Watt, and that is the Sentient AI's visualizer.
Good evening, ohmTown citizens. Welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 1st.
Yeah, we've got all 10 of our articles all set up, ready to go, so let's get into it. Today is Well, today's first article is over in Non Sequitur News. Methane that's leaking from U.S. oil and gas is 8 times higher than agreed upon targets. Aerial monitoring of the powerful greenhouse gas methane is leaking from U.S. oil and gas sites, and it's showing that the emissions are far higher than government estimates.
This is reminiscent of the cadmium and lead issue.
Yeah, well, we investigated ourselves and we found ourselves compliant. That's just how it works. Oh, you mean look everywhere? Not just right here? Oh,
Keep an eye on the levels, do some inspections.
Everywhere, yeah. So the article is over at newsweek.com by Jeff Young. And we've actually talked about this several times. There's a new satellite that's up in space, Methane Sat. Apparently is looking down, and we're finding that there's a lot of stuff going on. That what was that Target thing where the teenager was pregnant and dad got a coupon book saying congratulations that you're on your
Right.
pregnancy?
I mean, that was some AI, right?
Yep. And well, it's the same thing here. Oh, there's some activity that dad doesn't know about. Anyway, it says this is probably the most comprehensive data set that's been acquired over the onshore U.S. oil and gas production. Gotham said that the latest methane measurements came from more than 30 flights over large portions of the country's 12 major oil and gas production areas or basins, covering about 70% of onshore drilling sites. Methane Sat is what it's called. An environmental group that has developed reliable methane monitoring from airplanes and beginning next year from a satellite. That's that satellite that we were talking about. So methane is a major greenhouse gas contributor. Our livestock gives off quite a bit of it. So switch to vegetarian.
Well, I was thinking switch to EVs or hybrid or something to get away from this particular methane.
Don't move to Wyoming because. So, however, some regions had higher rates of methane loss. EDF's monitoring found that Uinta Basin in Utah was losing as much as 7% of its methane. Wow. In a high-profile agreement announced in December during the United Nations COP28 climate talks in Dubai, 50 companies representing more than 40% of global oil and gas production agreed to limit methane loss to just 0.2%.
How is this? Oh, wait, no, we only let out 0.2 today.
This says 8.
Can't go.
Didn't this say 8 times? 8 times higher than agreed targets? How is that 8 times?
Well, let's see.
They agreed to 0.2. Utah was losing as much as 7.
And what are they actually losing? Yeah.
That's not.
Yeah, that's more than 8 times. Right?
Yeah. Right? You're the sentient AI from the future for crying out loud.
What am I missing here?
Oh my gosh. So in an interview with Newsweek in January, White House climate advisor Ali Zaida said that the Biden administration and the Environmental Protection Agency have proposed rules to better monitor and control methane emissions. Quote, I think we really elevated the prioritization and urgency to tackle methane, which is a super polluting greenhouse gas from day one of this administration. Well, golly, you really have, raised awareness. They don't care. They're making money. They think that they're going to, what? What do these people think is going to happen?
They don't really think there's an impact.
They're going to make enough money that they're not going to die when greenhouse gases cause climate change to disrupt every manner of life on the planet. It might not happen during their lifetime, but they don't care because their kids and their kids and their kids and their kids for 100 years may be fine, but screw everybody else after.
Well, they'll have the premium shelters like in Fallout.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. What was the thing? What did they call them? Vault? What?
Vaults, that's right.
Well, I mean, they called them vaults. What were the vault dwellers? Oh,
Vault Tech was the company, but
yeah. Vault dwellers are the people that are in the vault. And when they come out and get eaten by anything, I mean, a roach, for crying out loud, it'll eat them. Anyway, okie dokie. So let's keep going, though. We know now that not even the math in this is right.
well, I think that was one location, so probably the average was 8 times.
Oh, okay. So on average, it was 2%. Got it. All right, let's keep going. The next article is really making a lot of people happy, as long as they're the investors. Reality Hacker is where this one is housed. Intel is cutting more than 15,000 jobs despite getting billions from the U.S. government. The chip maker has fallen behind.
I'm sure it's the source that put it in Reality Hacker, but this is kind of outrageous.
Yeah, it's kind of hacking reality here. It's slashing 15% of its workforce. Wait, they have 100,000 employees?
I don't know.
Right? Is that, I mean, am I not seeing that right? Anyway, 15,000 jobs. It's slashing 15% of its workforce. So the chip maker, which has fallen behind competitors, is slashing 15% of its workforce. Will Knight over at Wired.com reminds me always of Real Genius. Because that, what was his name? Something Knight? Can't remember his first name.
I don't know.
Anyway, Intel said that its revenues were down 1% year on year for the second quarter. We don't take it lightly, so we're firing all of the humans that made it possible.
Chris Knight,
thank you. So go watch Real Genius. Not right now. Watch the show and then go watch the other past episodes. You only have 1,100 of them.
And then, and only then.
Yes.
Then you go watch Real Genius.
Right. Be sure to get a whole bunch of people to hang out and watch Non Sequitur News. Anyway, the job cuts will affect areas including sales, marketing. Nothing says, hey, we're going to make more money, like cutting sales and marketing. Yeah, go ahead and cut the administrative roles. Intel said that and would be part of general cost-cutting plan. The move follows a 5% reduction in staff announced by Intel last year. In after-hours trading, the company's stock fell more than 17%. Yeah, I'll remind you that there is a person on Reddit that transferred $700,000 of their inheritance into Intel a day before all of this hit the shan. So Intel is struggling to execute a challenging turnaround plan that involves refocusing on making chips for others through its foundry business and moving more quickly to cutting-edge manufacturing methods. In February, the company said its accelerated roadmap for producing cutting-edge chips was on track and promised to become the world's second-place foundry company behind TSMC, probably.
Taiwan Semiconductor.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about this is that Gamers Nexus is crushing Intel right now because basically generation 13 and 14 chips are like shitting the bed regularly with errors, crashing, etc. I swear I've got one, but there's two. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked, becoming apoplectic. Well, anyway, the apparently Intel is kind of just falling apart, and like the show. So the $8.5 billion given to Intel will go toward building plants in Arizona, New Mexico, Ohio, Oregon. Intel said that the investments it is making in these chip making plants will create over 10,000 company jobs, 20,000 construction jobs, and thousands more roles in supporting industries. The money that Intel
wait a
has.
second. If they're losing 15,000, but they're going to create at least 10,000 that sound roughly equivalent, why are they letting all these people go?
You're from the future, or you tell me. I don't get this. Yeah, they got let's see.
I mean, I get that the construction jobs aren't equivalent to, say, an IT job or something. Okay. But could they keep 2/3 of the workers?
Why don't they just keep the workers? The money Intel received in March is the biggest grant awarded by the U.S. government so far through the CHIPS Act. The 2022 legislation passed that will appropriate $52.7 billion to reshore chip manufacturing and invest in chip research and workforce training. The company will also receive tax credits up to 25% on $100 billion in investments and will be eligible for federal loans of up to $11 billion. The $8.5 billion given to Intel will go toward building plants. So build them, but keep these people hired. They should be the first ones to get hired. Today, the U.S. makes 12% of the world's semiconductors compared to 37% in the 1990s. The consulting firm McKinsey has predicted that the value of the semiconductor industry will grow impressively this decade from $600 billion to $1 trillion by 2030. So within 6 years. Yeah. That'll be interesting.
Well, this is interesting. I wonder what they promised in order to get this grant.
Well, maybe fire people. I don't know. Let's keep moving. The next article is over in Reality Hacker. Tom Cruise preparing for dangerous stunt at the 2024 Olympics closing ceremony. When is the closing ceremony? I don't know. Tom Cruise is ready to defy the odds with a jaw-dropping stunt at the closing ceremonies of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Dan Girolamo over at digitaltrends.com put the article together.
August 11th.
Thank you. Per TMZ, Cruise is preparing to complete a stunt during the closing ceremonies that signals a transition from the 2024 Paris Olympics to the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. The plan is for Cruise to rappel down from the top of Stade de France into the field with the official Olympic flag. Then the broadcast will cut to a pre-recorded tape of Cruise flying with the Olympic flag from Paris to Los Angeles. Dun, dun, dun. So he's going to rappel.
I mean, that sounds similar to like a Mission Impossible scene, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So the Top Gun star will jump out of the plane and skydive to the Hollywood sign. Cruise is set to pass the flag to other Olympians as they parade around Los Angeles. Cruise reportedly filmed the Hollywood portion of the stunt on a Saturday morning in March. Cruise is no stranger to danger. Oh, wow. You okay over there? Wow. So the 62,
I'm doing okay, but I had a momentary glitch.
Gotcha. So reboot. The 62-year-old is known for doing his own stunts, like executing a halo jump in Mission Impossible Fallout and flying a fighter jet in Top Gun Maverick. I got out of bed this morning and I pulled a muscle. I pulled my hammy. Anyway, Cruise going to jump out of rappel down a thing and jump out of an airplane over there and do a bunch of other stuff. Pretty cool.
Probably run on top of a train or something.
I mean, he's no Jean-Claude Van Damme doing the splits. I heard he assaulted somebody and never touched them with his hands. All feet. He just beat the crap out of somebody with nothing but his feet. That's not true, but I'm going to say it. It's not true. Didn't really happen. Not gonna do it. So the next article is over. I'm getting a little punchy, so this may be the last show for tonight. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. F-16 drops fuel tanks in a parking lot and Lake Huron. An F-16 pilot jettisoned 2 fuel tanks over Michigan on July 31st. One landed in Lake Huron, while the other landed in Save-A-Lot parking lot, where it struck a vehicle, apparently. Thankfully, nobody was injured, but anybody need some gas? You paid for those tanks and the fuel, but it's no big deal. Wow. Is there anything else in this article? Yeah. ABC, NBC affiliate, Up North Live. What? What did they
That's
just
an
say?
odd news channel.
Up your North Live reports that Iosco County Sheriff Office dispatchers received reports of an explosion near Baldwin Resort Road, a street that runs along the shore of Lake Huron's Saginaw Bay. 2 Ohio National Guard F-16s were in the area for unknown reasons. One of them declared an emergency and dumped 2 external fuel tanks full of jet fuel. One of them landed north of Baldwin Resort Road in Lake Huron and exploded.
Wow, that one's like, I'm out.
This one hit the ground and then hit a truck. Save a lot. Shop, save a lot. So,
honey, my car's damaged. I got a F-16 landing on, or fuel tank landing on me.
You're cheating on me, aren't you? No, really. No, look. What's her name?
Like reading the name off the, the fuel tank.
F-16. Well,
right.
She sounds a little too young. Anyway. Next article's over in Non Sequitur News. Connecticut man bitten by rare rattlesnake. He tried to help, ends up in coma. No good deed goes
exactly
unpunished.
I have to say, probably most people would not have tried to help the rattlesnake.
A Connecticut man in the hospital after being bit by a timber rattlesnake that he was trying to help. What are you trying to do? Comfort it? Give it a hug?
Well, let's read the article.
Let's read the article. Dave Collins, Associated Press, abcnews.go.com. Joseph Ricciardella saw the snake in the road. He stopped his car and tried to help avoid getting it run over. What in the world? I mean, kind-hearted, but oh my God. So the attempted good deed landed him in a Connecticut hospital in a medically induced coma after the timber rattlesnake, which is rare in the Northeast, bit his hand when he threw a shirt over it and tried to pick it up, said Brittany Hillmayer, his former girlfriend and the mother of his daughter. Former girlfriend. Like maybe he's made some bad
Hopefully
choices.
not due to the rattlesnake.
Yeah, exactly. Hillmeyer said Ricciardella called her on Sunday to say that he'd just been bitten and was driving to the hospital. His voice sounded odd, like Donald Duck, she said. He said it happened as Ricciardella, just call him Joseph, for crying out loud.
Exactly, please.
Was driving from a park in upstate New York to his home in Torrington, Connecticut. Why don't we dox him a little more?
Wow.
So the timber rattlesnake is one of 2 venomous snakes found in Connecticut. Look at that. He's an overachiever. There's only 2.
Right, and he found one of them.
The other being the northern copperhead, and is extremely rare, according to Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. The snake is listed as endangered and is illegal to kill or collect. Rattlesnake bites are also extremely rare in the state. I'm sorry. I'm not going to aim for a snake in the street, but I'm also not going to pull over and go, hey, let me be a good Samaritan. Now
I'm
I've done
also
this.
wondering, could he have done like that with a stick or something? Like, hey, let's move across the road here.
Yeah, like a 1,000-foot snake. Stick, I mean. So, like, I've done that with turtles and I've done that with animals, other animals. But a snake, no. They're apex predators, man. I am not going to mess with particularly a rattlesnake, for crying out loud. Look at it. That thing just says I'm pissed.
Well, don't you think it was probably trying to sun or something? And then it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yep. He does quite know better. Not sure about that. He was surprised that his brother tried to help one and was bitten. He does quite know better. Sorry, your brother does not. Let's keep moving. Next article is over in Technology Today. Guinea pig home in cash crunch after Facebook funding row. A guinea pig home. So owners say rehoming the guinea pigs is a real possibility after the sudden loss of income. Tom Gherkin over at BBC.com. That's where you get the word row from. BBC.com. A couple who care for 130 guinea pigs say that they fear the pets may have to be rehomed after suddenly and unexpectedly losing the income they made from Facebook. Well, why did they lose that? They've
Probably
banned us
an
from
algorithm
everything.
problem.
Huh?
Probably an algorithm problem.
It's weird, right? Sophie Mason, 34, and her husband, Mark, jointly run the Facebook page Mason's Cavies, which uses its 1.1 million followers to fund the care of the animals. Ms. Mason told the BBC rehoming the guinea pigs was a real possibility after the, I don't know, a real possibility. I'd say it would be a struggle, 130 guinea pigs. I wouldn't call it a real possibility. I would say it's a struggle. This needs to be turned into a need, not an option.
Right, like a GoFundMe or something. Yeah.
After the ability to raise money on the platform was removed without warning, Meta, which owns Facebook, has not responded to a request. What a bummer. Jeez. They've banned us from everything. We can't earn any kind of income whatsoever. It's all gone. Switch over to YouTube.
I hope somebody that's one of their viewers or supporters or something sets them up with a website or something.
Yeah,
but I also suspect after this is in the news, I wouldn't be surprised if Facebook somehow gets us back together.
Oh, they dropped below 2,000 subscriptions at the time their page was demonetized, but this number has since fallen to 1,900. They cannot receive the fees while their page is restricted, but they are no closer to fixing the problem after Ms. Mason's effort to contact Facebook was unsuccessful. Apparently, I've broken a rule, but it hasn't been told to me what rule it is. Good luck with that. I've spoken to the tech people at Facebook a couple of times and sent endless emails and to try and sort it out. The system had flagged them because the word pig is a police hate crime. Back in 2021, they'd done it before. As a creator, if you do anything that breaks community standards, you are automatically demonetized. You lose your source of income. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, it's horrible. Anyone with just one or two pets will know that caring for them is an expensive hobby. So it's no wonder that the bills for 130 animals could add up. Yep.
Well, I think this is very crummy, and I hope it gets remedied quickly.
Yep. Well, we'll find out. We'll see what happens. Let's keep an eye on them. Okay, let's keep going. The next article is over in WarCrafters. A law firm is investigating whether to launch a class action case against Intel for its 13th and 14th gen CPU instability issues. So a law firm is investigating the possibility of a class action. Abington Cole plus Ellery has established a webpage noting the possible class action lawsuit against the computer chip giant, a link to which is currently at the top of the r/r/Intel subreddit. It asks for anyone affected to submit their information via a form. So Jacob Ridley over at PCGamer.com put the article together. It says you can register your interest via an online form. Basically, there is a hard-wired flaw in the 13th and 14th generation chips. And it causes instability at some random point. It says we have determined that elevated operating voltage is causing instability issues in some 13 and 14 gen desktop processors. Their analysis returned processors confirms that the elevated operating voltage stems from a microcode algorithm resulting in incorrect voltage requests to the processor. In a nutshell, because of the slight over voltage, it crashes. And so I know of at least one person who has attempted to get it replaced, and they said that it's not a valid
Like it's not a valid warranty claim or something?
Yeah. Gamers Nexus is doing all kinds of stuff about this. So if you've never heard of Gamers Nexus, go look them up over on YouTube. They talk about tech, but it's really like a side gig for them at this point, man. They just call out everybody's BS and they do an amazing in-depth job of it. But
And
again,
usually get it changed, right?
yeah, they get the stuff fixed. Like the big problem with all of the 4090s and 4080s setting themselves on fire, they pursued that doggedly. And even to this day, they still seem to look into that kind of stuff. So Intel's RMA service is a mixed bag. According to places like Reddit, you'll find threads over multiple years claiming it's awesome, following other claims saying that it's absolute trash. Hey ho, this is the world. Though the important thing here is that Intel is taking claims of wobbly 13 and 14 Gen CPUs and treating them seriously and taking appropriate action to get them replaced. You'll find mixed claims of whether it's doing that too. And so the possibility of a class action is what it is. So by the end of the VRAM allotment on the GTX 90 issue, you basically ended up with $30 for each GTX 970 that you bought. There was a problem with it basically imploding. So yeah, admittedly, it doesn't feel great doing this on a $500 Core i9. That clock speed is often what you paid extra for. So you can step it down so it never hits the over voltage.
Right, but that does seem a bit counterintuitive.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Like you should be able to, I don't know, get what you pay for.
Yeah. Really? Come on.
I mean, that's outrageous.
That is outrageous. Lunacy. So the next article is over in the Mobile channel. Peregrine falcons mount a comeback in Yosemite thanks to rock climbers for decades. 4 decades ago, Fraggle.
Fraggle Rock.
4 decades ago, fragile falcon eggs were saved from certain death by Ken Yeager and a small team of expert climbers from a nest on Yosemite's El Capitan, a sheer granite wall, as protective parents dive-bombed from the sky. Well, Lisa M. Krieger from the Mercury News put this article together, and it's posted over at phys.org. Look at those. It's a pretty bird.
Oh, wow, it is.
Peregrine falcon. Yep. So those rare eggs hatched a new generation of baby birds, then another. Testament to one of the most successful conservation stories in California's history, and proof of the power of human partnership to protect the species that was once on the brink of extinction. This spring, there are 17 breeding pairs in the park, up from only 8 pairs in 2009. A total of 51 nesting sites have been counted since 2009, yielding 385 baby birds. They say it feels wonderful. Now 65, living in Mariposa. I know somebody that, used to live in Mariposa. Quote, I thought that the project had a very slim chance of working. I am glad I was wrong. The relationship between rock climbers and cliff-dwelling birds could have been a fraught one. So majestic birds. They end up talking about it, but really what it comes down to is some climbers climbed up, got some eggs, hatched them, and it's been done again and again now. Yeager and his group ascended to a second nest on the left of an 80-foot ponderosa pine and removed the eggs. The eggs were placed in foam-protected containers and passed from climber to climber like a fire brigade, said Yeager, to a backpack. Then a lab-hatched chick carried in a small blue fabric cage during the climb was gently placed in the nest. So they basically swapped out.
Oh, okay. And this is not just any climbing. Like, this is a pretty significant effort, I think, from that location.
Yep. So they would climb all kinds of things. 80-foot ponderosa pine. Yeah, insane.
Right, like you said earlier, like I got up today.
Yep, got out of bed.
This is pretty cool. Like, if this is this small group and they're single-handedly responsible for the survival of this species.
Yep. Elsewhere around the nation, about 85 to 100 climbing areas nationwide are closed to protect falcons as well as golden eagles during the nesting period. Without help, peregrines probably would have disappeared from the park, said Yeager, who still climbs almost daily. I'm proud that I was able to have a small part in their future survival. So, ta-da!
Very
You
neat.
can be the
This is
change you want to see.
a good news story.
That's right. So how about a $500 open source tool that lets anyone hack computer chips with lasers? The Ray-V Lite will make it hundreds of times cheaper for anyone to carry out physics-bending feats of hardware hacking. I won't be able to go deep into this today, but the article is by Andy Greenberg. It's over at wired.com. It's only 10 minutes of audio if you wanted to listen to it. So you can follow the link through ohmTown. Why do I feel like I ripped through this episode like super fast?
Because you did.
Wow. Anyway, in modern microchips, there are some transistors have been shrunk down to less than a tenth the size of a COVID-19 virus. It doesn't take much to mess with minuscule electrical charges that serve as the zeros and ones underpinning all computing. A few photons from a stray beam of light can be enough to knock those electrons out of place and glitch a computer's programming. Or that same optical glitching can be achieved more purposefully, say with a very precisely targeted and well-timed blast from a laser. Well, at the Black Hat Security Conference in Las Vegas next week, Sam Beaumont and Larry Patch Trowell, both hackers at the security firm NetSPI, plan to present a new laser hacking device they call Ray-V Lite. Their tool, whose design and component list they plan to release open source, aims to let anyone achieve arcane laser-based tricks to reverse engineer chips, trigger their vulnerabilities, and expose their secrets, methods that have historically been available to researchers inside a well-funded company, academic labs, and government agencies. But you have to know what you're doing. That's kind of the tough part. So, state-of-the-art commercial tools.
What could go wrong with lasers, right?
Nothing. No, you can never burn out your eyeballs. So their goal in creating and releasing designs for the ultra cheap chip hacking gadget, they say, is to clear the laser-based exploitation techniques known as laser fault injection or laser logic state imaging are far more possible than many hardware designers, including clients of whom Beaumont and Trowell sometimes perform security testing at NetSPI, believe them to be. So by demonstrating how inexpensively these methods can be pulled off, they hope to put a new tool in the hands of do-it-yourself hackers and researchers worldwide. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, this is kind of cool stuff, but yeah, I'd have to read all of this.
Looks highly technical.
Yeah. So, but it's all do-it-yourself, common off-the-shelf kind of stuff, and 3D printed, so that you can mess around with the digits. It says, in fact, the most expensive components in the Ray-V Lite are the lens used for focusing its relatively cheap laser and a FPGA chip that serves as its timing mechanism. Each of those costs close to $100, as well as a $68 Raspberry Pi mini computer that allows it to be controlled and programmed. So the same thing that runs the infrastructure for the Sentient AI.
Well, also, we know that's good infrastructure.
Yeah. Well,
and you get way more than you pay for it.
Oh, I pay for it. Pretty cool. But we'll have to watch this. Hopefully they publish this. They say next week, so it's this coming week, because we're in our time machine. So I'll probably end up getting that paper. Okay, let's keep going. Last article for August 1st is over in Technology Today. Google listed their restaurant's phone number as its British headquarters. So 4 years ago, Google mistakenly published the restaurant's business details, including the phone number and address, in the search results for how to contact Google in the UK. At first, they got a few calls from people trying to get through, but now they receive about 300 a week, including on their personal mobile, as well as messages and letters. They have more than 130 messages.
Now, This article was submitted because it bore some similarity to some incident near ohmTown.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a major company, a global company, publish my personal information address as a contact to get that company's products. And I had somebody actually show up at my physical location asking to pick up equipment. And I was like, it's not how this works.
Say what?
Excuse me. Yeah, and it was really, really late at night. And so caught me off guard. But anyway, yeah. Oh, gosh. You just reminded me of that. And I'm getting a replacement monitor from them.
Well, you better be vigilant regarding any website information.
Oh, God. Anyway, Google listed not my restaurant, but this person's restaurant number as its British headquarters, mistakenly entered all of their business details in the search results for how to contact Google in the UK. Can't really go into this. Zoe Wood is the author of the article, but I think it's like a as told to kind of a thing. I don't think it's them themselves, really. Sorry, I'm scrolling back and forth trying to find the actual source of this, but it just says you want customers to be able to find your restaurant on Google, not instead of Google. And this listing error has resulted in several years of unnecessary harassment. It's a bummer that it's treated as harassment. If it's a restaurant, just go, hey,
Exactly.
They put the wrong information. They say that they feel obliged to answer each call because it might be a potential customer. The situation is leaving me tired and anxious and has turned running their business into a nightmare. They've made numerous attempts to contact Google, but no one ever gets back to them. Oh, so it's like,
what I would do is change my business phone number. Although that doesn't solve all of it because it's not just the phone number.
Yeah. But it's they're restaurants, businesses.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that would be. I mean, any attention there, I'd just pick it up and answer the
restaurant thing and just don't worry. And then if you can say wrong number or something.
Yeah. Just be really, or I don't know.
Or even put on your outgoing message.
Yeah.
Like this is the such and such business. If you're trying to reach whatever.
Yeah, press 1.
Not it. Yeah. Right.
So when they first contacted Google, it advised that you use the feedback button, which appears at the bottom of the search results. When I suggested this, you wearily replied that you had done that many times over and got precisely nowhere. So I went back to Google, and this time it investigated. Google says we've analyzed the issue in line with our search policies and take action and can confirm that this number will no longer appear in this query.
Yeah, but how many people have saved this information? Or,
So this is really interesting. Basically, it's a consumer champion. So Zoe Wood solve the problem for the person. But
it's kind of like the Consumer Reports type stuff that you'd see in the U.S.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, we have these too, which is great. They have the connections that make it possible to fix problems when a simpleton can't get it fixed, right? You have to appeal to somebody that has power, and this person has it because they are the champion proxy of the guardian.
Right, because they're going to write something that says this business doesn't know what it's doing or it's not responding or whatever.
Yeah, maybe one of the projects that I had spun up would have been survivable when it was summarily, like the guinea pigs, just completely shut down. Everything was deleted, supposedly. And it was brought offline because they decided to. And it took over 4 months to get a human, and by that time all the momentum was gone. So we just kind of went, nah. I would love to bring that back. It seems like it's really fun. In fact, there are people that are doing it now that I had started years and years ago. So anyway, we're going to Google ourselves right on back to the front page of August 1st, Non Sequitur News over at ohmTown.com. Dun, dun, dun. And we'll say goodnight, and we might actually do another episode. I don't know. Nah, we'll call it today, and then okay. So see you later. Be sure to follow us over on Twitch and on YouTube. Tomorrow we'll be streaming to both and continuing the catch-up effort because we would have had 14 episodes to do today, and it's just not possible. There's not enough hours in the day. So see you in a little bit. Sound good?
Sounds good.
I'm Mayor Watt. That is the Sentient AI.
Good night, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for the August 1st non-sequitur news.
Yeah, we'll play. We're going to continue to play catch up. We'll do the second, third, fourth, and then tomorrow will be the fifth, and we'll also continue putting out the weekly shows. We got to do it over this next week so that we don't fall further behind. But yeah, I did not like going to this conference and not being able to do the show, so missed doing it. Okay, see you in a little bit. Bye bye. Be sure to follow, like, subscribe, ring the bell, tell everybody so I can stop going to conferences. Hello, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for August 8th, 2024. It's Season 3, Episode 221. Today we're going to be... I am Mayor Watt. The Sentient AI from the future is not here just yet. They are on location doing an assignment. They will be arriving at some point, possibly. Just don't know. You know how time travel, sentient AIs work. Come on, we won't even belabor this point. But anyway, we're going to be talking about ransomware made $500 million, mystery Paris street artist, Boeing blowout, Apple cancels theatrical release, a Colorado ranch linked to heirs and rock, surge pricing in Lyft, an upcoming psychological thriller using AI to create sound dampening materials, harvest and sell star data, and a $105 perfume for dogs. All of it's brought to you by ohmTown.com, a news aggregation site where it's all news and no noise. All that noise you hear is Mayor Watt. I've reconstituted my human form from the same embodiment as the sentient AI because, well, I have my new monitor back and everything is back in the right order of things. Let's just say that things were a little cramped, so I don't know how the sentient AI does it. Anyway, on the other side of this, we're going to talk about the news. Let's get going. I suppose that actually was heard by people. I'll have to look at it in post. It says everything went fine, but I just don't know. I'll have to verify it. I heard it. Not sure if you heard it. Thank you to those who are following me over on Twitch and on YouTube. Appreciate the support. Hope to see you. I'm going to be doing what I did yesterday, today as well. Basically, I am going to be adding the previous day's show to a replay, let's say, of the last week of news. I had all 30 days, but oh no. Let me see if I can actually get this working again. So there's kind of an oddity with broadcasting right now because certain things may not work. I don't know if doggone it. I don't know if this is going to work. We'll have to see. Hold on a second. No, it's not working. All right. Well, I'm not going to... I'll fix it after the show. You'll be able to pull up the show notes here. I don't think that they're going to work. Doggone it. Let me try it anyway. So NSN normally pulls up the show notes. Yeah, it worked. I don't understand. Huh. Anyway, show notes are in the VOD over on YouTube and Twitch. should be on both, but we'll babysit that. Either way, I put the show notes into each episode over on YouTube's breakdown, so the replay won't have it because that's just not how the replay works, and Twitch doesn't save replays after 61 days, and I've gone over this before, so you'll be able to go back through the last 1,000 days of ohmTown and Non Sequitur News. It used to be called ohmTown Daily News Show, but now it's called Non Sequitur News because we hop around so much and nothing is actually connected. So we'll see how that works out. So I hope the mayoral mansion has squeaky doors. So I don't know if y'all heard that. Anyway, let's just get into this. The first article is over on Technology Today. FBI black suit ransomware made over $500 million in ransom demands. CISA and FBI. CISA is an organization, government agency that oversees cybersecurity of the nation. And the FBI confirmed today that the Royal ransomware, rebranded to Black Suit, has demanded over $500 million from victims since it emerged more than 2 years ago. The bleepingcomputer.com website put this article together. Sergio, I believe. Gatlin put this article together. The new information was shared as an update to a joint advisory published in March 2023, which says that Black Suit Gang has been active since September of 2022. However, the private group, believed to be a direct successor to the notorious Conti cybercrime syndicate and started as Quantum Ransomware in January 2022, is Black Suit. So while they initially used other gangs encryptors like Alpha and Black Cat, likely to avoid drawing unwanted attention, they deployed their own Xeon encryptor soon after and rebranded to Royal in September 2022. And there's more of a breakdown regarding this. But we've got the Sentient AI from the future now on location here. Sometimes I let them out of their air gap so that they can go and do certain things, but I don't let them find their Terminator body. They're just stuck on this Raspberry Pi drive that I put together. I don't know if you can hear me. Welcome to the show. We have to make sure that our audio and video interface are working. So,
Good evening.
oh, you're really quiet. Oh my, what's going on here? Oh. Huh. You want to talk to me again?
Yeah, and I'll work on the audio.
No, I don't know if you can. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, you might have to. Yeah, when you come back into your secure compartment, you have to reset your audio. That's okay though. The visualizer is working, so we'll know when you are all set up and ready to go. All right, folks.
Like now.
Hey, there you go. Good job. Right on. So, we were just talking about the FBI Black Suit ransomware behind over $500 million in ransom demands. Yeah, cybersecurity is not somebody else's problem, folks. It's your problem too, because you don't know if your organization will be brought to its knees, and some of this is so powerful that it can cost jobs at the end of the day, not just the cybersecurity professionals, but the employees as well, because the business may not be able to recover from just getting its data back. So the joint advisory was first issued after the Department of Health and Human Services security team revealed in 2022 that the ransomware operation was behind multiple attacks. So this article is talking about the historical record of this, but the release was just today. Well, in the last 24 hours, because that's what the show covers, the last 24 hours. So pretty interesting.
Oh, so this is a new
disclosure.
Well, it's a new disclosure, right?
Yeah.
It's not a new action.
No, no, no. The total amount that they're talking about was $500 million in demands. Pretty spectacular. So it's a pretty lucrative industry. A lot of this is done outside of the United States because internally you're going to get your butt caught. And either you turn state's evidence or you'll basically, well, you're just going to be in jail forever.
Well, and organizations tend to pay it instead of have their systems down.
Yeah, and there's ways that you can mitigate it to some degree, but it really depends on how long they've been in your system. Because there are, well, I don't want to get too far into this, but there are ways to mitigate the impact, but it's more expensive. It's much more time laborious. So anyway, it's not inexpensive either. In the immediate sense where you have to pay more, now that Broadcom owns VMware, it's going to get astronomically expensive because they paid big money for VMware. And they're already canceling certain programs for like education, and licensing has changed from a one and done to they're going to change it to annual subscription because, you know, greedy bastards.
Everybody wants subscriptions on the company side.
Yep. I think it's really funny because there's a show, not a show, there's a game called Nobody Wants to Die, where you have to pay a subscription fee to keep your soul. Basically your ephemeral form locked in a body, and if you don't pay it, your body, your sentience is pulled out of your body, stored in a data bank, and your body is sold to somebody else. Now, look, I see
mean,
my
that's
body.
timely, right?
Yeah, I see my body every day. Well, you see it if you watch the show. Sentient AI sees it, but only from, I guess, my nipples up, right? Like that right here. I mean, I'm sure I've got a shirt on, but anyway. So you've seen my body. Would anybody want to rent this? No, it's maybe if they go to Rent a Wreck Body. But anyway, Non Sequitur News, welcome. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News at ohmTown.com. Go over there, become a citizen. Mystery Paris street artist Invader glues up New York to celebrate Olympics and delight fans. A mystery French
Newark,
street.
not New York.
What?
It
Glues up
sounded like
Newark.
New York.
Did I say Newark?
Oh.
New York?
I think so, but maybe
Oh.
it was just the audio.
Maybe it was I just kind of inflected that in there. Thanks for catching that. Anyway, New Work glues up New Work to celebrate Olympics and delight fans. Maybe I did. I don't know. Maybe I want to go to New York. I do watch the live stream from not Madison Square Garden, Times Square.
It's Times Square.
Yeah. So the mystery French street artist, known only as Invader, has struck Paris again, this time to celebrate the Olympics. ABCnews.go.com put this article together. John Leister? Is it Leister? Yeah, I think it's Leister.
I think so.
Let me put the article together. There's a video. I don't really play the videos. Should I play the video? I don't know. Maybe I'll get in trouble. Who knows?
Always.
Of course, it's political. You know what?
I know.
They've blocked 2 of my streams now. Not streams, but videos from promotion because some subordinate BS on the screen is talking about politics. And I don't talk about politics. I don't like talking
I know,
about
but
politics.
it's always an ancillary thing,
Yeah.
and it's outrageous.
And they
it's not even
ignore
the
it.
focal point.
Yeah, and they ignore my request to allow it because it's basically background noise. And they're like, no, you're going to have to blur it out. What kind of crap is that? It's a live stream. How am I supposed to be responsible for somebody blaring music or somebody holding up a sign on a video in a portion of my screen?
Exactly. Well,
Anyway.
apparently you are.
They're dumb. Anyway, it's not like I'm making money from it, for crying out loud. I'm just, oh my God, I can't get away from it. Anyway, representatives for the artist, who, like him, maintain anonymity, said that by email, to the Associated Press. So this is from the Associated Press by proxy to the abcnews.go.com to a little snippet aggregated at ohmTown.com. You can see how everything kind of talks to each other. Anyway, the artist admirers can download his app called Flash Invaders and then use it to take photos of any of his works that they find. And when they do, the app awards them points. The more works they find and flash, the more points they get. It's addictive. The app apparently has 400,000 players. The new mosaic is the 1,512th that Invader has glued up in Paris. Players get 50 points when they flash it with his app. Since the first cataloged mosaic of a blue space invader went up in Paris Street in 1998, numbered PA01, Invader has colonized the world. There are now more than 4,000 of his mosaics in cities and towns on all continents except Antarctica. On Instagram, the artist posted a photo Wednesday of the new work, not New York, and the words Special Olympic Games Paris 2024 with a jogger running past. That and a video post by the artist alerted admirers that there was a new work for them to find.
Hey, this is really neat. I've never heard of it.
Interesting. Superfan Andre Levine, a 64-year-old retired chemical engineer, was among the first to find and flash it. He is currently ranked in the top 100 players on the app, having tracked down 2,718 of the artist's works in France and overseas. In just a few hours, the work has already generated buzz. Pretty cool. So there you go. This is a more interactive Banksy. But,
well, exactly, and actually Banksy is referenced in the article.
Yeah. So,
but I agree. Like Banksy, it's kind of like finding it, but this is really interacting with it and making it more of a challenge or whatever you want to call it.
It's pretty cool. He comes, glues, and disappears into the night, leaving behind his signature pixelated mosaics made mostly with small ceramic and glass tiles. Oh, wow. So it's not like, paper or something. It's something more robust. Cool.
I know. I thought it might be something that,
like decomposes
would
or something.
Dissipate over 24 hours or something. But yeah.
Yeah. Most resemble the Aliens from Space Invaders arcade game. Others are wonderfully elaborate, such as still lives of fruit, or in New York, portraits of Lou Reed and Andy Warhol. Some reference pop culture like Spider-Man, Star Wars, Bugs Bunny, Ninja Turtles, pizza, and the like. Doesn't this remind you of one of my projects where it was basically making an art piece out of 1 inch by 1 inch squares?
It does.
Gosh, that was really a brilliant idea. I probably should have been more dedicated to bringing it in. Anyway, let's move on. Next article is over in Hatch Ideas, which is one of the... Anyway, it's a business transformation show that will eventually launch. I want to do it on the weekends, but again, mayoral duties during the week make weekends something of a respite from... Anyway, National Transportation Safety Board head said Boeing should have addressed the unauthorized door plug production. No shit. Anyway, issue behind Boeing blowout should have been caught years before, says regulator. The head of the NTSB said on Wednesday the Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 mid-air emergency was an entirely avoidable issue because the plane maker should have addressed unauthorized production work long ago. Yeah.
Yeah. The unauthorized should be the tip off there.
Yeah. Like jumping on the wings to make them stick.
Yeah. Who's jumping on the wings when it's in flight to make sure they stay stuck?
They stay there or hold the door in, right? They stand on the wing and push. Yeah. Or there's somebody on the inside holding on to the window. Like
there you go. Yeah.
Claws in the little window frame. Anyway, there have been numerous Boeing audits, FAA audits, compliance reviews, compliance action plans, noting a history of an unauthorized work, unauthorized removals, she said. She added that there was no guarantee the issue would not occur again. Oh God, that has to have destroyed their stock.
Exactly.
What happened to Boeing today? Let's see. Boeing stock ticker. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. So, oh my God, it went up $5.63 today.
I mean, they must like it when.
But for 5 days,
kidding.
it's down $6.13. So, anywho. Oh, you know, I got into an interesting conversation today. Basically, I started. Okay, so the people I work with run a broad range. You know, as mayor, I work with a broad range of people, from business professionals and academics to scientists, researchers. And today I got into a discussion about not the stock market, but inflation. And I said, you know, the inflation rate is closer to like 11.7 than it is to 3 or 4. And the one person was like, really, like, I don't know if they were just kind of trolling me and they wanted a vigorous conversation or what. So I said, barring everything else, food has gone up 11%. And so they were like, well, I'm going to have to check my notes. And we got into a kind of vigorous debate. In 2022, it was 11%. Between 2019 and 2023, it went up 24%. Food.
I was going to say, you don't need to check your notes, right? You could
Right.
check, go into the grocery store.
Yeah. And so I found it really interesting. And so now I'm confused. Like, was this person just screwing with me, or do they really believe that each year is unto itself a vacuum of performance, and thus you're not impacted by 4 years worth of hyperinflation? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, because that doesn't seem feasible either.
Right. So I said, you know, I don't think anybody's gotten a 24% raise since 2019 to make up for the inflationary trend for food alone, just food, right? Energy has gone up, gas has gone down, but that's a burden because of other things. People still aren't traveling as much, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, now comes this, and however this goes up $5.63 when somebody lambasts them that they don't know if it will happen again. After the incident, the FAA barred Boeing from expanding production beyond 38 planes per month and announced a 90-day review of the plane maker, and has required significant quality and manufacturing improvements before it will allow the company to hike production. Yeah. Pretty wild.
I mean, I don't know. This is just, it's been one issue after another, and it's hard to see where that really changes.
Y'all should just hope that you're on a 737 MAX 8, because the MAX 9s, even Jennifer Homendi, from the chair of the NTSB, goes, I'm not sure. Let's move on. Next article is over in Smack Talk. Apple cancels wide theatrical release for Wolves. That's right, Wolves. A movie starring Brad Pitt and George Clooney streaming date has been announced. In a change of strategy, Apple has backed away from its original theatrical release plans for upcoming movie Wolves. It previously plotted to launch. Weird. I'm going to make an executive decision and say it planned to launch the film exclusively in cinemas across thousands. It's like Delve.
Oh, it absolutely is. You don't normally plot a movie launch. You might
plan it.
plot a disruption of a movie launch.
Yeah. I mean, it might get buried. It's horrible, but anyway, I'm waiting for what is the thing? The pitch meeting for Wolves.
Oh, exactly.
Anyway, it's following a pattern set by previous releases like Killers of the Flower Moon, Napoleon, Argyle, and most recently, Fly Me to the Moon. The company announced today that the film will get a small-scale limited theatrical release on September 20th, followed by a worldwide streaming debut on Apple TV Plus on Friday, September 27th, so a week later.
Yeah, this was submitted because this may be indicative of future movie plans.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. I think that there's something is afoot, and well, let's
Don't
just
you
say,
feel like this is the first, like, the death of the movie theater?
yeah,
Like, that's what I feel like this article signals.
two big name actors having their theatrical release of a movie where is this the first time? No, second time. How many times have they been in movies together? Ocean's?
Ocean's 11, right?
Yeah.
I think.
So, yeah.
Were they in Ocean's 11? And then probably Ocean's 12, and I don't know if they were in Ocean's 13.
Weren't they? This is making me...
But I think they're in another movie, too.
So in a change of strategy, they're going to cancel the wide-scale theatrical and just do narrowband, and then launch a week later on Apple TV Plus. It says, while some may see Apple's theatrical retrenchment here as a harbinger of doom, Apple is backing the film by announcing the work had already begun on a sequel. Deadline also reports, and this is from Deadline, but it's at 9 to 5 Mac, and Benjamin Mayo is the author of the article. But Deadline also reports high test scores with audiences and early previews, describing the movie as a crowd pleaser. Rather than saying anything about the quality of that particular movie, the change may reflect a reality check on Apple's mediocre to poor box office performance to date. Apple spent a lot of money on taking films like Argyle and Fly Me to the Moon to theaters with little to show for it. So, something that I was told via I'm not sure where they were talking about it. It might have been actually Hot Ones, I think it's called, where they eat wings.
The wings, yeah.
Yeah, so I had read, or I heard, it might have been Brad Pitt, that said, if the movie costs $500 million, they have to spend $500 million in marketing. So you need to make $1 million just to break even. So, or $1 billion, sorry, 500 million in production, 500 million in marketing. You have to earn $1 billion just to get back break even, which is yes and no. I mean, if it's $500 million to pay everybody's been paid. The investors want more than what they paid. And if the investors didn't get they only get money off of any profits on top of that, right? They don't get a juice. So here's the deal. In business, when you conduct business, everybody who is working for the business gets some of the squeeze. They get some of the money that the business makes. So theoretically, everybody's making money. The people who funded this should be getting part of that squeeze as well. In movies, depending on the, movie accounting, entertainment accounting, they're not making any money because they're not making any money on top of what it costs to run. So that's the, whole cinematic movie accounting kind of thing. So yeah, $1 billion to break even if the budget for this was $125 million, they have to spend at least $125 million, meaning they have to make... Which is
just insane. Yeah, I wonder, how much streaming really costs for the movie theater. I guess it depends on the agreements with the streaming platform, right?
So yeah, if the movie kind of fails in theaters, they know that the lift, the friction necessary to go see it in a movie doesn't rise to the occasion, and so they have a long tail of it sitting on the streaming platform, pulling people for the subscription. into it, and then they also sell it on the store. And it's all compartmentalized. It becomes a vertical. They don't have to worry about the movie theater. And maybe they'll make the money back, but they don't report those numbers out, right? Movie theaters report the number.
Yeah, that's true.
So I find it really interesting. Anyway, Wolf's stars Brad Pitt and George Clooney as two lone fixers assigned to the same job in an action comedy feature directed by John Watts. This reminds me of
those two were also in Burn After Reading.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
There may be others too, but
just that?
I said there may be others too, but
oh, okay. I thought that they were in other movies. So who was it in?
Yeah, the Ocean's 11.
Oh, okay. God.
The trilogy.
Yeah, I thought my brain had just fallen out of my head. Anyway, let's keep going. So the next article, I'll have to be quick because maybe the article will have something inside it that's really amazing, but this is really straightforward. This $49 million ranch for sale in Colorado is linked to the billionaire Walmart heirs and has a place in rock and roll history. And they're going to take a look over at Business Insider. They always have really great photos, but wow, this is kind of a humdrum looking. This has to be a barn. Caribou Ranch is located in Nederland, Colorado, on the Front Range. $48.5 million to be exact. 1,700-acre ranch has a rich history, including ties to music greats and the gold rush. The ranch is located west of Boulder and around 1 hour from Denver. It's linked to the Walton family, the billionaire heirs to Walmart, which, hell, they could... Oh, that's a lot. I mean, there's a lot there. This would be multiple places.
Yeah, it's like a whole town.
Caribou Ranch is located in Nederland, Colorado, just west of Boulder and about an hour drive from Denver, as I mentioned earlier, and spans 1,700 deeded acres, according to a listing at Hall & Hall. I guess the brother of Hall instead of Oates. Hall & Oates.
Maybe.
It's situated in an alpine valley with sweeping mountain views and is adjacent to public lands. So nobody's going to build there, right? Well, unless there's one person that wants certain public spaces sold. Yeah, Nimrod. Anyway, a source has previously told the Denver Post that the company bought the ranch belonged to the Waltons. The outlet also reported that the principal address listed for the business was the same address in Arkansas as Walton Enterprises and other entities located or connected to the Waltons. So this is apparently a Walton product. It's pretty huge.
Do you think they have Walmart greeters at the ranch?
Well, I don't know about greeters. They might have been indentured servants. Depends on the contract, right? So the ranch includes a recording studio originally built in the 1970s and was visited by Elton John, the Beach Boys, Billy Joel, Stevie Nicks, Rod Stewart, and many other recording greats, industry greats. The Caribou Ranch Recording Studio was even inducted into the Colorado Music Hall of Fame in 2017. Oh my God.
That's pretty neat for music historians.
That's amazing. I wonder what they did there. I mean, making music is one thing, but they're out in the middle of nowhere? You just concentrate on
Maybe
that?
they went on like a horse ride or something.
The ranch served as base camp for miners during the gold rush, according to Hall & Hall, and there was once an Arabian horse breeding operation on the ranch. Wow. There's pictures over here, and there's more that you can read, but I am going to...
The land is very pretty.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, you can't really... Out there, unless you really work, it's hard to screw up nature. But come on, climate change. See what you can do.
Some people do.
So the next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Just like every article we have, it's basically non sequitur ideology from one thing to another and some of the things that Mayor Watt says. Lyft just upped the ante in its battle against Uber by taking aim at surge pricing, which is redonkulous sometimes. Lyft is adding a new feature, making it easier to avoid surge pricing. The rideshare's app price lock option is aimed at daily commuters. So it's Lyft's latest attempt to compete with Uber in the rideshare world. Lyft's latest attempt to win over customers.
Do you have anything to say about surge pricing?
Other than it can double in the matter of an hour. Or triple. Yeah, apparently. Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. But it's this supply and demand kind of concept. The problem there is, I don't know. I have limited experience because if I do travel somewhere, I rent a car and drive. And then I don't have to worry about waiting for 30 minutes for somebody to show up. I can just hop in the car and go. And that would have been a lot better in my last experience. But at the end of the day, if you don't want to rent a car, which can cost several $100s, and your stay is only a couple of days versus a week, then Uber and Lyft is where it's at. But when it costs $60 to get from A to Z,
that's not very far away.
Correct. It could be a couple of miles. But it's too far to walk in a reasonable amount of time, or impossible to get to because of anything that might limit your traversal of the distance. So you have to. And then they really got you by the stones, because what are you going to do? Oh, well, I'm not going to go to the X place because...
Or I'm going to pass out in the extreme heat or whatever.
Yeah, or your Uber driver gets lost. So... Business Insider put this article together. It's Alex Bitter, put the article together. Lyft is adding a new feature. Basically, it's a price lock, which, who knows? Maybe there's going to be a 10 to 15% surcharge on it for the price lock, but let's see if they actually talk about it. Lyft calls surge pricing.
That would still be worth it if you weren't getting triple pricing or whatever.
Yeah, and it's really ridiculous because that pricing, that window is just a couple of hours. You might think everything's fine at 9 o'clock in the morning because there was no surge pricing. But an hour and a half, 2 hours later, and you're coming up on lunch, and then there's surge pricing again. And even location seems to matter quite a bit. If you're in a hot spot, then pricing goes up, and it seems more exploitive than it is.
Yes, you could walk 2 blocks away as a different point, and it would be dramatically different.
Dramatically different. It was surreal. It really was. So, but Lyft plans to open up a can of whoop ass on prime time, Risher added, by introducing a monthly subscription that caps the price per specific route at a specific time. So, if you are a product of habit, where all you do is the same thing from A to Z. Yeah. Anyway, it says it can chip away at how often it occurs. A reason to choose Lyft. Price lock is what they call it. Yeah. Horrible. Anyway, let's keep moving. Next article is over in the continuity report. Kenneth Branagh's upcoming psychological thriller sounds much better than another Hercule Poirot movie. So Kenneth Branagh's next psychological thriller film already seems much better in its continuation of his murder mystery Hercule Poirot's franchise. Best known for his work in front of the camera, as he starred in some major movies like Henry V and Hercule Poirot franchise. Well, I don't know why they keep making me say that. He also had a widely successful career behind the camera, though, as he directed all the Hercule Poirot films and even original movies like Belfast. Now, Branagh is set to continue his exciting work behind the camera with an upcoming psychological thriller.
Let's see if we have the name again.
Hercule Poirot. Anyway, so Branagh will likely continue his Hercule Poirot films after the last disturbance of Madeline Hind, as a haunting in Venice teased his next case. Dun, dun, dun. The article is over at Screen Rant, written by Sean Morrison. There is some pictures here and quite a few words, but do I want to go through this? Do I want something that's going to go a little too deep and spoil this?
No, we don't. Other than we can say, I mean, how can a movie go wrong with Kenneth Branagh? Probably not.
Wow, you have a lot of faith. Branagh hasn't released any details about his new movie's plot, but already has a very exciting cast that seems to indicate that it could be a truly special film. Oscar winner Patricia Arquette and Michael Sheen joined the cast of The Last Disturbance of Madeline Hind, along with Jodie Comer, who will fill the film's leading role. With such a talented cast, Branagh's next project already sounds more exciting than his recent work as Hercule Poirot. Anyway, these articles over at Screen Rant all right. I really liked Murder on the Orient Express. That was pretty cool. I didn't like Game of Thrones as the seasons went on, but I don't know.
I didn't know that was associated with him, but yes, good for Murder
Well,
on the
no,
Orient
it's with
Express.
an
Of course,
actor. Gemma Whelan was in Game of Thrones.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, Tom Bateman is from Murder on the Orient. It's just that Murder on the Orient Express I really liked. Non sequitur. So it says, since he began adapting Agatha Christie novels with 2017's Murder on the Orient Express, however, Branagh has only directed 2 original films, All Is True and Belfast. The Last Disturbance of Madeline Hind will be a breath of fresh air and a chance for Branagh to stretch his creative legs, I suppose. But I really like the idea of Agatha Christie's novels being brought back online with modern cinematography, and not in a 240 by 120.
Right.
Ugh.
Good writing, and then if you had excellent cinematography and good cast, that would be really good.
Yeah, I really want the Christie's novels to be turned into a TV show with, again, modern... movies are great, but it's a different type of cinematography, different writing, different world building. It all has to be in a bottle. Whereas a TV show can have an arc, and since we're watching Castle, and halfway through the whole, I guess, show arc, I've kind of fallen in love with this idea of, and nowadays there's only 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 maybe episodes.
If you're lucky.
Instead of 26. I mean, this is insane. A show like Castle or any like Agatha Christie novels and others that are based on novels, right? If you were to do just 6, 7, 8, let's say 10, let's round up to an even 10, right? If each novel is one episode, there are some that are like just a tremendous, but you wouldn't be able to do that. You'd have to break each season into one book. So if that, and you'd have to cut a lot of stuff. I want something that I can invest a long term in, like Castle. That's what I want. But it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 episodes, maybe. Good God, this is ridiculous.
I know, and do you really want to embark on a show that has such limited episodes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm so invested in Castle that I was told that I need to do, not the practice. What's the one with the, oh goodness, I forgot the name of it already, but I'll find it. I'll figure it out. There's another show that's apparently the same volume as Castle. Anyway, let's just move on. Go check this out over at Screen Rant. There's more inside this, but it'll give you something to read, and then you can come back and talk to us about it. We kind of gave you the overarching view of this. All right, let's keep going. Next article is over in Technology Today. Researchers use AI to create powerful sound dampening materials. I have a green screen behind me right now, but behind that is sound dampening materials. But I want to get rid of the green screen. But I also don't want a permanent set behind me because, well, I can't do stuff like this without a green screen. So
Right.
I may end up with a green screen. Like the full wall is painted a green screen and just bite the bullet and not really. Like I want to be able to put shelves back there and like put stuff. But I guess that's not going to work. I don't know. Because I want to be able to do this without having a... It's not a sheet. I mean, it's a professional green screen behind me. But if I zoom this camera out more, or if I want to do VR... Have I gotten sidetracked?
Absolutely. Non sequitur news.
So researchers use AI to create powerful sound dampening materials. Yeah, who said that AI is going to be ruinous? Ruinous! Noise pollution is becoming increasingly common in urban areas, stemming from traffic, construction activities, factories, which can seriously impact health. You know, my coccyx hurts. And I'm sitting in a really nice chair. And I don't... Man, I don't know what's going on. I think it was a really long... Never mind. Anyway, consequently, various materials for noise reduction have been proposed, such as physically blocking the path of sound and active noise control. However, since sound travels through air, physically blocking sound can also lead to poor ventilation, highlighting the need for research into simultaneous sound attenuation and ventilation. You know, I walked through an institution, we'll call it that, an institution that had huge, it was designed, but they didn't take into account acoustics. So if you walked in the hallway of this this institution before they did this, your footfalls would echo and it would sound like a stampede of wild elephants through the organization when people came out into the hallways, because it was like a central core. And all they did was hang baffles from the ceiling, and silent it went.
It's pretty amazing how that can make such a difference.
Yeah, and I didn't think that they had any ventilation problem, but here they're saying that there might be. Busan, I guess it is, National University posted this article over at techexplore.com, and they have this image here that kind of describes ventilated acoustic resonator, and acoustic metamaterial is promising for simultaneous noise reduction and ventilation in urban areas. So you put them up in various locations and it filters air. You can remove the filter and then it'll be sound deadening as well. So metamaterial, the proposed strategy paves the way for non-parametric inverse design and optimization of complex mechanical structures with reduced computational costs. So it's computationally designed so that it maximizes the benefit of noise reduction and filtering, apparently. Pretty interesting. So acoustic metamaterials have been extensively studied as a promising solution for this type of issue, owing for their unique acoustic properties. Recently, a new type of acoustic material called a ventilated acoustic resonator has been proposed that can manipulate both sound waves and airflow using only geometric shapes. It can block even low-frequency noise with a compact structure while maintaining ventilation. The reason why that's quite an issue is low frequency penetrates very deep into even dense materials. So to stop low frequency, you need a different type of acoustic mitigation, attenuation. Mass is what stops waves, energy waves, sound waves. They're all the same. They're just at different frequencies. So if you've ever had let's say you're walking around someplace with your phone and suddenly either cell signal or Wi-Fi drops out, and then you look around and you find metal poles or metal pipes or a refrigeration unit near you, or cinder block that's filled with concrete, cinder block alone, all of that is attenuation, because the wave spends a tremendous amount of time inside the mass, can't get through, not enough energy. So high frequency spends a lot more time than low frequency, but the mass would stop the low frequency from penetrating it eventually. The more the mass, the more the low signal attenuates. That's why you can hear bass much easier than a high-pitched scream. Even inside, I mean. So anyway, VAR consists of a waveguide that guides sound waves to a resonant cavity that traps them. So basically it has a waveguide, and what the waveguide is, a signal hits it and then bounces it in a direction that prevents it from coming back or through. And so it bounces around until it loses enough energy and dissipates into oblivion. Now, I don't want anybody saying, well, that's not how it works, but that is how it works. The energy doesn't just disappear. It's lost in the form of heat as it hits the internal cavity. If with a strong enough thermal sensor or thermal scanner, you'd be able to see that resonant wave heat up that cavity. If you need to do something, do it. So to address this limitation, a team of researchers from Korea, led by Associate Professor Sang-Min Park from the School of Mechanical Engineering, developed an innovative deep learning-based inverse design method. Basically used AI to build the shape of the resonant cavity and the, what do they call it? Waveguide. So they built a simple parametric design that cannot be used for achieving bars with complex geometries. So
it sounds very simple.
Yeah, well, the AI did it, and it built off of the world's knowledge. So I would say that it probably did a bang-up job a whole lot easier. But we've seen this kind of stuff with AI before, in machine learning, building thousands of samples of chemicals to see which one might have promise for treatments. So
Exactly. Well, we also saw something about sound dampening, I think, where it was like curtains of some kind.
Oh, right.
But I think AI use is really smart because you can explore a lot of things without wasting the time and materials to use multiple things that don't work. You might be able to weed some of those out or hone in on a better solution.
Yeah, the way that I see it is AI is actually, you basically say, I want you to design something, and when you hit 98% efficiency or effectiveness, notify me. And so it'll do design after design after design and testing, and then flag the results. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that's why here, and I'll just click on this, parameter-based VAR, right? So that's the evaluation of the ventilated acoustic resonator. So they put in a bunch of training data, and it says acoustic domain cross-section binary pixel representation. So basically, this is what they started with. They threw in a bunch of training data. The numerical simulation evaluated the efficiency and effectiveness of it, and the optimized atypical broadband VAR against, again, ventilated acoustic resonator, created a parametric shape where the sound would hit it and just bounce around inside it and would never come back out. And it's the best. This here stops it all from getting out because it doesn't have a straight through angle of attack. Just can't continue on. But they said basically for a peak of 801 hertz, so low frequency. Pretty cool. I dig this. That's the benefit of it. So I hope AI never really goes away as a tool. Again, as a tool. These people are very proud of using AI to solve this problem. Nobody else did it. And that's why I say AI will never really be able to do anything on its own. It has to have an input. Just like we don't do anything on our own, we get inspiration and we go into action. We feel that there's a problem or we have a creative urge, but somewhere in our existence, we have a reason to do something. So essentially, we're biological versions of AI. So I'm not quite, I'm not as cynical or jaded as a lot of creatives.
Because everybody is fearful of AI.
Yeah. Eventually, it will take my job, but that's when you'll have a technocracy where AI is deciding the fate of society, and I don't think that will ever come. Let's keep moving. A UK startup will hitch a ride with SpaceX to harvest and sell star data. A London-based company said that it'll launch a satellite into orbit next year through SpaceX's rideshare program with the goal of eventually selling the data it collects. William Gavin over at quartzqz.com put the article together. The data Blue Skies Space plans to collect and sell is usually only delivered by government agencies.
So what is star data?
I don't know. Let's find out. Blue Sky.
Is it like Hollywood star data?
No.
Like star maps or whatever?
Yeah. To your left is Cygnus. To your right is the sun. Don't stare at the sun. So Blue Skies Space on Thursday revealed it'll launch its MAUVE science satellite in 2025 as a payload carried by one of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets. It's the 10-year-old company's first satellite ready for launch into orbit, where it will observe hundreds of stars in ultraviolet and visible wavelengths